welcome back, everyone, to another edition of Unapologetic Sports. It's your favorite uncle, along with the fly guy himself, Flying Brian. But hold on, y'all. Hold on. One second. I got to make sure.
What's wrong? What? You like my head?
Hold. What are you wearing, man?
I'm Rams guy. What are you talking about? Is it in the background right there? That's me. I've always been with Matt Stafford. Let me get my Matt Stafford picture. Oh, wait. Yeah, we got a lot to talk about, don't we? With freezers and fire-ins and all
Hey, do
kinds of
y'all
stuff.
see what I see? Do y'all see what I see? Okay. He's a Rams guy, y'all. That's what he just said, right? Hey, man, when the fly guy comes back, in the meantime, in between time, let's thank everybody for tuning in last week's show, and let's thank everybody for tuning in this week's show. Like your Uncle Lee Ice always say, I hope we can entertain y'all doing whatever you're going through. If you had a rough day, kick it with us for this 60 minutes or 60, 75 minutes. Oh, okay. All right, he's back, y'all. The fly guy's back in his Bill Mafia attire. Welcome back, man. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Welcome back. I was thanking everybody for tuning in the last week's show, thanking everybody for tuning in. And I was like, come back, sit back, kick it with us, whatever you're going through, something hard, put it aside, come have some fun with us. Even if you had a good day, still chill, come have some fun with us. Don't nobody chop it up like Unapologetic, the fly guy and your favorite Uncle Lee Ice. Brian, I would say, how are you? But I pretty much know how you're doing. So we'll just save that for later.
Yeah, there's a lot
You
to
ready to get things started?
Yes, sir.
Give it to me. Oh, forgot to do. Yeah, all right. He knows, y'all. He keeps me in check, man. All right, let's get right to the recap. Who you want to go first?
Let's go ahead and do the college, since that's the biggest story, I guess.
Oh,
yeah.
My Hurricanes lost, but nothing to be ashamed of. It was a great game.
Yeah, great game.
It was great. You actually, hey, all right. Yeah. Let's give him a round of applause. It was a great game, man. Indiana, they deserved to win. A lot of Heisman moments for Fernando Mendoza. Everybody's going to be talking about the play on 4th and 5 near the goal line, the dive. I'm pretty sure, like they were saying, there'll probably be a statue. Everybody from the state of Indiana probably had that picture on their wall. But, like I said, it was a great game. I mean, both teams have nothing to be ashamed of. The better team won. They was favored to win. Miami gave it their all. It was, like I said, it was a very entertaining game to watch. What you think?
Yeah, obviously the running play at the end. I watched the first. I watched the beginning of it, and then went to something else and came back, and then watched like the whole last half. Yeah, I mean, it was. I don't know. It's just I'm only a Bills fan. I'm not a local sports teams fan. I don't have a college team, so it's hard for me to get invested because I just don't have anyone to follow. The reason I'm a Bills fan is just is a weird reason, but yeah, I mean, when it's exciting and it's fun, but every time I look at a college highlight normally or a score, it's always 55-10. Like that's not fun to watch, especially if you're not rooting for anyone. But yeah, it was very exciting. He had that moment. The next few weeks stuff we'll talk more about when the draft is coming. But so what do you think about him? Obviously he's going to be the first pick of the draft. I'm pretty sure the Raiders are going to talk him, although there is a weird rumor going around about the Ravens. Maybe it's just
what?
Trading for the pick, giving up Lamar and a bunch of picks. Maybe it's just a nonsense I've seen on Facebook, but I've seen it in a couple different places of a weird rumor about trading Lamar to the Raiders.
Really?
Again, it might just be complete nonsense, but I saw it on a couple different pages. But
I mean, if you're the Raiders, when you make that trade,
isn't it weird though that two teams
MVP, even though I don't think he will ever win a Super Bowl, but hey, he'll bring excitement back to the Raiders. If I mean,
isn't it weird that two teams may or may not be having this big, thought, and neither of them have a coach? I mean, I don't
know. I know it's a long shot because nephew Josh informed me last night when I was talking to him. He said that the Indiana coach is not an NFL coach, but if I'm the Raiders, man, I'm throwing everything at him.
Yeah, I heard that on
everything. What I'm like, here's the blank check. What do you want? Because you get to draft your guy. You get to build with your guy. You know what I'm saying? Because it's as good as it's ever going to get in Indiana. Okay? It's as the expectations moving forward, you will never, ever meet. I can't see them winning. I'll take that. I'm not giving them enough credit. Who knows? This could be the start of a dynasty. But he won't have his quarterback. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He would have to recruit. I heard they already got another recruiter, and I'm sure the human guru himself, Midnight Rider, will inform us of the quarterback that's coming in. But this is as good as it get right now. This is as good as it get. He's 6. I mean, but if he don't have NFL aspirations, I understand it. This is going to be a movie, of course. Somebody say Who's is part 2. The football redemption. So it was, like I say, it was a great game. I'll tell you who I love, man. When I first saw him beginning of the season, when he scored his first touchdown, he was only 17. Malachi Tony. This guy, man, he has Heisman written all over him. This is the Rocket and Desmond Howard plus. You know what I'm saying? This guy.
So like I said, I never watched him before. I never, because I don't watch. But yeah, he was exciting. You could tell that they were putting their eggs in his basket.
He's going to get stronger. This guy is incredible.
So Midnight Rider said, why leave Indiana? He can start a dynasty. He owns the state of Indiana.
Yeah. The thing is, what's the odds of him getting another championship? I'm just saying, like I said, this could be the start of a dynasty. It could be. But Indiana, like I said, he has to dig down and recruiting and I know he brought a lot of his players from James Madison over. So, I would just, if I'm the Raiders, I'm going to give it a shot. He can only say no, right?
Right.
He can only say no.
I know everybody really wants to hear my more in-depth college point of view because I'm so so knowledgeable of it, but they might be able to give you a little more information coming up on the Tuesday Night Flight next. So let's move on to a little more of our specialty. I don't know if I really want to move on to it, but
wow, I'm impressed. You brought it up quick.
Yeah, obviously the Buffalo Bills went to Denver. They lost 33-30 in the overtime. Game of the weekend. Obviously the loss was tough. It just seems like Buffalo's losses are always devastating. Like they just can't lose. Like they got spanked by the Bengals a few years ago at home. That's true though.
It's gotta be. You and the boss man. I give it to y'all. That's gotta be one of the hardest things to do is to be a Buffalo Bill fan. Y'all losses are just gut wrenching, man.
The loss to the Bengals a few years ago was the biggest gap loss. Like they got beat soundly, and nobody cares. Nobody talks about it because they just got beat. But they had all these losses recently. I wasn't old enough to remember the first Super Bowl, but obviously wide right, the Music City Miracle. They get blown out by Dallas twice. They talk a lot. They talk a lot of crap going into your game. I know there's a famous. My dad brings it up all the time. I don't remember who said it. I'm just make it in the comments.
Yeah,
they were gonna gut the Hogs.
Yeah, the dumbass defensive coordinator.
Yeah, stuff like that. They just can't lose. And I know it's emotional. I know Josh is getting mocked for it, and there are memes of it and stuff. Him crying and all that. And but. We'll talk more about it in the body of the show, and then they fire McDermott. Now I've been against McDermott's firing for a while. Again, my son was on the show last week. He's been on the show last couple weeks. He's been wanting McDermott fired for years, and I've been against it, mostly because, again, well, he's not going to get us over the hump. I don't know that. I have no idea. I just don't know what is on the other side. Do I honestly think they can bring somebody in that's going to put him over the hump? I don't know. Maybe they will, but Harbaugh's already out. Tomlin's not. We're getting too much into it. We got to cover that later on. But yeah, but it was a great game. Josh had 4 turnovers. Obviously, he also had 4 touchdowns. He took the lead with 4 minutes to go. He got him to overtime. I know he missed the throw to Knox that would have won the game. I guess we'll talk about it real quick. I honestly don't really have an opinion because I don't know the rules. I'm not a ref. I see penalties all the time that I don't understand. I see things happen that I don't understand. But do I think it was a catch or not? I really don't have an opinion. When he caught it and he went down, we all screamed in my house. I went, "Oh my God, Brandon Cooks did it!" And then he ripped the ball out, and I was like, "Okay, it was an interception." And when they showed it, I don't know. Apparently, everybody seems to be split on it. But
if I'm a Buffalo Bill fan, I'm pissed right now. Okay.
So you think it was a catch?
I thought it was. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know I would rule it a catch, but when you see at the Chicago game, and the guy catches it, and he was ruled down after he caught it, then the ball then I would be pissed. That should have been a catch, ruled a catch. If the guy in the Chicago game caught it, that should have been ruled a catch. So.
Yeah, the Rams game. I know everybody's been talking about that. Like I said, I'm not going to sit here and act like I know what I'm talking about when it comes to the rules. And we make a joke because I said there's a bunch of family here where we all watch it together. Every time they make a run or something, I'm like, "Oh, he got 4 yards," and then it'll pop up, he got 2. It's like, "Oh, it looked like 4 to me." I don't know, but I hoped it was a catch. There's a bunch of pictures and angles that you see where it damn sure looks like he's got the ball and he's being touched by the guy.
The thing is, how many times have we seen something that's not a fumble because he was ruled down by contact? With his butt on the ground, ass on the ground, knee on the ground, anything. He was clearly on the ground. His back and ass was on the ground.
They're talking about survive the ground, like the ball's got to survive the ground. That's fine, but I don't know how you survive the ground when the guy's ripping the ball out. Like, I mean, if that guy wasn't there and he landed on his back, I don't think he would have lost control of the ball, right? I mean, he lost control of the ball because it was trying to be taken away. I don't know. I know that I watch a show on Fox Sports 1. The main guy on there was adamant that it wasn't a catch. I also watched LaShawn McCoy and the guy he does a video podcast with. They both immediately were yelling during the game it was a catch. I know Joe Burrow has tweeted. It hasn't tweeted in years, and he tweeted that it wasn't a catch. So, I don't know. You got players who are saying it is. You got players that say it isn't. You got referees saying it was. You got referees saying it wasn't. I don't know. I wish it wasn't a catch.
They didn't even look at it. That's what
Well, that's what McDermott was really upset about, and he brought up in the press conference. That
got him fired, though.
Yeah, that was part of it, and there's something else to come on about that today. We'll talk about, but real quick.
Hats off to Denver because they found a way to win,
and they stayed with him. I mean, a lot of people thought
I didn't think they were going to be able to stay with him.
And again, Buffalo had 5 turnovers. They have 2 turnovers. They probably win that game soundly.
Right.
The turnover. I guess we got to mention it. The turnover at half. Obviously, that was on Josh, him running like that, and I don't know what he was doing with the ball. But again, there's that on McDermott too. Why do anything there? Just go in the half. We saw the Rams do it the very next day. They had a few seconds. They had timeouts. They knelt the ball. They went in the half because they had the ball at half. So again, that was also another little coaching thing where you're trying to make something happen when you're only down by 7 and you got the ball at halftime. It was a weird call to go for it, and it was weird that Josh took off and just didn't go down, knowing he couldn't stop the clock. It was very weird. Real quick, we'll move on to the next game. I got all my family feels sorry for me because they're here watching. My uncle thinks it was a catch. My other uncle thought it was a catch. And you never guess what my mom thinks. She thought it was a catch. So
I thought it was a catch too. I thought it should have been ruled a catch. If you're down, if a runner has the ball and he's down by contact, and then it comes out they ruled that down by contact. That's what I saw. So that should have been a rule to catch.
All right, so we're gonna move on.
What's our next game?
Well, we don't talk about this game too much because the Seattle Seahawks, they destroyed the 49ers.
Oh my goodness.
The injuries finally caught up. It wasn't much of a game. Again, most of us on the show last week we picked the 49ers, but Darnold, didn't need to do much. So but yeah, Seahawks look hot going into the championship game, beat down the 49ers. Anything on that real quick?
Now I got a shout out to the Midnight Rider. He was the only one that picked Seattle, wasn't it?
What's happened?
Wasn't it? I think he was
the only one. I can't hear you.
I said shout out to the Midnight Rider. I think he was the only one that picked the Seahawks. Can you hear me? Well, Fly Guy has dipped away a little while. So you got Lee Ice by himself rolling until he gets back. Nothing much to say about, like I said, this game. 49ers got their ass kicked. I didn't see this coming. I thought the 49ers would show some pride, more pride. I mean, not saying that they didn't have pride. I didn't see this ass whooping coming. So opening kickoff, they take it back, touchdown. They never recovered from that. You back, B?
What's going on?
You still having problems?
I hear you now. I don't know what's going on. All right, I got.
He's back, y'all.
Yeah.
Oh no. You got
okay. Yeah. Sorry, we got
everything. You got that Buffalo Wi-Fi?
I guess. I
was just saying, man, there's nothing, like you said, ain't much to talk about this. Seattle got their ass kicked. Not Seattle. 49ers got their ass kicked. Seattle returned the opening kickoff, and it was off and running from there.
Real quick, because we are professionals here. Doesn't matter that we have technical difficulties. We talked about the Bills game and didn't mention the second most important thing in the game. Bo Nix is hurt.
Oh yeah. That's I mean, we'll talk about that in the preview though. Yeah,
and then also we have if you guys can't tell, if everybody watching should know who we have as our guest, old Matty Ice. Be joining us for the rest of the show, talking about coaches, firings, and hopefully Rams going to the Super Bowl. I'm a big Rams fan. I don't know if anybody knows that.
Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it. Man, Lee Ice, I've been looking forward to this for a while now. I told you, I love your damn voice. Like, your voice is just perfect for sports talk, man. It's just, I'm psyched to be on here.
Oh man, thank you, sir. Thank you, brother. I got a question for the Fly Guy.
Yeah.
What does it feel like to be surrounded by ice?
It's cold. Well, it's real cold. It's gonna be cold in a little bit. So another game, not a whole lot to talk about. Texans defense is great, and apparently CJ Stroud just don't know how to play football anymore after his rookie year. I don't know what.
I tried to tell y'all last week. It's real in New England, man, and they're going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
they are, and I know you.
By the way,
I know you and the rest of the all Buffalo Bills fans. Y'all, I hate seeing them in the Super Bowl, boy.
Well, it also sucks too because after the performance that the Broncos put on against Buffalo and it being in Denver, it would have been a really close game. I don't think it was a guarantee either. I mean, either way, now it's almost a guarantee unless we get some Jeff Hostetler, Nick Foles magic. But yeah, Drake May turned the ball over 3 times and they still won by double digits.
What you think about it, Matty?
This game was over early on too. I mean, I feel bad for CJ Stroud being an Ohio State guy. It was hard to watch that first half. The only thing I'd say this too is I don't think New England played particularly well. They also had 3 turnovers themselves. So this was not a pretty game on either side of the ball. Just New England was better, and CJ just couldn't do anything. I mean, in fairness to him, he also didn't have Nico Stroud. Then he loses Schwartz, I think, on the first or second possession of the game. Then he loses his other tight end later in the game. So he was without some of his more significant weapons that he's had down the stretch. But it didn't really surprise me that New England won this game.
To be that bad, man, that was just terrible.
I will say I was a little surprised because the defense did exactly what we thought they were going to do, and they got 3 turnovers. I know the score is 21-16, but Stroud just needed to be competent, and he just wasn't.
Wasn't.
He just looked lost. I mean, the look on his face is like, I don't know. I think one announcer said he just looked defeated. You know.
All right. So the other good game, and arguably had the greatest play we've seen in the last 20 years. The Rams went in Chicago, 20-17. Actually, the game itself wasn't great going into the fourth quarter. I mean, it was fine. It was close, and then they just turned it on in the fourth quarter, and then Caleb Williams decided to run backwards 20 yards and launch himself on one foot and throw a perfect pass into the end zone, and then did what young quarterbacks do and throw a pick and lose the game. So, but it was
that
a great
was a
game.
design play. Ben Johnson drew that up, right?
Like that.
Yeah, he did. He does. He draws plays up. Like, go back and look at some of the Lions plays that they ran. That wasn't luck. I mean, it was luck that he can, but that was drawn up. He had everybody go to the right, and what was the receiver who caught the ball? If you watch, he's slowly going like that, and he has the arm talent to make that throw, man. That wasn't no Hail Mary. What you think, Maddie?
It's that watching that play and Jimmy J in the comments, if you put of his comment, man, he's exactly what I'm thinking too. Is like you see that ball go in the air and you're like, oh, that's going to get picked because he's on his back foot throwing that thing into the end zone. Like, okay, somebody's going to come down and pick this thing off. And then next thing you know, it's like Kmet's just there on his own, like nobody's within 3 yards. I'm like, how the hell does he throw up a 40-yarder off of his back foot that high up in the air? And he ends up getting separation. It was an insane play.
It was funny because when the ball was in the air and the shot came in where the defender was, I was like, oh, he's launching it out of bounds because the defender's just kind of standing there really far away. And then it dropped right in the guy's chest. I was like, oh, what just happened here? Like, what?
When he caught it, it was like, did he really catch that? Because I thought he was throwing. I'm like, why the hell is he throwing the ball away? But I think that was a drawn up play.
All right, real quick. So we got some predictions going in for the Super Bowl. Again, we'll do that in our thing, but just what the audience is saying. Audience, my family. Oh yeah, we know CJ was horrible. That's not what I wanted to hit. So he's got New England.
That's being nice. Saying he was horrible is being nice.
Yeah.
So Tim Sweeney, my other uncle, my dad's whole family's in here watching, him and all his brothers. He's got the Rams and the Patriots. Jimmy's got New England and Seattle. And then they also said threw it up as a prayer. If you think it was a design play, Leroy, then
yeah, it's called prayer. No, I'm serious. It was a design play, man. How did he get that wide open? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, when they showed it, because they were like hollering for push off and stuff, and they showed a replay. Yeah. It wasn't a push off. I don't think the guy thought the ball was going to get there. I don't know what the defender.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing because he should not. It should not have ended that way. That's for sure. But I was happy it did at the time because I was rooting for Chicago, obviously. But
before we move on to the two hottest segments in all of sports media, let's discuss this picture real quick because it's relevant. You guys remember this from last year?
No, that's Stroud
and Caleb. So this was a game last year. It was either Monday night or Sunday night, and like the Texans ended up winning by like a close thing or whatever it was at the end. But Stroud went up to Caleb and gave him like some encouragement, like a Brady would have gone up to like a Josh Allen, like say 5 years ago. Although Stroud's only like a year older than him and has only been in the league for one more year at this point because they're just a year apart. And since this game, Stroud has been awful, and Caleb has become what he's become now. So it's so funny that because this gets referenced on a show I watch all the time, and this is resurfaced after both games. So
I wasn't a Caleb Williams fan coming into the season. I thought he was just a flaky guy, But I became a Caleb Williams fan this year, man. I believe in it. I don't think all he does is lucky, man. Some people think, oh, it's luck. No. His arm talent is ridiculous. So,
and the stuff that he needs to work on can be worked on. He's got the natural gift that you want. The completion percentage and that kind of stuff can be worked on, or hopefully fixed. So
he's only going to get better. I mean, I think this was just the tip of the iceberg for him. I think as far as where he's going to be able to go with this team. I mean, I think it's a learning experience also for Ben Johnson, because let's be honest, I know he likes to go for it, but there are 3 different opportunities where if he just kicks a damn field goal, they win the game. And then for as gutsy as he is the entire game, I was shocked he didn't just go for 2 and win it in regulation. And
we were all talking about, because again, my son's a Rams fan, all my family's here. We were debating. It's like, this guy, he might go for 2, and they're like, no. I was like, what do you mean no?
He can't go for 2.
Well, and then the other part I didn't get, Chicago wins the toss. I know the whole new thing is you kick first, but that Rams defense was on the field for a long time. Take the ball and keep that defense on the field. I didn't like that decision either.
So we got Keith checking in saying Caleb needs to get the percentage up. Yeah, and again, that's something that can be fixed. The kind of pass that he made in that game, that can't really be taught. So the fact that he has that already, and you can work on.
Remember, he had a touchdown earlier this year. He's running to the right. He's going out of bounds. He jumps out of bounds and just throws it up. Well, it looked like he threw it up, but it lands right in the receiver's arms. That's why I say his arm talent is just ridiculous.
And that's another thing. Chicago, how many points did they leave on the board? Was it 6? I know there was one. They
6 to 9.
I hope you don't follow in what's his previous head coach that he was under. Yeah, I hope you don't follow under his method. Keep going forward and not get, like Maddie said, man, take the points. You gotta take the points sometimes.
Especially in a game like that.
Bite you in the ass.
Yeah,
it's gonna come back and bite.
When you're playing an offense like this, although they only put up 20, but when you're playing an offense like the Rams and you know that Stafford can almost score at will, you got to take whatever you can get.
I think the snow slowed the Rams down, because if you watch the game, the first drive, they just went straight down the field.
All right, man. Time to we covered all 4, right? All right. The people been waiting. We got a lot of people watching. They're waiting for the 2 hottest segments. So let's.
And Maddie wants to be a part of it.
I do.
Both fly high and the deep. There he is, y'all. Look at the fly guy.
All right. So, unfortunately, we're dwindling the field down. So, who's been flying high for a month and a half? He's not really flying that high, so can't bring him up. So, we'll do obviously Indiana, that whole area, that whole campus, Mendoza. They're probably flying the highest right now. Obviously the big win for them. He's going to be the first pick of the draft, or if rumors I've heard come to fruition, he'll be a Baltimore Raven. But like I said, it's probably just nonsense that's on the internet. But who knows? We got the Patriots still flying high. We flying right on in the Super Bowl. It looks like. I'm not going to say Drake May's flying high because he's got 5 turnovers of 4 touchdowns. But just irritating that you're just going to back into the Super Bowl. I mean, you can't take nothing away from them. And on paper, it shows that all 3 of the teams have a top 5 defense and they're winning. So but if we ever had a championship game like, I guess the Nick Foles, comes to mind. Right. And I think Hostetler played the championship game too with the Giants, but
yeah, but they had been playing in the regular season going into the playoffs.
True.
So just still talking about, he left all the points on the board. I would say the Broncos are flying high. They should be. They just had the biggest win of their season, beating Josh Allen and the Bills, but unfortunately Bo Nix broke a bone in his ankle, right? On a play that should have never happened, which is also weird. And then Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold's got to be flying high. He's in the championship game. He's got a chance to be the first guy in his draft class to get to the Super Bowl over Josh Allen.
Who else was in that draft class?
Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Baker Mayfield, and Josh Rosen. But yeah, I don't think he will. We'll have that prediction later on. And yeah, so that's not a lot of stuff flying high. But the Rams will be flying right into the championship game. Puka and Stafford still have the chemistry. I know that the Bears had a bad defense going in, so everybody was expecting 40. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that they didn't score. I don't think it's going to have any indication on the offense, but it'll be a great matchup coming up. You play a team 3 times, and hopefully the Rams can fly right on into the Super Bowl and take out old Drake May. Boo.
Matty Ice.
Yes,
Who
guys.
you got flying high?
All right, so my first flying high, if any of you guys don't know, for those just watching, I host a Drive Time Mondays at 5. I do a segment that's called Jose, Can You Sing? Because I am a huge national anthem fan. And Jim Cornelison has to be flying high. That's the guy that did the anthem before the Bears game. It was one of the best anthems I've ever. I love him because he does the Blackhawks game. Now, I was afraid he was never going to make my list because the Blackhawks just don't get into big games anymore. They don't make the playoffs. So they invited him to do the anthem at the Bears game, and he did not let me down. That was one of the best anthems ever. The Chicago fans were going crazy during it. It was just awesome. So Jim Cornelison has to be getting flying high. He's been getting love all over social media. So I give it to him for that. That's my first flying high.
Yeah, I'm gonna go YouTube and watch it now because I didn't hear it.
Yeah, it's
we
all
weren't
over
paying
YouTube.
full attention, but it was good though. Like it was.
Yep. And so I'm now going to give you a little hockey love, because I am a hockey guy. So I'm going to go a little hockey guy. There's a goaltender for the Carolina Hurricanes. His name is Brandon Bussey. He's a 27-year-old rookie. And these are one of these stories that pop up, in sports all over the place, where you see a guy that, and you see it a lot in baseball too, the old vet that's been in the minor leagues forever. He finally gets his shot on an NHL team. He's a goaltender on a very good Carolina Hurricanes team who's had issues with goaltending all year. And this 27-year-old rookie is taking the league by storm. He's the fastest goaltender to get to 18 wins in only 22 games. He's 18-3-1. He's just on fire. It's a great story for, it's a story that everyone loves. The older rookie that comes into the league and then just takes off and flying. So that's another flying high for you. And then if you didn't see it, talking about going on YouTube, there was a goalie fight last night in the NHL. So Allison Doc,
2 goalies?
2 goalies. The first time in 6 years we had a goalie fight. It was between Allison Dukovic and Sergei Bobrovsky so it was between San Jose and Florida. It was a great fight, but Alex joins a rare group of goalies because he's been in a fight, he's scored a goal, and he's got an assist. Only 3 other goalies in NHL history have done that. So it was awesome last night. Those are my 3 flying highs.
Well,
all right. So as you said earlier, how does it feel? Feel a little cold. It is feeling a little cold. So we gotta...
Go back to flying high. Can I do
you got some flying high.
high?
Oh yeah, of course.
Guess who's flying high? The NBA fans who voted for the All-Star game and voted the starters. Guess who's not a starter?
Yeah, I saw that. That's right.
LeBron James. So shout out to all the NBA fans who finally get it. They flying high because they did not vote LeBron as a starter. That's good. That's all I got.
So let's go down to the basement. Let's head on down.
Just come on down. Put your coats on. Put your earmuffs.
Because it's time for the deep freeze.
Maddie, look at that freezer. Tell me that's not the most gorgeous thing that you've ever seen.
It is beautiful.
All right, so quick plug for you to put him in the freezer. Like Maddie said, he's a hockey guy. So if people that are watching the show hasn't checked the show out, check the show out on Monday. He's covers hockey. You can see by the logo.
Look at that.
So if you need your hockey knowledge, check out Drive Time at, what you said, 5:30, right? Monday at 5:30?
Mondays at 5 usually.
5 o'clock. All right, cool.
My brother in ice. Well, I might as well put him in first since we put the fans on flying high. Let's put LeBron James in the freezer for not getting voted to the All-Star game. I'm trying to tell you what he did last year has a lot to do with it. For not showing up. Remember last year, he got voted, didn't make an announcement till what, the day before the All-Star game he wasn't playing. So LeBron, get your ass in that beautiful ass freezer. I don't like you, so you know I'm gonna put your ass in the freezer. Second, we talked about the game. It don't get no uglier than the game he had. C.J. Stroud, Lord have mercy, boy. I don't know what happened to him, man. 2 years ago, he was the talk of the town, cream of the crop. Now he's the bottom of somebody's shoe, man. The game he had was horrible. Or Charles Barkley, how Charles Barkley said terrible.
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 Terrible. C.J. Stroud, I don't know I hope something's not really bothering you. You're not going through anything, major, but you got to improve your play, bro, next year, because you really let your team down, man. And guess who else going in the freezer, Fly Guy?
Well, you already put Josh in there, so
Got to put your boy in there, man.
you put him in there before the playoffs started.
It should have never gone. He missed 2 open receivers, man.
I know.
2, not 1, but 2. And he had the turnovers. I mean, I feel bad, but I'm not apologizing for it.
No, we don't do
You
that.
know why? 'Cause just look at the name of the show. So, but your boy got to go in the freezer, man. He was crying afterwards, but
because he's passionate.
He's cold right now. So, Josh Allen, get your ass in that freezer. And the last, I'm putting whoever is in charge of the NFL replay or the rules committee, because at the very least, what should have happened on the catch, the interception, whatever you want to call it, it should have been a replay. It should have been a replay. You got to look at it. I agree with I was about to call him your coach, but he ain't the coach no more. I agree with your former coach. Can we slow it down at least to look at it?
And I don't disagree with that either.
At least if you're going to call it an interception, fine. But just at least look at it, man.
Well, the play
This
with
is
that
the
magnitude
playoffs.
and where, because if they
people
call it a catch, the game's
on the
over.
line here. Literally, somebody got fired after this. You know, Buffalo wins the game. McDermott still has a job. So, they got to do something about this. So, whoever in charge, whether the rules committee, whatever, replay, get all of them, get in the freezer and figure that shit out. So, that's Lee Ice deep freezer, y'all.
All right. So when we come back, we're going to cover, obviously, to cover the championship games. We'll get a little in-depth conversation about the coach, all the coaching carousel, what's going on. Guys that have been fired. Well, obviously, we know have been fired. We got some hire-ins, and who we all think is going to be, I guess the 2 big ones are the Ravens and the Bills, who we think's going there. And maybe Bill Belichick will come to Buffalo.
Oh, Lord. I really want. Slick.
All right.
Slick.
Love it.
That's the man, buddy. All right, y'all. Let's talk about these coaches getting hired and fired. Maddie, what you think about Sean McDermott getting fired?
Overall, I'm not surprised by it. I think when you have this many shots and you don't get in, it doesn't surprise me. My son is a huge Steelers fan, and he was celebrating after Tomlin got fired. And I think my thought is on all 3 of them: Baltimore, Buffalo, and Pittsburgh. Be careful what you wish for, because you have coaches that have been very, very successful, and we'll see how all 3. I'm going to be very curious to see how all 3 of these teams do, without it. But Buffalo's probably the best spot where anyone want to go, because you've got an established thing that's there ready. I just don't know what's the next guy. And I think that's what you talked about earlier in the show, which I 100% agree with you on. Like, who do you get that's better? Like,
Right.
that I don't know. Like, and so until they hire the coach, we'll see. But I'm not surprised by it, but we'll see if it ends up being the right thing or not. If the next guy can take him to the next, into that Super Bowl game.
And I joked about Belichick before we went to break. Obviously, I don't think that's happening. And if it does, whatever. But the big rumor right now is Brian Daboll. Obviously, Josh Allen's former offensive coordinator, who people think molded him to what he became. And I don't know how much I like that. I mean, I know he got the Giants to a playoffs, but I feel like if you're going to fire a guy like McDermott, who has completely turned the franchise around and has got them to where they are, bringing in a guy like that is not exciting. And I'm not sure who is exciting, but speaking of the coaches, let's get a quick idea of what's going on. So we got 10 teams, right? And we got 4 spots already filled. So we got Harbaugh to the Giants. We got We got Salah to the Titans. What was it? Jeff? I don't even know who that is. Who is that? Jeff?
He's the Green Bay defensive coordinator.
Oh,
He's
right. Okay. Yeah, I read that.
Yeah.
And then we got was it Alex?
Stefanski.
Stefanski to the Falcons. So any of these real quick? I mean, obviously the Harbaugh, but any of these think are gonna work with poor Salah. I mean, he's head coach of the Giants. I mean the Jets.
I'm waiting another year if I'm him, man.
First he goes to the Jets, now he's at the Titans. I mean, what is?
I mean, damn, you would thought he learned his lesson. What happened to him in New York? This might be worse.
I mean, they technically have the quarterback, but do they is the big question.
And he's not an offensive coach, so who's going to work with him?
Yeah.
I don't get that hire. I don't really like the Miami hire. Is interesting. We'll see. It's a coordinator. It's not flashy. Stefanski in Atlanta is interesting, especially if they can get Kyle Pitts to come back, because one thing that Stefanski did well with Cleveland was develop tight ends, and I think Kyle Pitts has been missing that. But I think he's a free agent, so they got to get him back. But that could be interesting. I think that one's. I think he's got a better chance to win quicker than Harbaugh does with the Giants.
He does. I'd like Stefanski going to Atlanta, especially if Kirk Cousins is his quarterback. I mean, I know Kirk's old, and I know people are like, I've been putting this man down for years, but like I said, they're a better team with him at quarterback, and he's an offensive coach, and Kirk can probably run his system to a T, man.
They showed that the last 4 games. He won the last 4 games.
Yeah.
So
I like Stefanski. I like Stefanski and Atlanta. He has more weapons than he ever had in Cleveland. And remember, he got them to the playoffs. So he got them to the playoffs with Joe Flacco.
Right.
The other guy who got hired in Miami, from what I hear, the GM liked him when he was in Green Bay. So I guess that was if I get hired, I'm gonna bring you along.
So do we think? I mean, obviously, I think they want to. Do we think they can move on from Tua? And if not, if they are not going to move on from Tua, you're bringing in a defensive guy. I
don't know. That doesn't look pretty. Miami doesn't look like a pretty thing going on right now. Although they did win what? They did win.
They won 7.
7?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They won 7.
What are they going to do with the last 3 games? Yeah, I think 2 is done.
But there's no way they can trade him, right? He's just going to be a $60 million bench player.
Or I don't know how much of his money they have to eat up if he gets cut. Because that's the thing with the NFL. You never know how these salaries work. I can't remember how much they eat if they just waive him. But yeah, I mean he might be the backup, because I think you saw enough out of viewers where I think they're probably going to give him. You think that he would be the starter going into opening day.
Yeah, or at least let him compete with Tua. I don't know.
Yep.
It's as a Bills fan, I'm glad it's a disaster over there. But
so, Brian, you being a Bills fan, how do you feel about Joe Brady? And I call him Brian Dumbass. They don't.
Well, hold on. We got somebody that might want to give his we got a special guest.
This stuff, Vic, not Ryder.
What's up, dog? Now I just want to jump in real quick because I mean, if Maddie get to be on, I should be able to get on.
Of course,
one of the best shows in the land. And don't forget, Maggie does drive time 5 o'clock on Mondays. Of course, we got 7:45 Tuesday night flight. But really, what I want to jump in, y'all were talking Stefanski early, and don't forget, Stefanski was in Minnesota when Kirk was there, and Kirk had his better years. So there's no transition necessary for Kirk and Stefanski. It'd be going back to what you did before. Just signing back up for something you did. Just wanted to jump in with that, man.
Oh, hey, man, no. Stay on, bro.
Yeah,
Midnight Rider, you know me for years. Would you have ever thought that I'll be praising Kirk Cousins?
That's the other reason. That's actually the other reason I jumped in, because I wanted to make sure you were okay. I didn't know we needed to call 911 or something, because I've never heard you say anything good about Kirk. So yeah, man, that was crazy. I just had to come in and be part of that because I wanted that on the ledger. You know what I'm saying? VI said something good about Kirk Cousins. I was there to witness it. So for sure. And Flying Brian ain't slick. I see what he's doing with the graphics, man. I mean, he's killing it, knocking it out of the park.
Killing it.
This
look, he never tells me. He said, I would just want to see your reaction.
Yeah, I like getting his live reaction. Everything that I put up. Well, I did show you the new ice background, but yeah, this show is real. Anything you see on here is real. We don't apologize for it, and we get real reactions. So you brought up Joe Brady.
I like that.
Yeah. Again, similar to what I said about Dayball. We're gonna upgrade Joe Brady. I mean, I think Brady's gonna get a head coaching job somewhere else. I got up on the screen some of the potential candidates. So we got offensive-minded coach, defensive-minded. Mike LaFleur, I think, might be interesting. Rams offensive coordinator. I mean, Stafford's about to win an MVP. And then Clint Kubiak is also interesting. What he's done with Darnold and the Seahawks. I think you should, if you're going to fire McDermott and a defensive-minded guy, I would assume, and I've read that they are wanting an offensive-minded coach. So if that's the direction they're going to go, if you're going to do coordinators, I kind of like those two. I don't want McDaniel. I know he's a genius or whatever. If he wants to be offensive coordinator, fine. I don't want him as a head coach. I don't know how that works. You fail with
Dolphins. He his little capris in Buffalo in the wintertime.
That too. I don't want to have to deal with a press conference with him every week and his quirky nonsense. I mean, if he wins a Super Bowl, it'll be cute. But when he doesn't, it's not. It's annoying. So.
Is the LaFleur guy? Is he related to LaFleur in Green Bay?
Yes.
He is? Okay.
Yeah, he had a stint with the Jets that didn't go well, but of course his quarterback was the MILF Hunter. What's his name from BYU?
The MILF Hunter.
This kid from BYU. You know what I'm talking about?
I know. Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
Where is he at? He's still around?
He's backing up somewhere. In Denver, he ain't getting a start.
No.
Denver?
No, he's not with them. I don't know. I gotta look it up. I forgot, but he's somewhere where the starter is pretty good. Oh, he's in Miami. That's actually where he is.
Okay.
Yeah, they would have rather started yours than him.
Yeah.
Where do old women go to retire? Yeah.
Miami.
And then Shula is appealing. Obviously, the name against a defensive coach. If Buffalo also wants to look at where they think they don't need an offensive-minded guy because they average 30 points a game with Josh Allen anyway, and technically the issue this year was the defense was the worst it's been under McDermott. So if they want to go defensive-minded again, I don't know. Tomlin's not – he's not coaching. And everybody else on this list for defensive-minded doesn't really appeal to me. I'm just optimistic. I just hope whatever it is works. But again, I'm not the guy. I didn't want to get rid of McDermott. I wanted to.
Do you think Josh was okay with this? They had to run it past him.
Yeah, I'm assuming the problem is that what I wanted to mention earlier, I forgot to mention it. Players are pissed off that they got rid of him, and they're being very vocal about it. So hopefully that all decides when they go in. But Josh has not said a word. So I'm
Means
not.
he
I
was
haven't.
okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, you would assume they would have checked with him. Real quick, there was a thing where that's being reported that McDermott, Pagula, the owner, and Brandon Bean, the GM, all had a meeting 5 or 6 weeks ago, and McDermott was vocal about how he felt about the roster and how they were missing. They didn't have the right pieces to get to a Super Bowl, and apparently, Pagula and Bean were pissed off about that. Whether that has anything to do with anything, I don't know, but that's being reported now. So.
Pakula's
They're
been
too
known
long.
to make hot, quick decisions because he's done that with the Sabres team. I mean, like he gets rid of coaches and GMs there very quickly too. So we'll see. I mean, on the Raiders side of it, being a Raider fan, I've said this on my show yesterday. If I'm the Raiders, I'm calling Sean McDermott because I will gladly take him. The Raiders have been without a playoff spot forever, so I will gladly accept a coach that can just find the goddamn playoffs. Like that's good enough for me for right now because our team is so damn terrible and such a joke. Like I would love to see. I'd love to see McDermott there. I don't think he's going to go there. I think he is going to coach again, but I don't think it'll be in Las Vegas, but I'd be calling him up.
Ryder, any input on McDermott and Buffalo? Or statement? I mean, I know you're going to cover it in a few minutes, but
no, I'll give you a snippet. I'll give you a piece of what I would say. I think we called on our show all three of the aging head coaches being gone. I think we all had that on our bingo card, and it's happened kind of the way we thought. I thought Harbaugh would lose if whoever lost the Steelers Ravens game, that coach would get let go first. Then the next one would step down, and I thought McDermott had to get there. And the only problem for him is just like Lee Ice and like Matty have said eloquently, it's just you keep getting to the promised land and getting close, but you just can't get to the show. So I think there just has to be a fundamental change sometimes. And I'm with Matty on the thought of what's next and who's next. And are you putting yourself in a better spot? But sometimes you gotta have change because 18, 19, and then 10. That's the three longest tenured coaches in the league.
Yeah, I think Vrabel is the longest tenured coach in the AFC East, and he's been there less than a year.
Are you sitting? Damn.
Yeah.
Well, the other three teams don't have coaches.
Oh my God! And
Well,
he's on the
the Jets would
Well, the
technically,
Dolphins, they don't have coaches.
That's crazy. Second year coach.
The Dolphins just got their coach, so he's
All right, let's
the
get to the conference championship, y'all.
right.
We got about 10 minutes.
So let's do our conference championship preview. Last time I can play this.
Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs?
playoffs.
All right, so we have the AFC Championship game. The New England Patriots, favored at 5.5, travel to Denver to take on not Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos. So we have guests, so we'll let them go first. Go ahead, Matt. Go ahead and give us your prediction.
Yeah, I mean, Garrett Stidham's making his fifth start ever, his first since 2023. He's never been in a playoff game. So the question is, can Sean Payton get him ready for it? I know a lot of people are just thinking Denver's done. I am not one of them. I think Denver's defense, if New England plays like they did last week, Denver's defense will win this game. And with that, I'm going to stick with the home team. I think Denver finds a way, and Garrett Stidham does just enough and wins the game.
I like that. I like that.
Oh.
I don't know officially what my pick's going to be, just because I haven't really gotten into it. And I know I'll probably have to do it Sunday morning. But my thoughts on this game, period, is just I think the Broncos losing Knicks hurts. But, it could be a blessing in disguise. I think Matty's right. I think there could be some Stidham magic. You know, we used to do a show with a guy that loved him some Jared Stidham back in the day. But that's neither here nor there. But there's a possibility. And the Patriots, Drake looked okay in another game, but I mean, was it the Texans defense? And if that's the case, you know, they got a gift last week with CJ Stroud playing like straight ass the whole game. So we don't know what could have been if the Texans got some kind of functioning quarterback play. They could have won that ball game and make this a whole different situation. So I think Denver has a chance. And it's a little bit bigger than Lloyd Christmas. Looking at Miss Mary Swanson.
Mary Swanson, 1 in a million?
Hey, there's a chance.
Didn't he play for the? Go ahead.
Oh no, you're good.
Didn't he play for the Patriots?
Yeah, I think it was the Patriots or the Raiders, one of the two.
He was with the Raiders for a little bit.
But who drafted him? Who drafted him?
I can't remember who
I
drafted him.
want to say the Patriots. I want to say
The Patriots. Didn't Belichick draft him?
He may
I
have.
think so.
Okay.
So
he got a little bit of revenge factor working, but I don't know. At least they do have home field advantage, and that is a tremendous home field advantage. But I think Denver's defense has to score twice to win this game, and I don't see that happening. Drake May takes his team to the playoffs. I know that's going to upset the fly guy and the boss man, but it's going to happen. New England will be playing for a 7th championship.
All right, so we got Jimmy. Is Denver's defense better than the Texans? It's not better, but it's close though. Denver's got a really good defense. I mean, I know Buffalo put 30 on him, but that's just it. And Josh Allen. So I'll take. Hey, I don't have to sound like a homer since Matty Ice already broke it down very nicely. I'll take the Broncos too. Get some Nick Foles, Jeff Hostetler magic, and they said Drake May's not playing great. Defense bailed him out pretty much in the last game. So if they have 3 turnovers, hopefully they can.
The Patriots defense. I think they were ranked 4th this year. So
yeah, they're pretty good too. But Drake can't handle the air. Too tired, and Broncos won by a field goal.
It'd be a nice story, but we've already had our football story in Indiana, so
I don't really believe it, but it sounds good. All right, so we got the actual MVP, Matt Stafford, not the fake one. That's in New England. Heading to Seattle to take on the Sam Darnold-led Seattle Seahawks in Seattle. Seahawks favored by less than 3. Obviously, Midnight Rider is not going to predict the game. Let's just get your thoughts on it real quick without a prediction.
This is looking in the mirror. I mean, offensively, Clint Kubiak, Sean McVay, kind of the same tree, a little bit different. There's a hint, a little bit something different because it's not Sean McVay isn't full-fledged Shanahan as much as Kubiak is, but that's what make this ball game. I think Seattle's defense is the game changer, and if they can keep getting what's my man from New Orleans, Shaheen. I mean, he's been a difference maker the whole time he's been there. I think if somebody want to check it out, I think he's got 3 or 4 return touchdowns, whether it's punt or kickoff, since he's been there. And that's probably one of the biggest pickups outside of the Patriots picking up. Not the Patriots. I'm sorry, the Jags picking up. Jacory Myers, Matt, that they got from y'all?
Yeah. No, Jacoby Myers went to Jacksonville.
Yeah. So that's the only other person to have a bigger impact from a trade standpoint in my mind. So I just think this is going to be an entertaining ball game. I don't know where I want to go in this one. So thank you for not even putting the pressure on me to make a prediction because I ain't ready.
Yeah, stay tuned. Stay tuned for later in the week to get the Midnight Riders prediction. I'll give mine real quick. As you saw earlier in the show, I'm a massive Rams fan, so I will be taking the LA Rams. It's going to be a good game. Again, I've talked about it before. My son being on here, he is not a Sam Darnold believer, so this is the ultimate game for him. He's got to get past Sam Darnold to get back to the Super Bowl. But I'm gonna take the Rams. It'd be pretty high scoring game. It's a 28-24 Rams. So I don't have the
go.
overs unders on here. That's on me. I think the over was like 47.5. And the last game, the over under was like 41.
Since about October, I've been saying the Rams are going to the Super Bowl. So I'm going to stick with that. Look at the spread. You get 3 if you're the home team. As good as Seattle's been, and they've been the number 1 seed, they're only 2.5-point favorite. Vegas knows who is the better team. And I guess they're just being respectful to make Seattle favorite. Sam Donald didn't have did I miss something? He didn't have a great game Sunday, did he?
They didn't need
Has
to. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so I think the pressure's still on him. And if he's still injured, I think the Rams win this easy. I really do. I think they
this is
win
the
this
Super
easy.
Bowl.
I don't think Seattle, unless Seattle runs the ball, run the Rams to the ground, but I don't see that happening. Give me the Rams. Give me the Rams 23-10.
All right, real quick before we got to get out of here, we got Tuesday night flight coming up next.
Let Manny give his prediction.
In the comment. Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped over. My bad.
I think this game's the Super Bowl. I think whoever wins the Rams in Seattle wins the Super Bowl. I think whoever wins this game easily beats us. And what's interesting, folks, defense is back in the NFL. New England, Denver, Rams, Seattle. Probably the 4 best defenses in the league, and they're in the championship game. Defense is king again. Let's just hope these 2 games. Let's hope the game's as good as the first 2 was. The Rams won the first game 21-19 at home by 2. Even though Sam Darnold in that game with 4 interceptions, the crazy comeback win that Seattle won at home 38-37 in overtime, where they went for 2 and got it. Seattle's at home. The home teams won the first 2 games. I'll take Seattle.
All right.
So my uncle Rams and Patriots, part 3 in the Super Bowl.
So I got Rams Broncos. Maddie's got Broncos Seattle, and then Midnight Riders. We will find out later this week. My uncle Jimmy says he's got Seattle, which will make my parents mad, and then my mommy has got the MVP Matt Stafford for the win.
Yeah. Mama Sweeney knows what she's talking about. J.R. Sweeney, you're gonna be a happy man on Sunday.
Yeah, we'll have him on. We'll have him on to preview the Super Bowl if they win. If not, we don't want him on.
He might not come on if they lose.
Exactly.
Hey, you guys, stay in contact with me because I know we might want a guest picker for Sunday. I don't know who's in and who's out. Honestly, I think we should just do a big bonanza.
That's a big one, yeah.
And just get every host that we can this week and next week to preview the Super Bowl and preview the championship games. We just have like a junkie palooza.
Sounds good. I'll make a banner for that for Junkie Palooza. I'll make a banner.
There you go.
A background.
I won't. I'm on the ice on Sunday morning, so I'll be out.
Yeah, Maddie's speaking parents out of games on Sunday morning.
Could be happening. I'm doing training games, so it's a possibility I'll be working with young refs. And if somebody mouths off, I'm never afraid to throw out a parent. I love it.
So I got one more question for you, Fly Guy. What brand of Kleenex did you use on Sunday?
Yeah.
Whatever from Costco, whatever that.
Might as well. I mean, but at least you're getting a new coach, and you're going into a new stadium, so that's exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I still think they'll be pretty good. I mean, unless the coach is just. I mean, throughout the whole tenure for the last couple of years, all the comments were Josh Allen is saving McDermott's job. So if that's the case, then we'll still be pretty good, and hopefully whoever they bring gets over the hump. If they go 6-10 or whatever, then they realize, or 6-11, they realize they made a massive mistake. But yeah, I mean, it keeps it exciting. I know you got high hopes going into the next season. Maddie's got, he's going to have the hot new quarterback. Maybe not an automatic turnaround, but I know you got to be excited for the future. So
who would you like to see your coach, Maddie?
Well, I wouldn't mind Flores. I think he's he's got connections with Brady. I think that could be the way that they go. But I've also heard Flores rumor for Pittsburgh, so we'll see what happens with that. They're doing a second interview with Minner and Elviro. We'll see. I honestly would love it to be Sean McDermott. I think he'd be a great fit for that team, but I don't think that Sean wants that job. But that's who I honestly would love to see, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Is Brady making this call?
Allegedly, I don't trust that either. Like I told everyone, if you hear John Gruden get named the head coach, then Boy Wonder, which is what I call Mark Davis, I call him the Boy Wonder. Then that means the Boy Wonder is still making the decisions. So we'll see. We'll supposedly it's all the GM and it's Brady, which those guys go back to their New England days too and their college days. So we'll see.
Man, a man with that hairstyle should not be making any type of decisions.
No, he should not.
He should not be making any type of decision. Fellas, Midnight Rider, thanks for checking in, man. It's always a pleasure.
Another reason to tune in. You never know who's going to pop on.
You never know. We never know. And the smooth one, y'all, Matty Ice. It was his first time checking in on Unapologetic. Thank you, sir.
It won't be
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Your first, the damn sure won't be your last. As you know, Midnight Rider will tell you, being your first time on here, we will send you, you know what? We're going to send you 3 cases of Annihilators. Okay?
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
3 cases of Annihilators, and not orange, not grape. We're going to send you ginger ale Rock Creek soda. How about that?
All right.
We're going to switch it up for Matty Ice, man. We're going to switch it up. All right, everybody. It's time flies when you're having fun. We got to get ready for the Tuesday night flight. We leave you like we always leave you. Whether you like it or don't like it, damn it, you better learn to love it. Because damn it, we're the best. Unapologetic sports on the Sideline Junkie Podcast Network. For the Midnight Rider, for the smooth operator, Matty Ice, for the fly guy, even though it was kind of hard, I'm your favorite Uncle Lee Ice. We got out of here.
Hey now, jump in and buckle up for another episode of In the Passenger Seat, where we take you on a ride throughout the sports world, just one interview at a time. And as you can see, I got with me my guy, the correspondent. Keith, how you doing this evening, my friend?
I'm doing good, Jack. I was on assignment last week. I went back and watched that episode. Really enjoyed that. Special thanks to Midnight Rider for holding it down, as he always does. But yeah, I'm ready for the conversation tonight, ready to get started. Hope you're doing well as well.
Yes, sir, doing well. And last week, yes, Coach Frill, he's something, man. He's one of the good ones. I really enjoy Coach Frill. I've been watching him from afar for several years now, and to get to sit down and talk football with him was pretty good. I enjoyed it.
So did I.
You know what time it is? It wasn't that time last week because I ain't have no mail. But the gentleman's got mail, baby. I want to say thank you to everyone that's been participating in this Gentleman's Got Mail segment that I started. If you need anything, the information is on the Facebook page of sizes, address, all that. I really appreciate it. And if you don't want to send me something, just send me your team's link to your school store so I can go on and purchase some merch. Maybe Keith will get some merch.
Yep.
You know, I just want to support you guys and wear your colors around town or on the show.
Yeah,
So
we want to represent for sure. So.
Oh, no doubt. What I got here, Keith, is this is a North Carolina package, and the gentleman's last name is the same as mine. His name is Vic Carr. He's a follower of the Sideline Junkies podcast network, and he also follows this show as well. He said, "I got something to send to you from it's old new stock or new old stock," he called it. So apparently, I think this is going to be an old school hat. Is what it feels like. So let's get into ripping and see what he's got. These bags are something, man. They just wrap it nowadays. There we go. And the name of school is Clayton High School. And Clayton High School is in Johnson County, North Carolina. Clayton High School. It's an old school cursive cap.
Yeah.
Little Velcro back on it. I like it. Let me see. Oh, yeah, it's one of them old school nugget hats.
What's their mascot? What does it say? The mascot name in the tail?
No, it does not say the mascot in the tail. But the mascot is the Comets. They're the Clayton Comets.
Okay.
They're at 6000 South Fayetteville Street in Clayton, North Carolina. So next time I'm down that way, I'll definitely check the school out, Vic. Thank you very much from Clayton, North Carolina. I will wear this Comets hat with pride. But right now, I'm going to go ahead and put it up on the rack. It's my merch rack back here is what I got. So we're going to put you right here, Vic.
There we go.
Stay up there. Stay, Cookie.
There you go.
All right. And, you see we got some of here, Loyola Blakefield. We got the Calvert Cavaliers. We got the Kent Island Bucks. I got this here from the Coast Guard. When I was up at Laurel High School, the Coast Guard guy gave me a little rubber duck. So I said, thanks, Coast Guard guy. I mean, you got to respect the Coast Guard, man. They bad dudes, and they're on the water.
I think you're going to have to get on Amazon and get another shelf.
Yeah, well, I'm getting ready to take all my autographed footballs off that shelf and just make it a swag shelf.
There we go. I like it.
But you know, Keith, you're going to like this show even better tonight, man. This evening, we got a 3-time Maryland state champion football coach. He's a 5-time Southern Maryland Athletic Conference Coach of the Year. Let's welcome head coach of the Tuxet Panthers. We want to welcome Steve Krantz to the show. Hey, Steve, welcome.
Hey, man, thank you. So great to be here. Can't wait.
Well, it's been great to watch you coach. I've watched you coach for some time now. And if I throw some names out, you'll know one of them was Jeffrey Ricker and Kyle Randall. Randall was your tight end.
Yes, sir.
I went and watched you guys at the bank that year in the state championship.
That was the first one.
Yep. So I've been following you for some time, and then I saw, you made some coaches changes, and you've been to some programs I'm familiar with. But we'll get to that here shortly.
All right.
Everyone knows how we like to do it, and the way we like to do it, Coach, we want to ask you, give us one of your earliest sports memories, something that got the ball rolling to be this sports guy that you are, Coach.
Well, honestly, it's hard to pick one, but one of the biggest factors in my life, my father was a men's volleyball and basketball coach up in a small rural town in Northeast PA. And from the time I was able to move around and not get trampled, he was taking me to practices every evening, grab me after school and drive me up there. And I got to watch him around his guys and coach. And that was really kind of what got me addicted to just the drama and the intensity and dealing with kids. And my local high school football stadium was only a block from our house. And when I was little, I used to go up and crawl through the hole in the fence and sneak in there before games and be out there for all the pageantry and everything like that. So, I mean, I was in love with athletics and sports and the competition and the passion of it. Right from the jump. And I knew that was what I wanted to do and what I wanted to be. and it didn't hurt, having my father, be a huge influence in that part of my life either.
It sounds very similar to the road I took. My dad was a big time coach. He got offered a couple of high school jobs, never took any of them. But I myself used to sneak through fences. When we were little, it was always easy to slide through a fence. Because if we wanted on that other side, we got there,
Yeah.
And I used to do the same thing up at Northwestern High School and Bladensburg High School. I grew up in PG County. And those were the schools that were trying to get my father in as a baseball coach. And he just enjoyed getting them ready for high school. My dad liked coaching 11, 12-year-olds. And myself, I did the same thing for almost 20 years. So that's me and you seem to have a little bit in common with that. So was your dad a ball player when he was younger?
He played basketball when he was younger. He was big time, hoops guy. He was a son of a Methodist minister. So when summertime came, they'd be going off doing missions and going up to the lake, and so he didn't really get into baseball, but he was an athletic guy. And he's one of those guys that he can watch any sport, and that's how it is. You call your dad, call your mom, she wants to know how you're doing. You call your dad, he wants to talk about the Yankees. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, he was always the guy, always had time to play catch, always had time, for me growing up. So, it was big for us.
How many siblings did you have?
I have one sister. She actually is coaching. She's the head field hockey coach at Patuxent with me. She's down there.
Oh,
so we have, and my brother-in-law is the athletic director. So we got a whole family affair thing going on at Patuxent High School. Now my 3 sons are coaching with me. So yeah, we got a pretty good thing going down there right now.
Okay, so coming up in PA, what sports did you participate in, basically?
So football, basketball, baseball. I mean, back in the 80s, it was okay to play 3 sports. Nowadays they keep telling kids to specialize now. Man, we never did that. It was what was the next thing? Football season ended, get the high tops on, and let's go play hoops. And springtime came. And it was cold up there in the spring now, but baseball is actually what I ended up going to play in college. I was a catcher. I had opportunities to play football, but I thought, my future was in baseball. Went to Westchester University, and but I played as many sports as I could. Obviously, because my dad's volleyball background, I played a little volleyball too, but not. I didn't play for the school because that was during baseball season up there in PA. But we did the 3 sports, and it was rewarding. It was good.
You're speaking of baseball, and you said you were a catcher, and you got another catcher right here. So good God, we might be twins. So what got you into wanting to be a catcher, though? I mean, I can tell you what made me be a catcher, but I want to hear your story. How did you become a catcher through playing ball?
What? I mean, I could tell you the romantic version of that. I mean, I was quarterback in football. I was a point guard in basketball, and catching for me allowed me to run the team. You know what I mean? So, I got to touch the ball every pitch. But the real facts are I was too slow to be an outfielder. So my American Legion coach says, you know what, you might want to be a catcher. And that happened like my junior year of high school. And I just fell in love with it. And it just fit my personality. It fit, who I was as a competitor. And, it was the perfect fit at the time for me. So, but being able to touch the ball every pitch was, that's what I didn't want to stand out in center field and pick daisies. You know what I mean?
Nope.
Yeah.
I agree. That's almost the same thing. I mean, they had me out in right field, and I'm sitting down after a while. It was fun. And I said, man, can I put that equipment? Let me put that face mask on, man. Let me see what that's like. The next thing you know, I'm getting beamed by balls. My hands swelled up. I don't know if I like this catching thing, but my dad was the coach.
Some of my fingers are still crooked. Some of my fingers are still
Yeah, I caught till I had my first knee surgery. That was 16, I think, 15 or 16. I had my first knee surgery, and I went to third from there. And then after ball stopped, I went on. Keith played as well. We played tournament slow pitch softball, and I was an outfielder there because I was a little slimmer back then and a little quicker. But we were in a blowout, and I asked Coach, could I play second? Because shortstop was one of my best friends, and he always telling me how it feels to turn a double play. Oh, it's like sex. And I'm like, I don't know about that. Well, shit. First double play I turned, man, I wanted another and another. So I got addicted to second base after that.
Yeah. I played a little modified softball when I got out of college. It was like as an in-between slow and fast pitch.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, my dad played modified.
Yeah, it was kept my competitive juices going in my early 20s, you know, when the dream of pro ball is over, you know what I mean? So, but.
Right. So, Keith, what do you got for Coach here? You know, looks like we're getting ready to go to school here, and what do you got?
No, I just, first of all, Coach, thanks for joining us, and congratulations on all the success
Thank you.
that you've achieved here these last couple of years. I know it's a lot of hard work that goes into that. I want to go back to Clark Summit, PA, just for a minute.
Reverse.
If you could. Coach, I had to look this up on a map. All right. And am I right here? This is like north of Wilkes-Barre. And
Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, north of
Scranton.
Yeah.
What was it like up there? Were you the kid that was just like kind of like Jack and myself that were just knocking on doors during the day, during the summer, trying to get everyone, out to play ball with you?
Yes.
This is very different than times are now, like when we were young.
Right. We got kicked out of the house at 9 a.m. and Mama rang a bell when it was time for dinner, or when the street lights came on, you knew you needed to come inside. So we were
street lights, right?
Yeah, we were playing. We were playing stickball, wiffle ball, tackle football. I mean, whatever we could do. We were outside constantly, and calling every kid in the neighborhood, organizing huge games. I mean, it was that was what life was. And I think you learn lessons doing that the kids don't sometimes get nowadays, because everything's so organized and everything's so, we had to work out our differences on the field by ourselves. There were some of the greatest plays I've ever seen with nobody around.
There was no internet.
Right.
Yeah, you couldn't.
Nobody was filming stuff on the phones, So it was, Clark Summit was fantastic. I mentioned to you guys before the broadcast. I mean, it was a lot of old school, off the boat ethnicity. A lot of different cultural diversity up there, and it was just, just one of those places where, the town shuts down on Friday nights for football, and, everybody's getting out, and supporting their local teams, and lots of small schools that, they didn't really merge schools. That every town had their own kind of deal going on. And so it was special. And,
a lot of school spirit, a lot of investment from the whole community. It was a huge event. I love to see communities come together, and then you have those rivalries, right? That happen, and you didn't even want to go to school the next day.
No, you still,
right?
I'm 55 years old now, and I just got off the phone with my buddy who is a reporter for the Scranton Times, and we were still talking about a game from 1987 where we had a chance they were ranked number 1 in the state, and we kicked a field goal to win the game, and it hit the crossbar, and we were still talking about it as just like it was happened yesterday.
Yeah, that's so cool.
And and we were competitors but now it's just laughing and just talking about all the stuff that happened. It was it was a childhood that was really rewarding, and wouldn't trade it for the world.
Yeah, if you had to lean in one direction, would you say you got the athletic ability from mom or from pops, or good?
I mean, honestly, it's a combination of both. I mean, women's sports. My mom, they both graduated from West Scranton High School in 1964. So you're not talking about women's sports.
Yeah,
wasn't a thing. She would play. She talked about playing volleyball and different things in middle school and stuff. But once they got to high school, that wasn't really the thing. Like my father was a basketball guy, but they were both they both encouraged my sister and I to try everything, and they gave us a lot of confidence, and they gave us a lot of support, and they were always willing to do whatever they had to do to give us an opportunity. So, I mean, I was blessed. And, I kind of think that kind of permeates over into how I coach now. Like every kid deserves an opportunity, and you want to try to love them up and try to, make them feel like they have a chance to, I tell my kids all the time at Patuxent, the version that I see of you is greater than the version that you actually see of yourself. And I think that's why I drive them like the way I do, because, when I see a kid and I see potential, right? So it's up to me to pull that out of them. And sometimes I got to drag them across the finish line, but that came from my parents and the support, and my dad was a school teacher for, 35 years. And I swear that he never saw, like, you talk to him, he never had a bad kid. Now I know that's not true, but like he never, and just talking to him, that kind of rubbed off on me. You know what I mean? Like, you got to give every kid an opportunity to take their shot. So.
Right. When you started playing sports, did everything come natural to you, or did you need a lot of reps, or are you just like a grinder to keep up?
Well, I mean, the thing is, I enjoyed like practicing. You know what I mean? Like I was the kid that could go out in the backyard and throw the tennis ball off the garage 100 times in a row. You know what I mean? Like, and I would make it a game, and I would pretend I was, and I'm sure you guys were the same way. I knew every lineup of every team in the MLB, and I could go out there and I would play World Series just throwing the ball against the garage. I mean, so I think all those things growing up, like just going out and trying to entertain myself, just kind of gave me skill sets that just transitioned seamlessly over into Little League baseball and Legion baseball and youth basketball and football. I mean, I would say football would be the one that I had to work the hardest at, because in our town, the youth football, they played on Sundays. Well, until I was in 7th grade, I couldn't play because the games were during church. And that was non-negotiable in my house. So I had to wait till 7th grade, and then the games were like, 2:00. So I'd go to church, and then I could go and play the game. So, the football skill set, that was all backyard street stuff. I didn't have any kind of polished, knowledge of the game. Hell, I didn't even know how to put my pads on when I was in 7th grade.
Right.
So that was kind of a development. And, that's kind of how I am now as a coach. I mean, I've been doing it. I'm going into like year 34. Wow. But I don't think I ever stop. I'm never really satisfied with my knowledge. I'm always trying to, look for a better way to do things, always. And because I think once you stop, it's time probably to shut her down. So can't get stale.
Go ahead, Jack.
Well, fellas, I want to break some news. It's just been brought to my attention in the high school coaching world in Maryland. Coach Krause might already know this news, but I'm gonna call him legendary. Legendary Spalding football coach Kyle Schmidt has stepped down to take a job with the University of Maryland. Kyle's on. He's a friend of the podcast. He's on 4 straight MIAA championships. So he's been doing phenomenal things over there at Spalding football. And I tell you, I think he can help Maryland football. You know, do you know Coach Schmidt?
Just got off the phone with him, Coach.
Get out of here.
I just got off the phone. Well, about 2 hours ago, I talked to Kyle. I've known Kyle since he was coaching high school football at Athelton, and Kyle's one of those guys that I call in the off season, and you know, from time to time we get together and we share secrets and tactics and stuff. And when he went to Spalding, you know, I was there, you know, when he was just getting that thing off the ground, really, because, you know, he took over. It wasn't really much anything. And then, you know, he took over, and I'd go up when they started their practice early. I'd take my son and we'd go up and watch practice. And, you know, I got the phone. When I talked to him today, I said, man, there's really nothing else that you could do at Spalding. He had him ranked nationally in the top 10. I said, they're going to start treating you like St. Francis. No one's going to want to play you anymore in the MIAA because you keep winning championships. But, you know, he said, like, you know, his son's in 8th grade now and a little bit older, and Kyle wants this opportunity, and he's going to be the tight ends coach there starting off. Okay. He starts February 1st, and man, it couldn't happen. He is one of the good guys in our profession, and he's willing to mentor coaches and kids, and his personality is just, I mean, he's just like I said, he's just one of the good guys, a guy I love being around. I love talking football with him, and he's just a phenomenal football mind too. So this is honestly, I think this is just like the beginning for him moving up the college ranks. You know, I think he's gonna shoot like a rocket through the profession, because he's just got that thing, man. He's got the it factor as far as being able to motivate and educate and do his thing on the football field. He's phenomenal.
Well, I tell you, I'm glad I brought that up. I was cautious about bringing it up because I just got a text from a friend that told me this. Yeah. And I'm like, man, I can't overshadow Coach Crounce with Coach Schmidt's news. But now that I find out you guys are boys, that's a good little.
We're all good.
Transition.
I'm happy. We're all very happy for him. In fact, my son Tyler got to play quarterback for him in the Crab Bowl back in, I guess it would be 2013. He got to play for Kyle. So yeah, we're pretty, you know, we're friends, and I value that, because
that's awesome.
You want to stick with good people. He's good people.
Definitely. No, I was just up at Spalding yesterday. I was up there for Coach Pratt and the basketball team. So beautiful campus. I've just driven by. I've never been on it. They got a great campus. The ball field looks amazing in the back. Baseball field right there. Yeah, Spalding, that's a really beautiful campus.
It is.
Got a few comments coming in for you, Coach. This one here is from your guy Jeff Ricker. What's up, Crouncey? That's from your guy Ricker. Everybody knows Ricker.
He's my man. He's been with me from the beginning. His son had that 1 year he had like 140 tackles, and yeah, I mean, Jeffrey grew up hanging out with my sons, grew up in the house. I've known those guys since they could just start walking. I mean, we've been friends forever. So yeah, I value Jeff's friendship too.
Yeah, no, me too. I've been friends with Jeff for a good long time too. Rob Randall was my best man in my wedding.
Oh, there you go.
Another lesbian, as they call them folks.
Is that they're called lesbians? Okay.
Yeah.
I used to love saying that back then. Because when I lived in Crofton, I was in Solomon's every weekend. Me and my wife, or my girlfriend at the time, we were down Solomon's every weekend. But then once I moved to the Eastern Shore, we had Kent Island. I already got water and dock bars and stuff here, so I don't got to go to Solomon's no more. And they told me about that.
Funny story about Solomon's, so I was coaching at Delaware Valley High School, and I was about to move down to Patuxent. It was 2002, and my wife and I were going to come down and start looking at houses. So this was around April So that's the same time as the Tiki Bar opening.
Mm-hmm.
So,
many of those.
Not as legendary now as it was back then, but I'm gonna tell you that was our first experience in Southern Maryland, and my wife was like, "Oh boy, I don't know." Like, it was crazy. We went over to the island, and the beads and everybody. Oh man, they had the street shut down. Holy cow! It was like Mardi Gras down there. I mean,
it used to rock. 2 Mai Tais is not enough. 3 is too many.
Right. That's right. That's right.
I'm telling you, I've been there.
Right.
We were there every year, and I was at the closing too. But we used to have Miss Randall. She'd bring Rob's dad's pickup truck, and we'd all be in the back cab, and she'd drop us off, and then we'd call her when it's time. Because I tell you, you know how them Calvert County boys get you down now. So Mom Randall would pick us up in the pickup truck and drop us off. So, yeah, many good times on Solomon's Island and Tiki Bar openings.
Yeah,
Stop.
man.
All right, we got another comment here. This here is X Luna, the Fairy X. Jack, I remember when we played these big pickup games in the day back when the skins were good. Yeah, I remember all the pickups, and I remember the skins being good. Yeah. X Luna, who are you? Looks like we know each other, but I don't recognize your screen name. And then next, here's a fan. I'm sorry, big follower of the show. This is Jack Wagner, better known as J-Dub, giving everybody a hello. Hey, Jack, what's happening? So, looks like we've gotten you through college, and then you want to get into your first coaching job, and that's at Delaware Valley High School. How'd you end up getting into this job as the offensive coordinator at a Pennsylvania high school?
Well, okay, so when I was leaving Westchester University, the story behind Delaware Valley is now my father was ending his career at Delaware Valley High School.
Oh.
It's right in the northernmost part of the Poconos, I guess is the best way to describe it. And I was going down to Richmond University to interview for a graduate assistant's job and for baseball. And took my wife down there. She's like, "Oh my God, this is beautiful." She goes, "I'll work at Walmart. I don't care. We'll make it work." They're going to have us live in the bottom of the basketball court at Richmond University. And as we're driving up 95 and coming home, I get a phone call that Delaware Valley wants to offer me a PE position and the head baseball job and make her the head field hockey coach. So, being young and dumb, I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm going to go down to Richmond and do the college baseball thing. And I think, my father his head almost exploded because we were getting married. Well, we were about to get married. And, I couldn't pass up, the steady gig. So ended up going out to Delaware Valley, joining the football staff, was an assistant for 2 years, then became the offensive coordinator. The interesting thing about that and the lessons learned in that experience was Delaware Valley's football program was 1 year old. They had no youth football program. We were literally teaching kids how to put their girdles on and how to snap their shoulder pads. And now they're one of the premier programs in Northeast PA. Guy by the name of Keith Olsemer is the head coach. He played tight end at Penn State. He's a fantastic football guy, program builder. So was there for 8 years. And the way Patuxent kind of came into fruition after that was I was bringing my baseball team, because I was doing both up at Delaware Valley. I was bringing my baseball team in the spring down to Patuxent to get us out of this throwing snowballs and try to get down into a little bit warmer weather. So we would come down in March. Well, while I was down here, and my sister was just started teaching there, while I was down there, Jim Esposito, who had started the program at Patuxent, had resigned, and there was an opening. So we shot our shot, and Katie and I both got hired at Patuxent as PE teachers. And the rest is kind of history from there. That's how the whole Southern Maryland thing started.
Okay. Keith, let me get one more comment to Coach, and then you can go ahead and take a couple more swings.
You got it.
This one here, I tell you, I get them from all over, man. They're texting me about you, Coach. They're texting me. Got a text from your guy, Smitty. This is from Carl Smith. Please tell Coach Crump's congratulations on all his success over the years for Patuxent, Northern, and DeMatha. I always enjoyed times with Coach in Calvert County, a friend and a better man. Big muscles, he's saying.
Yeah, I appreciate
that's from
that.
Smitty.
Thank you,
He's a great
Smitty.
guy.
Thank you, Smitty.
Yeah. He's a great guy. I met Smitty through Ken Island baseball over here, and then come to find out, we both knew we were PG guys and played for some of the same coaches in American Legion and Babe Ruth ball. And I ended up coaching his, I believe it's his oldest son, Jackson, who's got a bright future. He's a big guy, and he can throw some gas and hit bombs. So I look forward to seeing him on the 90-foot diamond this year. And Carl's actually coaching his youngest. I think his youngest is 9.
Wow.
So he's got a 9U travel team that Carl is back in coaching again. So
wow.
Go get him, Smitty.
Yes, sir.
Keith, what do you got?
Coach, I just want to talk about a little bit of how the influence of playing catcher and playing multiple sports as a youth sort of shaped you as a coach. You know what I mean? How that kind of prepped you for this path you've been on for the last 25 years or plus.
Well, I mean, from the catching aspect, when I was at Westchester University, you spend half the practice in the bullpen with the pitchers.
Right.
Then you spend, another part of the practice in the cages, and then the other part of the practice is running the infield and going through the IO. And so you just get immersed in the entirety of the game, and you have to have relationships with the entire program. I mean, so the pitchers would look to me, when they were getting their asses chewed out, like I was, I had to be the calming voice for them. I had to, manage the infielders and all the intricacies of what we were doing there. So I just think it gave me a scope of, how important relationships are in building the program. So, from schematics are schematics, man. Like you can find any guy in the world that can draw plays up on a dry erase board, and everybody's got plays that are perfect. But, at the end of the day, man, it's about relationships and making sure that you see the kids and they see you and they know that you're in it for them. And so, that was probably the biggest thing. It's like, just being team guy, and that's kind of how I approach life too. Even as a teacher in the school, I try to be a team guy, try to help as many people out as I can. And the parts, the parts are more important than the process, and the parts of it are more important than the result. The results are going to come. So,
yeah, I mean, you mentioned about it, being about the kids, and something that struck me earlier that you mentioned, like every kid, there's an unlock there, right? There's something there in every single one of them. And
yep.
What's your approach like to every kid learns at a different level. Every kid picks up, maybe the athletic ability is not there, but he's got the mental aptitude or the mental aspect of it locked down. Like some of that coaching acumen that it takes varies to player to player. Talk about that just a little bit.
Yeah. So you can't coach every kid the same way. You really can't. I mean, it's just that the good coaches are not going to use a cookie cutter to try to get results out of kids. It's just, I mean, and I don't know, maybe I sound old when I say, especially today. I just think today's child wants to know why. When we were growing up, man, your coach told you to, dive head first into the dugout. Like you're doing it because, but you're going to get asked why is this going to help me? So, there's that part of it. But, when we see every kid you got to understand too, you don't know what's always going on outside of that practice field or that weight room or school. Like you don't know. It's your kind of job to try to figure out what kind of things are going on and what kind of factors are going to impact these guys on a daily basis. You know,
yeah,
it's our job, you know, really. My role as a coach has been uncle, father, brother,
mentor,
mentor, and now grandfather, you know. So, you know, I think that's what I said the other day. You know, I live up in Owings now, so I drive down Route 4 every day to Patuxent High School. And I remember this past August driving down Route 4, and I was really excited. First day of practice. I just couldn't wait to get there. I still had like the hair on my arm standing up. Like I was really excited. And I said, you know, when that stops, that's when I'll know.
Yeah.
But I think what causes that for me is exactly what we're talking about. I have 80 kids from 9th through 12th grade, and they are all wanting to be some kind of incredible version of themselves. They want to make their people proud, their parents, their siblings. You know, they want to represent the school. They want to, you know, do well by their teammates. And, you know, I'm blessed because I get an opportunity to unlock that. And, you know, whatever way, and like I said, it's not cookie cutter. It's different for every kid. Some kids need to get pushed. Some kids need to have me put my arm around them. Some I got to whisper in their ear, and some I got to shout. But, you know, it's all about that every day, trying to unlock that potential that is just the driving force to what makes me get out of bed every morning, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You know, the other big thing nowadays too, and we do something at Patuxent. You know, we make our kids speak in front of their peers. Now, I don't know, you guys realize how hard it is for a teenage boy to articulate his feelings to other teenage boys. So we do different exercises. The one that I like the most is we do something called highlight, heroes, and heartbreak. And you know, they got to come up and say, you know, what's one of the biggest highlights of their life, and they have to tell that story. And then who's the biggest hero in their life, and they got to tell their story. And then they got to say, what's the biggest heartbreak in their life? And you wouldn't believe. I think we underestimate sometimes, or we take for granted, like the impact that we can have just kind of pushing these kids to step outside their insecurities, to like open up, because especially in our game, you know, we're asking kids to run full speed into other human beings. That's not normal, right? Like you're asking to run full speed and hit other people. So you know, when you know something personal about another man, like when you are really inside that guy's head and you understand what's making him tick and what's motivating him, it makes it a lot easier for you to put yourself on the line for that guy next to you. So, you know, we build that trust within the team. Our coaches do it too. And I'm going to tell you, like, we go to team camp up to Shepherd University, and the first night we're there, we do that drill, and there's tears and, you know, there's hugs, and it's a really moving thing, but it lays the foundation for these guys to just have no inhibitions when it comes to, you know, the things that would be holding them back from like putting themselves out for each other. And that's what football is. And that's why it's such a great game. I mean, that's why I love it. Yeah.
Didn't mean to cut you off there, but I love that exercise. It just creates a connection and a continuity, and you actually understand someone else's why.
Yeah, you know what I mean? That's it.
And it, man, that's phenomenal. I love that. Real quick, Coach, educate our listeners just a little bit. Something I saw here about Big 33 and your experience there being an offensive coordinator, if you could.
Yeah, yes, sir. So listen, growing up in PA, Big 33 is a huge thing. But when I was growing up, we used Pennsylvania played Ohio, and back then, it's a little bit harder now for us in Big 33 because the colleges sometimes, like if a kid's going big, if he's going to Penn State's pretty good about it, but if he's going to Texas A&M or Texas, a lot of times those colleges will be like, you can't play in that game because, you know, you're a commodity now. They don't want you to get hurt or anything. So they moved the game. It used to be right before – it used to be end of July. Now they moved it to Memorial Day weekend. So for me growing up, Big 33 was big. It came down here, and Maryland got into the Big 33 against Pennsylvania. So a couple years ago, I got a chance to be an assistant coach with Damian Powell from Flowers High School. And then 2 years ago, Tommy Abel was the head coach and offered me the OC gig. And we ended
Tommy at Northern?
He's at Northern now. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So he was coming from Dundalk at that time. He was kind of in between there, but so we ended up beating him, and it was a fantastic night, a thrilling victory, and something that we haven't been able to get over that hump for a while. So it was incredible, and to see the kids bond the way they do in such a short period of time is crazy. But the event itself is absolutely first class. The way they do it, the best one of the best things they do is they have a buddy program where they'll have special needs children get paired up with the players from PA and Maryland, and they have an event the day before, and then the night of the game, those kids get to run out on their introduction, and it's just fantastic. It's just absolutely fantastic. So my hat's off to the PA people who put the event on, because it's absolutely top notch. Yeah.
Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, that definitely is one of the top-notch all-star games in the country, in my opinion. I also see that you were involved in the Crab Bowl for 4 years. So you got to work with Tony Kennedy and Extra Point Productions. Which games were you at? Were you at the Bowie State, or were you at the ones when they went up north?
I did one at Bowie, I did one at Towson, and I did one at McDaniel.
That's where I saw you. Yes,
yeah.
You had a couple kids on that team too.
My son played on that team, and that was the team that Kyle coached. He coached our team, and Tyler played for Kyle in that game. Yeah.
So we're getting close to time, but I want to get into what I seen at Navy Memorial Stadium this year when you guys came down. Explain to us how the state championship game went and how Patuxent came out victorious.
All right. Well, I got to give you a little background. We
sure. You played a down the street rival.
Yeah.
What is it? 10 miles between y'all?
Calvert. Yeah. I was gonna go back to the year before. I mean, we were 14-0 and state champs, and Evan Blauer was our quarterback, and he's one of the most prolific offensive players in state history. And he'll be playing at Naval Academy next year. So we went into this year freshman quarterback, and a lot of question marks, and we got our noses bloodied a little bit this year.
That freshman quarterback was talked about all over the state, man. I'm telling you, when I heard about it, I went to Ricker. I'm like, you got a freshman down at PAX.
Yeah.
He goes, yeah, he's pretty all right.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry for interrupting, but everybody heard about this freshman quarterback.
Right. So, last year we ending Dunbar's 51-game winning streak, and they were 3 times in a row state champions. And so, like I said, going into this year, we're just trying to figure ourselves out. And the mantra all year is we only got to get good in November. And so we ended up, getting in the playoffs and playing really well. And then we get to the state championship game, and we're playing Fort Hill, who's won 4 state championships in a row. And, they won 11 state titles overall, and they're just a just a juggernaut of a small school program up in Cumberland. And I didn't really know how the game. I didn't know how the game was going to go, fellas. I'm gonna be honest. You know, like they had a big time running back. They're disciplined. They're well coached. They're just like, it's just a tradition of excellence that they got. And we get down 28-7, and I'm like, oh boy, this could get ugly here. But we drive down the field at the end of the first half, and one of our sophomore wideouts, Cohen Borstein, hauls in a pass, a dot from Braden Watson, our freshman, and we go into halftime at 28-14. So come back out in the second half and just got a defensive stop, got a 80-yard touchdown throw, made it 28-21, made another stop, got another touchdown, had a sack fumble, got a touchdown. It was just like an avalanche of momentum. And they really couldn't match our kids' intensity. So the big story is, like, what did Coach Crown say to those kids at halftime? That's like the big secret, and I'm going to let you guys are going to get an exclusive here. Yep. I didn't say anything.
Come on.
It was kind of like one of those things. If you've been listening to Signetti talk, it was kind of like that. You know, when our team's up, I'm way more ornery than when we're down. We went in 28-14, and our kids were a little bit rattled. We had a little bit of hope because of that last touchdown, but it wasn't really the time to berate them or get on them, because it wasn't about effort. You know, it was just about circumstance, field position, and just not making enough plays in the first half. So, you know, we just talked it out. Here's what we need to do. Need you to tackle better. Here's a couple sets we're going to use. And just started talking about, we've been here before. We've made comebacks before. There's 24 minutes left to go in this game. And let's go down fighting if we're going to go down. And you know what? The resolve that those kids showed was inspirational. And I think it really all goes back to exactly what I was just talking about a couple minutes ago, man. Like, our kids down at Patuxent, they're going to fight for each other. You know, they get off the bus. They're representing their community. They're representing all the guys that came before them. They're representing all those little guys in the stands that can't wait to be Patuxent Panthers. And so there was just a degree of pride that was involved. And once things started going our way, it was just, it just was like, it was just, like I said, it was just like an avalanche of momentum. And it was. And one of the things I talked about this year to the boys, and this happened at Shepherd University too, right? There's a difference between hope and faith. You know, like when you're in the summer, everybody's undefeated, everybody hopes they're going to have a good year, you know, but hope doesn't have any tangible qualities to it. And, you know, in that first half, we were hoping that we would come back. We were hoping that we would put up a fight. We were hoping that we'd have a chance. And then once things started going our way, it became faith. They just knew it was going to happen. And at that point, there was no way that Fort Hill was going to come back in that game. I mean, our kids were flying around, making plays. It was inspirational, you know. So this was year 33, and it was the greatest game that I've ever been involved in. And I think it's not about the schematics of the game or the plays of the game, just to watch those kids be resilient. And, like, you know, you can say what you want about this generation, but that was really uncommon what happened on that field. Like, as far as the state of where we are, as far as our leaders and where the teenage kids are, like, you show me something that's that remarkable. And you know, it was inspiring to watch. And I was just, you know, I was honored and blessed to be a part of it, to be honest with you.
It was inspiring from the stands as well. You seen heart. Heart. I ain't gonna lie, I counted y'all. I was like, ooh, dang. Then I see y'all coming out of the corner ready to start second half. I said, man, look at them. They look like they ready. It was something. It was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome to know that you don't have to panic. And it wasn't, like Coach said, it wasn't an X and O's thing. It was just knowing his team and having those instincts and knowing, look, this is not it's not in the playbook. It's in your heart, you know, and That's really awesome. I mean, it takes a really good person and coach to do that, right? And not just panic and tell them that, you know, or you're going to change the playbook, or we're going to do something schematically different. Like, it was really, we're on the right path. The effort's there, right? Let's just stay with it and not hope so much and have faith. Love the story. Love it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, and it goes back to, you know, we're talking about Jeff's son Jeffrey and my son Tyler and I mean, these guys all show up. You know, we have Thanksgiving practice before the state semifinal, and there's 50 alumni that are on the field watching practice. And, you know, like, I don't know if people can realize the power that has, like, to know that those people, like it's not just these 40 guys on the field. There's thousands of people that are behind you, pulling for you. Like, you're not out there by yourself. I mean, that's something that we can draw on at Patuxent that I think is unrivaled. You know, like it's a family brotherhood that is just for years. You know, and some of those kids now are starting to, like, the sons of some of those kids are starting to come into my program now. So I mean, it's incredible. It's incredible.
Okay, I got a few more comments for you, Coach. Mr. Ricker is being very active. And another name pops up just now, and I was trying to think of that name when we were talking about the Crab Bowl at McDaniel. I wanted to mention that Massengill kid was in that game as well. Jared? Yes.
Yeah. This is Goose. Goose was my quarterback in 09-10, I think. Yeah, great kid, great football player, great football family. All the Massengills, great football families, staunch supporters. You know, their father's still coming to games, stands on the fence, yells at the officials, yells at me. You know what I mean? But he's my guy. He's my guy. He's my guy.
This is Goose Massengill right here, no doubt.
He's my man. Yeah,
Goose
is
no doubt. To Jeff Ricker's comment, Krause is not only building a program at Patuxent, he's building a foundation for these young people to become successful men in life. And I agree, Jeff. I see that. And you know, there's you know, a few good coaches that really imply that. You know, it's not all about football X and O. It's about making these great young men. And I can see that. Eddie Massengill also says, love you, Coach.
Love you too, Goose.
And then the last one I'm going to ask is, because we got to wrap. This is Jeff Ricker says, ask Krause about the time his son got dirt in his eye at a baseball game. What's up, Coach? Come on.
So my middle son.
Only got 5 minutes.
My middle son, Reese, we were over at Cove Point Park.
Yes.
My middle son Reese was at the game. We were watching Tyler. I think it was T-ball. Jeffrey and Tyler were playing T-ball, and Big Jeff was there with me. And Reese got dirt in his eye, and you would have thought that someone poured acid in his eye. He went absolutely bonkers. But you know what? He was nuts. Reese was nuts. He played quarterback like he was nuts. He was a quarterback. He won us our first state championship in 2015. And then Zachary, my youngest son, he went to Northern with me, and then I left and went to DeMatha, and Rich Holzer coached him in 21, and he won a state title. So
I know Rich very well.
Yeah, so three of my sons got to play in state titles, and Tyler had to wait to be a coach to get his first ring. But yeah, it's football's been a blessing, and you know, it's been awesome for us. Yeah.
That's awesome. I want to thank everyone for their comments. Your comments help us make this show. So thank you guys for tuning in and chatting us up with your comments. I want to thank you, Coach Krause, for joining us.
I had a great time. Thank you.
Congratulate you on another state championship, my friend.
Thank you.
I want to thank my co-host, the correspondent, for joining me. Thank you, Keith.
Thank you, Coach, for taking the time. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Keith. Had a great time.
Likewise.
I want to thank Sideline Junkies Podcast Network for making all this possible. If you get some time, check out the JacobSloanFoundation.com. Jacob Sloan Foundation is doing many amazing things for kids all over the state. They scholarship them into rec programs for kids that families that can't afford to pay for their kids to play ball. They help out with backpacks at school. There's just so many things the Jacob Sloan Foundation does for kids in the state of Maryland. And if you go to the website, you can learn more about Jacob Sloan and what kind of young man he was before tragedy took his life from us. Um, Next week, Coach Rich Houchins is on the show. Coach of the Year at Eleanor Roosevelt. He's won state championships at Roosevelt. He's won championships at Archbishop Carroll. So I look forward to that interview next week. And it's about time for us to roll out, fellas.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of Nothing But Net. It is C. Perry. I am the Midnight Rider. This is Nothing But Net. We're going to take you around the association in 30 minutes. This is the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network. And then if you missed this episode live tomorrow morning, you can get the audio version on Odyssey, Podbean, Podbox, wherever you get podcasts from. You will get the audio version of this show on that, available on that platform. And then also, if you want to just go back and check out the YouTube, it's on the YouTube page. Make sure you click like and subscribe, Sideline Junkies, and we're there. You can also see us on the Upon Further Review 24/7 version of the show, of the network. So you have options to check us out. If you haven't, I recommend you do it, and I recommend you bring a friend along with you. What's up?
Yeah,
Bring
a friend, and bring some more friends. Once again, welcome to Nothing But Net. Shouts out to Cease Fire on the track with the official theme song of Nothing But Net. You ready to get started, bro?
Yeah, let's get this thing going, man.
All right, let's take a look. Yeah, let's take a look at last night in the association.
All right, first up, we had the Spurs and the Rockets, 106-111. The Rockets pulled this one out, win this. Any thoughts?
Yeah, look, this was the NBC game of the night, and actually, the story of the game is the story of today's NBA, where no lead is safe. The Spurs. They were up by 16 points going late in the third quarter. And then the next thing you know, Houston chips away. Reed Shepherd, 21 points. He had an incredible fourth quarter in helping to lead this team, lead the Rockets back. And, they copped that win.
It's funny that, well, it's not funny, but I wish the kid could have played more last year, the Shepherd kid, because I think he'd be further along. I think now he's starting to find his footing. And I think some of the additions, like the KD addition, helps him with the floor and everything. So that's good stuff, man.
Yeah. Like I said, it was it was a exciting game, and it was purely today's NBA. Look, you got a 16-point lead, you got a 20-point lead. It's not safe. I don't care who you are. It's not safe.
No, not the way we shoot the basketball nowadays.
Nope.
All right, we got the Lakers 115, the Nuggets 107.
Yo, this was the battle between Jamal Murray and Luka Doncic. I mean, they were going back. I mean, they were going back to back to back to back, especially in the first half. And in the first half, I mean, you had a Denver Nuggets team that had a 15-point lead going into halftime. And then once again, no lead is safe. Because the Lakers put it on. Luka had a triple-double night. Okay. I mean, he had 38 points, 13 assists, 13 rebounds, and 10 assists. I'll say one thing that I really enjoyed about the game. It was seeing and getting the chance to see Gonzaga legend Drew Timme get some meaningful minutes on the floor. That I did enjoy. And then of course, in the end, Lakers caught back and got the win.
All right. Next up on the banners real quick, we got the Suns 116, the Sixers 110. What's your notes got on this one?
Actually, I mean, to be honest with you, this was a decent game. Our boy VJ Edgecombe, who was sporting a new cut. Okay. So he hit the line. The lineup was nice. He had 25 points yesterday. But however, I mean, it was another Devin Booker game. 27 points, excellent. I'll say this, it was a really, really good road win for a Phoenix Suns team that, once again, and we said this early, that that are off to a surprising start in this first half of the NBA season.
All right, next up, Clippers 110, the Bulls 138. Ooh.
Yeah. Shout out to Carolina's Kobe White. He hit 27 points, and this was okay. He scored 27 points, all right, and 25 of those points are from three. All right, which was a Bulls franchise record. The Clippers have looked better in the over the past 10 games. But this one got away from them quick, and they couldn't recover.
We have the Wolves 122, Jazz 127.
All right, that was tight. The kid, Kyron George, career high 43 points. All right, and they actually were behind, and it came back to win this game on their own court. I'll say this. One thing I've noticed about the Utah Jazz, under 500, yeah, but at the same time, they're under Coach Handy, they're developing their culture. So they're gonna lose a lot of games this year. However, they got the right pieces to build on here.
All right, and then to close out the slate for the night, you had the Raptors 145, the Warriors 127.
Oh, okay. Let's start right here first. The Raptors started the game on a 10-0 run. And from there on, the Dubs couldn't keep up. They couldn't catch up. They played, and one thing I noticed, watching some of this game, they played really, really, really good defense on Steph. The way they staggered, their double team, against Steph, and with the Jimmy Butler injury, which of course we're going to go into. One thing that this team had been doing since Jimmy got there was the way they stagger the Step minutes and the Jimmy minutes, where when Step's getting rest, Jimmy's out there running with the second unit, so that so they don't lose that much in scoring. Now with the Step, those Step rest minutes, you don't have that scoring, and they definitely did not have that scoring last night. And the funny part about last night, for the first time since before Christmas, Jonathan Kuminga cracked the rotation, and they actually gave him some run in the starting in the second quarter. Emmanuel Quickly, 40 points for the Raptors, who are looking good, trying to compete and stay within the top 4 of the Eastern Conference.
All right, let's get to it, because we actually got a question on it. So let's get the young man off of Twitch. Dan Gaming 2125 says, question, how do you think GSW rebound from this whole Jimmy thing and the Kuminga situation? Also, what do you think is going to be the surprise trade nobody has on their radar?
Well, first off, let's go ahead, Leah. Let's go ahead, jump in, talk about Jimmy Butler. A couple of games ago, he tore his ACL, and now he is out for the season. Be honest with you, I'm not sure. I know coming into this season, even with Jimmy Butler, we looked at this team as as the old dudes trying to get that last run in for their core. Right. And Jimmy was a major key to this run, and now he's out. Jonathan Kuminga demanded a trade. He demanded a trade last week. Now, when you can demand a trade, but also at the same time, it's up to the general manager, in this case, that being Michael Dunleavy, to make a move. I'm not sure if they're going to make a move or be able to make a move. And to be honest with you, I don't think there's really a surprise move out there for them to make. I mean, last year, when it came to Jimmy and when it came to, to getting to Golden State, it was choreographed. And we as NBA aficionados saw it a mile away. It was choreographed a freaking month before it actually happened. So that we were able to see. When injuries occur, it's hard to foresee the next move. Because at this point right now, maybe it's time for Steve Kerr to get up off his crankiness and now play Kuminga, because he doesn't have much of a choice. Even with Kuminga demanding a trade, look, he's still an asset that you got to play to see how far you're going to get. And with the at this point now, with the Butler injury, I mean, I don't see them getting far, but also at the same time, I mean, let's be honest, Midnight Rider, with Butler there anyway, we ain't seen him getting that far.
Right. The only thing I can see is they find somebody to take on Kuminga, find like a small deal there. But there was something interesting I saw on and it's not on here. But I mean, Giannis made some interesting comments and been making some interesting comments. And I think, I don't know, I'm feeling closer to he might get moved somewhere between now and the new NBA season next year. I don't know how soon it happens because of the money, but he's somebody to look out for, because it's like they ready to get divorced. It's just nobody wants to sign the paperwork.
Yeah, and I still hold to divorce isn't going to happen until the off season. And I still hold to that. Because there's still, that's still a lot of pieces, or better yet, the money that has to match up. I mean,
Right.
and really, there's really there's one true place that we know that he wants to play at, where if they deal, the money would fit up. So let's just go ahead and roll over to our next topic. Okay, look, everybody know I'm the resident Knicks fan. So after Monday night's terrible loss to an under 500 Dallas Maverick team, Jalen Brunson called a players only meeting after that loss. According to Ramona Shelburne of ESPN, one of the main things that was mentioned in this players only meeting is we can't blame this on the coaches. Nobody's going to save us. We are going to have to do it ourselves. That's what a captain's supposed to do. All right. But you look, I'll say this, looking over they're 7-10. Sorry, let me rephrase that. 7 losses in the past 10 games. And you know me, I've watched every game. They have not looked in sync. I know a lot of fans are fussing about the play of Karl Anthony Towns and him not being connected, or even knowing his role in this new system that Mike Brown has brought to New York. Also, there have been other reports of some dissension, especially between the head coach and some of the players. For example, there was an incident during the Golden State Warriors game at Golden State where, during a foul, Karl Anthony Towns fouling Draymond Green, and Draymond Green and Mike Brown hugging each other. And that reportedly has not landed well in the locker room, as well as in the front office. So been hearing, so over the past couple of days, you've really been hearing a lot of things. Steve Papa was reporting that Karl Anthony Towns was being shopped to teams like Memphis, Charlotte, and Orlando, while SNY's Ian Begley, who I always look at as one of the major New York insiders, is pretty much, the front office is still standing firm on this is our core. Any changes that will be made will be to enhance the core versus trading away players. Now, if you want my opinion,
yeah, you gotta give us real quick so we can get everything, get to the
got you. Let it ride. This is the dog days of the NBA right now. Right. When you're looking at January through through the All-Star break, slumps are going to happen. It's up to this team, as the captain said, to get it together. So we'll see how things work and pan between now and especially the All-Star break.
All right. Speaking of the All-Star break, the NBA All-Stars are announced. Let's go ahead and give you that. Boom. So we got Shai Gilgeous, Nikola Jokic, Luka Doncic, Steph Curry, Victor Wembanyama, and then on the East starters, Cade Cunningham, Tyrese Maxey. Glad to see he got a spot. Giannis, Jalen Brunson, and Jaylen Brown.
Yeah. Okay. I'm first off, not surprised with the starters from the East, to be quite honest with you. Okay. Let's keep it a buck. Okay, the top 3 point guards in the NBA are in the Eastern Conference, and those, I'll say this: 3 of those top 5 are Cade Cunningham. He's on an MVP role. All right, Jalen Brunson is always in the mix. Tyrese Maxey, deserving All-Star year. Okay. And Jaylen Brown may become, this is the first time that Jaylen Brown is starting, has been voted as a starter, and deservingly so, with the way that he is led and propelled Boston to remain in the top 4 of the East. So no surprise. All right. The West, be honest with you, look, there's no surprise in the West. Steph is going to be an all-star starter as long as Steph is an all-star starter. Luka is right now at the midway point in the season. Let's be extremely clear. He's the MVP of the league. Joker's Joker. As long as Joker's joking, even though Joker's injured, he will be starting. Okay. Wemby, this is just the start of his ascension as a regular all-star starter. And of course, Shea is Shea. I mean, let's keep it for real. Now, what name, ladies and gentlemen, what name did we not mention out of those 10 players?
Your boy LeBron James.
First time since actually, this is the first time that he's not been voted to the to the All-Star game as a starter.
That's correct.
Yeah. And I'll say this. I mean, if we're talking deservingly so. All right. But also remember, pop that other clip up here. Now, remember, all-star voting is a weighted score, which means it's not just the ranking. Not just the voters. Okay. Yeah. It's weighted, by player ranking, fan vote, and media ranking. So the fan vote is still weighted the heaviest. It's still weighted the heaviest. But the media and a player vote, is a major part of it as well. Think about it. Last year, LaMelo Ball was the leading candidate for the All-Star game based on the fan vote, but only based on the fan vote. For his position, he was number 1 in the fan vote, but he was like 8 and 9 on the player ranking and the media ranking, and that kept him out of the All-Star game, or that kept him out of being voted in as a starter.
Anything else you want off of this?
No, you can go ahead and remove it. I mean, I'll say this. I thought all around there's no complaints. Everybody got it right.
All right, let's go back to the Jimmy. But I know we passed the Jimmy Butler thing, but we got a comment. I want to give this guy some love and see, because I think this is a good question. I just don't agree with some of the stuff in here. Dan Gaming 2125 says, I think Kuminga would go to Chicago. Him and Giddey would be cool. And Golden State gets back Kobe White and some things. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, that's cute. Never happened. Because that's not really good. I'll say this. That's not good work for Kuminga. Okay, that's not good work for Kuminga. If you're going to look at, I'll say this, if you're going to look at Kuminga being dealt anywhere, you still got to look at Sacramento. Right? Sacramento was a team that wanted him in the first place. However, because he was a restricted free agent. And because of the bad precedent that Toronto set when they signed Emmanuel Quickly for his restricted free agent contract, it kind of shied people away from signing Kuminga, and it actually kind of hurt. If you remember from this past summer, it hurt the restricted free agent market. Right. So I would look, if we're talking Kuminga, I would actually look at teams like the Kings, like the Mavericks, and the Miami Heat. Look at those three teams. Look and pay attention to those three teams in any possible Kuminga move. However, the Jimmy Butler injury changes a lot. So I would honestly be surprised. It would surprise me just because of that injury if Kuminga even gets moved.
All right, last minute. We can just call this the freestyle. We take the last 30 seconds to a minute and we just, what you thinking? We haven't talked about it. I've heard Ja to Miami, and then I've also heard, let's just go with that one. That way we can get in and out off of that.
Okay. Yeah, and we said this last week. Ja to Miami is a possibility. I mean, it is a possibility. I think it's a bigger possibility if we're looking at things wide. Okay, not just Ja to Miami, but a breakdown and Memphis being sellers in the in the trade deadline market.
Makes all the sense.
Yeah.
All right. Any last second surprises you think we might get?
Look, man, I'm gonna be straight up with you. For some, I got this feeling and inkling that this trade, this upcoming trade deadline is going to be a lot about smaller pieces.
Okay.
I mean, usually it's always about smaller pieces, but I just think I got this feeling for some odd reason, I don't think we're going to have a big name like we've had in the past couple of years move during the trade deadline. Those moves are going to occur in the offseason.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, another episode of Nothing But Net. We always, as we always do, we take you and lead you into the next show on the network, which is In the Pasture Seat, starring the gentleman Jack Carr. I think he's still doing his run of high school coaches. I think we're on another state champion. I don't remember the name. I apologize, Jack. I don't have a name, but stay tuned. Listen to the great interview and enjoy. Anything else?
Nah, man, look, that's it. For the Midnight Rider, I'm C. Perry II. Once again, Nothing But Net. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Make sure you're subscribing to the Sideline Junkies podcast and network. Make sure, if audio is your thing, make sure you're checking us out always the next day on all of your favorite all of your favorite audio podcasting platforms. And don't forget, this show replays live. This actual show replays live on Sideline Junkies podcast network upon further review. With that being said, look, man, enjoy the rest of your night. Enjoy the rest of your week. Stay safe from the snowmageddon that's supposed to be hitting us. And as always, swish, we out.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this edition of Drive Time on this January 19, 2026, Martin Luther King Day. We are here, and it's like weird because I know some people have the day off, some people don't. I wish more people had the today off to be able to honor it, but it is what it is. So if you had today off, hope you enjoyed it. Maybe watching some basketball or hockey. There's both of those on. We got the scores kind of trying to go down there at the bottom of it. And we'll keep you up to date as we see stuff that pops up here too. So I am joined, of course, by Showtime Sarah and the one and only Scooter. Sarah, has, of course, she's surviving from her jet lag because we did have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to take her to the airport to get her back to Raleigh. So she's back in Raleigh. How you doing? You surviving? You gonna make it through the show, or are you gonna fall asleep right there at the desk?
I was like kind of debating if I just like have the computer set up on my bed and then I lay back, like don't have to show my face or anything, but just audio. But then I feel like midway through, you just hear me slowly doze off. But no, I'm fine. I got some energy. I'm eating right now, so hopefully that'll help me.
That'll help. There you go. Scooter, how are we doing today?
Good. It snowed overnight here and iced a little bit, so it was a fun little morning. But hey, it was no big deal, only a few inches.
It took me 30 minutes to defrost my car today because it's been sitting in a lot for 3 days. It was not fun. I'm starting to realize maybe my defrost is just not great, but it's oh well. It's an old car. What do you expect?
Well, hey, that's half the battle. It's just getting through it. So speaking of getting through it, let's get to it because we definitely, once again, as always, have a lot to cover. So we start off, of course, with this little reminder that not only can you watch the shows live on YouTube and Facebook, but you can also listen to us on Spotify, iHeartRadio, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, Pocket Cast, Podbean, Castbox, and Odyssey. You just have to wait till the next day. So then you could listen to these while you're driving, of course. Or also now on YouTube, you have the option of 24/7 service on Sideline Junkie. So you can catch any show when you want after it airs. So just we're out here for you. We're doing our service for you, the viewers, and we hope that you enjoy it for sure. So just that little reminder. But of course, we have to start with my favorite segment, Oh Say Can You Sing? And this one, ladies and gentlemen, we had 2 entries to go over. The first one we have was Norelle Simpson. She did the one for the Pittsburgh Steelers game, back the wild card game way back a week ago, but that was before our show. And she was okay. It was a 40, just average. But then last night was the guy that I've been waiting to get on this list, but I was afraid he was never going to be able to get on this list because he is normally the Blackhawks anthem singer. And for those that don't know, the Blackhawks have not made the playoffs in a very, very long time. So with that being said, I wasn't sure exactly when we were going to get him onto the list, but the Bears did me a solid and they had him sing the anthem last night for the Bears game. If you haven't seen it yet, go on to YouTube, check it out. But an anthem is good when on social media, the second after it airs, everyone is posting on social media, oh my God, check out the anthem. And that was going on all over the place last night. So needless to say, he finally shows up and he delivers as always. Jim Cornelison is one of the best anthem singers. I've actually got to hear him live once because I did go to a Blackhawks game in Chicago at the United Center and got to hear it live. There's just nothing better than him. And he delivered as I thought he would with a solid 50. If I could give more than a 50, he would get it. But can't do that. So anyway, so there he is. He's on there with my 50 and he's there. So did you guys get to see the anthem yesterday?
I did. It was great. And I love the national anthem when it's those who are doing it are like no nonsense. They're going straight at it. And he goes straight at it. He's got that voice and it just like goes perfectly. And people get behind it too, because it's quite easy to follow when you do an anthem like that.
The best part of it too was that I saw one of the social media hits of it was somebody was recording it from like outside a bay from where the United Center is, and or from where Soldier Field is, and you could hear him loud and clear from like what seemed like a good, I would say, 2,000 feet away. It was just that amazing. But yeah, you're right. He sings it. He sings it amazingly well, and that voice is just beautiful. Of course, Sarah was here live with me, so her and Jared were laughing at me with the anthem. Once I saw that it was him, I was like, oh my god, it's him. So I was freaking out when it was on live, right, sir?
Yeah, it was so funny because, like, he's freaking out, and I'm like, who is this guy? And then Dad goes, Jim Corneliuson. I was like, that doesn't help me at all. I've never seen this guy before, but his anthem was pretty good. I will give kudos.
Yeah, so we have a new updated top 50. Jim would be like 1A, even above my other favorites here. But what this now means is that the top 10 is the 46 or higher club. No longer can you get into the top 10 with a 45. So we're really getting to the nitty gritty now of the best in order to get here. So, but I know it's my fun thing that I love to do, and that one last night I was definitely stoked for. So I appreciate the Bears at least coming through with that. So with that, let's get into our football roundabout, and let's start off with the games. We're going to go kind of in order of, well, I've had to flip-flop this because, of course, of the obvious news in Buffalo, which we will get to later, of course. But with everything that happened here, so we're going to go in order kind of from least exciting to most exciting. And, of course, the game that was least exciting was the blowout where Seattle just destroyed San Francisco 41-6. The game wasn't even that close. Seattle took the opening kickoff for a touchdown, and basically it was over from that point on. Darnold was okay, 12 for 17 for 124 and a touchdown, but they did remember that they had Kenneth Walker again, and so he had 116 yards and 3 touchdowns. McCaffrey only had 74 total yards for San Francisco. I thought that Seattle was maybe going to blow them out just because of everything that was going on, but I was not expecting it to be this bad. So, Scooter, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, Seattle went out there and took care of business. Like San Francisco showed up, they're all like, yeah. And all of a sudden Seattle's like, no. And they were just unbelievable. I mean, Darnold didn't have to play great. That defense took care of business. His offensive line, a lot of room for that running game. That's unfortunate about Sharps. Sounds like that's a done deal for him. But
yeah, he's out for well, if they're saying the rest of the season, but could be well into next year too.
Yeah, he's a really great runner too. That's really unfortunate, and that does hurt Seattle going into the championship game, of course. But not having that, he's more than just RB2. But San Francisco, it wasn't even close.
Sarah, any thoughts on this as we watched some of that game, and then we realized that it was over with, and then we turned it off, or everyone went to bed. But what are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I think I actually stayed up watching it a little bit later than you did. I think it was 34-6, and then I was like, yeah, I can turn this off knowing fairly well where this. We already knew where it was going to go with the first 10 seconds of there being a whole pick six. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it is what it is. It's so weird with San Francisco. When they lose a game, they blame it on their injuries, but then like when they win a game, it's like they praise. I don't know. It's very back and forth. But definitely sucks for them. I think what's gonna hurt more is that they have to either watch Seattle or the Rams in their arena during the Super Bowl. That's gonna, if they win it in there, it's like when the Chiefs won the Super Bowl in Las Vegas Stadium. It doesn't feel great.
Yep, I hear you on that one completely. Totally agree. Anthony giving us some breaking news here. Apparently, the Miami Dolphins have hired Jeff Hafley as their next head coach. I'll be honest with you, I've not even seen that yet, and I just checked. I checked ESPN for this, and I don't even see that ESPN has it updated yet. So hold off on that there, Anthony. I'll try to do some research on him and give you what I think of him when we get to when we get to the coaches part, because we do have a coaches part coming up here for sure.
Well, let's just put it this way: that it'll be a tougher day in Green Bay today, if that's true.
Yeah, right. Because he's their OC or OC, right? DC. Okay. I knew one of those C's up there. So we'll see.
Some C.
Yeah, but they did decide to keep LaFleur, speaking of Green Bay, so that's an interesting decision too, but I guess not everyone can do that. So that was the first boring one, and then to me, the next boring-ish one was New England taking care of Houston. A lot of this too was based on, just Stroud did not have a good game at all. The 4 turnovers, interceptions in the first half. A crazy stat. Houston's now 0-7 in the divisional round. So they can win a playoff game, but they're now 0-7 in the divisional round. May was okay, 16 for 27, 179. He did throw 3 touchdowns. He did have an interception. Stevenson had a good day, 70 yards rushing. The dagger in this game was that heck of a touchdown catch by Butte, which was a Butte to say the least. And he had 3 receptions for 75 yards and that touchdown. But New England takes care of business at home. It's just too many turnovers for Stroud, just the wrong game to have 5 turnovers, and it just was not going to work out well for him. Scooter, what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. I mean, Houston's got a great defense, but New England, I've said this, before the playoffs started, well, or at least when the playoffs started, that don't be surprised if not only New England makes it to the Super Bowl, but can win the Super Bowl. I'm not there yet on winning the Super Bowl, but they certainly can play like they can win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it seems like, and I don't know what to think about New England because I still had the Brady and Belichick feels about New England, but this isn't that team. I kind of like Mike Vrabel. I don't dislike Drake May. I'd like those 2 guys. So I'm trying to get used to the idea that, okay, this New England team is okay to root for, but I still have my bad feelings for them. So Sarah, what were your thoughts on this one?
This was in a way a messier game. It was still a good game. Obviously New England pulled away with it. It kind of went how maybe you would expect it to. I think maybe the little rain mix weather they had going on probably didn't help cases. But a lot of people, we'll talk about the Buffalo game later, but a lot of people talk about how it was Josh Allen's chance to really prove things. This was CJ Stroud's chance, I feel like. Houston is 0-7 in their divisional round. So it's almost as much as a concerning stat for them, I would fear. But this is why I felt cautious about Houston the entire season. I was like, I don't know how much I should trust it. I'm not saying this game proved everything to me, but I think it definitely highlights some of the concerns you have with the team, that there is still work to be done.
I agree.
Yeah, I think you're right about CJ Stroud also, because he had such a great rookie season, and last year's and this year's and he's just not. The performances aren't good in the playoffs. It's going to be interesting. Next year really depends on CJ Stroud. It should be a stressful season for him.
If I have to give Stroud one little benefit of the doubt, he was playing pretty well going into this game. And then remember, no Nico Collins. The first series, Dalton Schultz goes out, and then later they lose their other tight end too. So he was without a few of their better weapons, in that game too. But still, some of those picks he threw were just god awful. And so we'll see. I think he's going to still get at least one more shot at this one. And it is now official because Shefty is reporting it. ESPN has officially put it on their Twitter page. Jeff is the new head coach of Green Bay. So we will get into that a little bit more when we get into the coaches round. So the next game, and originally I was going to save this one for last because game-wise, I thought this was the best. But with the other news breaking out of Buffalo, we'll cover this one first. The game last night featured just, the Chicago looked like they're going to do it again. They're down 17-10. It's 4th and whatever it was from the 10. Caleb Williams goes basically back 25 yards, throws the ball off of his back foot, and somehow Cole Kmet comes down with it in the end zone. I don't know what the defender was doing on that play at all. And they tie it up at 17. And then, there's the controversy of the Adams. Was it a catch? Was it a fumble? And, that leads into the whole Buffalo-Denver game, which, again, we'll get into that. But needless to say, there were 3 different scenarios where you had this catch, maybe fumble scenario. And 2 of the calls, they were called fumbles. And one of them, it was called a catch, So it's all kind of, interesting of how these plays get determined. But the bottom line is LA then drives down the field. They kick the field goal in overtime after a bad throw by Caleb Williams on the interception, which, yes, DJ Moore does stop on the route on it. But I still the throw wasn't even necessary. It really wasn't there. So I don't know that would have been open anyway, but the interception comes back. And again, this is where I think, did Ben Johnson go for it a few too many times? Because you think back, there were 3 different drives where they went for a 4th down, were successful. Any one of those drives, they were in field goal range, and Santos was making the field goals. It's not like he wasn't. So, maybe it's a learning experience for Ben Johnson. Maybe he'll get some of that, of that out of his system. I don't know, because that's just how he's always done it too since he's been there. But it was just definitely an interesting game. I felt bad for Chicago and for their fans because, man, I'll be honest, this was my bandwagon team, so it's kind of hard to watch. But at the same time, it was a great game, and now this sets up a fun one between Seattle and the Rams, which we'll dive into that a little bit later too. Scooter, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I mean, I think 100% again with you on the you got to get the points, go for the field goals, and I love the snow. Perfect, it was great, but it wasn't too snowy. It was perfect to kick a field goal or 2. So I think, because I made that same complaint last week.
You did.
That the Bears, they lucked out. They got through it, but they could have really made it a lot closer before they had to come back like that. And then one of the things too, I mean, I thought it was just it was a big, heavyweight battle between 2 really good defenses and really good offenses. So it was really fun to watch. It was a great NFL football game, I thought. Interesting at the end. I know it seems like every time they go to overtime now that you're winning the coin toss and you're kicking, kind of like they do in the beginning of the game. On this one, I think Chicago, I mean, they had that momentum going, and
I know
they were on the field. That Rams defense was on the field a long time.
Yep.
In that 4th quarter. Now, I think this is the one time when Ben Johnson kind of played it too safe. Like, okay, well, I'm going to kick off. And it seemed to work until the interception. But because the Rams really didn't get anything going, and they got the ball back in the interception. But, I mean, I would want to have Caleb and that team go right down the field and score 7 points.
Yeah, because I mean, what it was, the Rams basically had the ball for that one kneel down, and that was it. And before that, Chicago had the ball for a good 4 minutes of that on the end of that. So yeah, I do agree with you.
Before that too.
Yep. And I get it, because you're doing the whole, you want to know what you have to get before you get the possession, since there's now, each team gets a possession. But I agree with you. Momentum does matter. And I think that was an interesting decision for sure. So Sarah, what were your thoughts as we watched that game together? Because we did get to watch that one at the same time.
I think obviously the 2 highlights of the game would be the 4th quarter iconic touchdown throw pass from Caleb Williams to what's his name?
Komet.
Number 85. I just know it's number 85. I don't even know how to pronounce it. But that was iconic. And then of course in overtime, I think it was just kind of obviously ruined by the interception. I'm pretty sure that's gonna eat Caleb Williams up, keep him up at night for sure. But I feel like if you are a Bears fan or just like somebody, just even like on the team in general, you really can't be upset with losing that game. You lost in overtime in your divisional round, and with a first-year head coach. Like, I feel like that is a great start of a rebuild compared to other teams where, it's compared to Buffalo or Pittsburgh, where it's literally taking them years to get past a certain point. So I think you really can't be too disappointed with the turnout of this game. Chicago had a good run. I think they'll have maybe even a better run next year. It really depends. But, I mean, you can't really be too upset. Caleb Williams, he's still a great quarterback, just a terrible play. Every quarterback has one of those. And sometimes what happens with those kind of plays is you think about it, you're like, okay, well, cool, I messed up. And then you become better. So I think it's a learning point for sure.
I 100% agree with you on that. I think this will be a great learning experience for Caleb Williams in his first moment in this. You can kind of tell the difference between the two. You got Matt Stafford, who's been through this many times before, and you got Caleb Williams in his first. I do think it is the first of many for Chicago. There's no reason to believe that this team won't be back at all, next year. So I think that's well said. So that gets us to the last one, which was also an exciting one that also went to overtime. This one, Denver pulls out 33-30. We'll get into the Buffalo side of it in a little bit because that will lead off our coaches fired section, obviously. So instead, I want to kind of focus more on the Denver side of it because yes, Denver wins this game, but then of course the news of Bo Nix's injury on the last drive with the fractured ankle, which now means they're going to be going with one. Oops, hold on, I hit the wrong button there. Not yet there. I was trying to go back through my notes here. So that means, of course, that they will be going with the one and only Garrett Stedham in his 5th start ever. We'll get more into that as we get into it, but it's a big win for Denver, but at a huge cost. But again, this game was back and forth too, and was fun to watch as well. So, Scooter, what's your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I mean, that was a really fun game to watch. I thought, Denver just played really good, and yeah, Buffalo. They gave up that many points because Buffalo's offense is that good, and let's be honest, Buffalo could have won that game if Josh Allen had a better game. Like it wasn't one of his finest performances, and that was unfortunate for him. But great on Denver. Here's another one where is Denver real? Like, can they make it? And that was another one where I felt they could make the AFC Championship game and get to the Super Bowl as well. So we have Denver, hosting New England. It's gonna be really fun. Jared Stidham, we'll see. He was the one-time possible Tom Brady replacement. There's been quite a few of them, but in New England. But it should be interesting next week. But Denver just took care of business. Buffalo, we'll get to them, I suppose.
Well, yeah, and I think it's a perfect segue for. Well, first, Sarah, what are your thoughts on it before we get into the segue?
Wow.
You're
very obsessed with this Coach Carey.
I know. I want to get to it.
Okay, well, I won't hold too much long. I mean, this game was so back and forth, and it kind of really proves, even like with last week with the Jacksonville game, that Buffalo very much survived on a limb already, I would fear. Because this game was exactly that. Obviously, they didn't survive. But it makes sense of why they did what they did. Of course, there's mixed feelings about it. For dinner for Denver with what's next. I'm eating dinner, so I'm thinking about dinner. With Denver with what's next. Bo Nix, it's extremely terrible. I don't know if anybody saw my comments on the Sunday Rise, but I was talking about how, like, with the Stanley Cup playoffs, you have, like, so many players that play through, like, terrible injuries. And football is obviously very different. A broken ankle is a broken ankle, although I'm pretty sure there's been several hockey players that played with it. But again, it's all different categories. I kind of sometimes wish hockey was kind of like football in this way, where play through it. But kudos, I guess. I don't know how it's really going to go for Denver. I would say their Super Bowl chances have now decreased. But maybe they might pull it off. I don't know much about their backup quarterback, so I couldn't tell you.
Well, we can get into that here for sure. But first, we'll get into these coaches changes. So, of course, the breaking news of today was that Sean McDermott is fired in Buffalo. And I know there's been a lot of heat on this one about, this particular game. And look, 9 years in Buffalo, the 4th time in the last 5 years that they exit in the divisional round. He went 98-50 in his 9 years, but 8-8 in the postseason. They are keeping their GM, so it's only McDermott that's losing it. And I agree that Allen did not have his best game, and that's part of what happened in this. But let's remember, too, the one fumble that he had at the end of the first half, that was as much on McDermott as it was on Allen, because they had no timeouts left. There's 18 seconds left in the half. Why are you throwing the ball at all? Take the knee, go into the half only down 7. Like 100%. That was the smart choice to make. And I don't know why they did it the way they did. And who knows? Maybe that decision is the one that got McDermott fired, because there's 3 points right there. And clearly Allen, I think it'll come out that Allen was playing through an injury because he had some balls that were underthrown at the end that could have been. And then you have the whole, was it a catch, was it an interception thing? I think at real speed, I think the right call was made. But, when you slow it down, which replay has the ability to do, there is a moment where it looks like he's got control of the ball and that knee is on the ground before the ball is ripped out of his hands. And we saw in other games where similar plays were called where they're called as down by contact. And this one, the interception stood. So I get any Buffalo fan that has concerns about that. But the bottom line is, you gave up 33 points. Again, the defense doesn't do their job again. And I think this was the year. So I'm not shocked by this news, but I'm still just a little bit surprised. I thought with them beating Jacksonville that might be enough to save it, but maybe the way that they lost this game was it. Scooter, what are your thoughts on it?
I mean, I totally agree with you again about people were looking at maybe McDermott gets fired before the postseason started. Like if he can't, if he loses first, but he took care of business the first round, and I thought that would, no matter what happens, that's good. But I kind of agree with, after 9 years, I think Pittsburgh's kind of going through the motions with the Steelers. Like maybe we should have moved on from, coach 4 or 5 years earlier, Mike Tomlin, who's a great coach, but at this point, he didn't win anything, after 4 years at this point. So you do get to the point where it's like, okay, when are we going to improve past this? We see it in hockey all the time. I mean, coaches they'll get to the finals. They'll get fired for not winning the whole thing because they're there to win the whole thing, especially after a few years. So 9 years is a long time. Bean brought him in, the general manager brought him in when he was hired. So it was his guy, and it's his call to get him out. And it's not like it's not an untalented team. People bring up, there's not been Pro Bowlers and this and that. It's not. It's a talented team. It's a very talented team that could win the Super Bowl, and they didn't.
Yeah.
Again.
And you have to wonder. We'll get into the coach's hiring spot. Like this is probably now the one spot where any coach is going to want to go. I think because look, you've got the pieces there. You just gotta to be the guy that puts it, finalize it, and gets it put together, for sure. So, Sarah, what are your thoughts on it?
Okay. So, you've seen people blaming Josh Allen and blaming defense. I would just say my iconic quote that my dad knows, it's 50-50. There's no other way to really describe it. Sure, you have a tons of turnovers and everything, but you gave up 30 points. It's typical. I mean, like Scooter was saying, talking about Pittsburgh and everything, these teams might just want new eras. This is a Sean McDermott, and then you had Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh. Those were all eras of those teams. Sometimes those eras obviously have to run out. You can't constantly depend on it, especially if it keeps giving you the same result each time. Buffalo would always lose, whatever. And I mean, I talked about it with Caleb Williams. This was Josh Allen's also moment, to kind of show, hey, it's not just about Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow. This is completely different against a rookie, kind of sort of rookie quarterback. There shouldn't have been really much to stop them per se. I mean, obviously Denver's great defense-wise, offense-wise, they're the number one seed, but there's so many excuses for Buffalo, and sometimes you just get tired of the excuses. So cut out everything, start new, start fresh with a new coach. I mean, I get it. It happens. But I'm sure McDermott will find a place elsewhere for sure, comfortably, but we'll see.
See, I want that excuses thing too. That's true. I mean, we saw Sean McDermott after that football game.
Mm-hmm.
He just went off on,
yeah, exactly. You can't do that. You have to look at. You have to take accountability for these sort of things. Yeah. You can't just blame on everything else. Be like, oh, well, this wasn't right. The temperature wasn't 72 degrees. Yeah. Like, no, there's certain things
too, you're right.
And yes, and Maddie, you are right. That was a catch. It went all the way through. It was he didn't follow through with the catch. And it was intercepted. Excuse me. It was intercepted. He did not catch it. It was intercepted. And then Buffalo lucked out too, because there's a major holding call missed inside of the end zone, which should have been a safety. The game should have been over. So, I mean, there are bad calls that are bad calls. They get missed. Yep. Then there's some calls that went okay. So the NFL, they went a little too quick on that, but which they should have held off a little, made
just
sure.
Even just for the look of it, right? Just to say, exactly. Hey, like, Colorado just scores to make it 2-1, by the way, just because I'm watching that one live, so I can see that one. I know we got some Cavs fans out there, so that's probably bad news. So here's a good question that the correspondent brings up. Does McDermott get another head coach job in this cycle? I know what my answer to that is, but Scooter, what's your answer?
Maybe. But he could. He certainly deserves a shot. Definitely. I mean, it's not a bad coach. I think he's a very good coach. But I don't know in this round. And if I'm him, maybe you wait around. Yeah, maybe you wait till next year. He may be a defensive coordinator candidate too out there too.
Sarah, what do you think? Yes or no? He gets a job in this cycle.
He does. Maybe he won't be head coach. I could see obviously maybe trying to go off.
I will be honest. As a Raider fan, if the Raiders go and get McDermott tomorrow, I would be 100% okay with that, because you know what? I'll gladly take 5 years of making the playoffs, because my team has sucked for so goddamn long.
Okay,
like that is a welcome improvement.
But then you're gonna get of it. No, I know how this is gonna go.
For 5 years, he'll like look, and I'll give a perfect example, like Rod Brind'Amour with our Carolina Hurricanes. Like he's gone through this now, where before him, the Hurricanes sucked. Now they've established this. So now, yes, Rod Brind'Amour's got to get over the hump and win and get at least to a cup final. I think that pressure is on him, and that pressure would be on McDermott in Las Vegas too at some point in time. But I'll just take a coach that gets them into the damn playoffs to start like that. So I think all these teams that have an opening are calling him, just like they did Harbaugh. So that's my answer to that question. And the other guy that also got fired this week was Mike Tomlin. So another long-term work goes out. This one, he was just, he still seems like he's there, but he's resigned from the head coach. 19 years at Pittsburgh, never had a losing season, made the playoffs 13 years, 193, 114-2, but 8-12 in the postseason. And the key one, he's not won a postseason game since their Super Bowl appearance in 2016. I think he knew the writing was on the wall, and this one makes sense. But I'll say this for a Baltimore Buffalo, and this is why I told Jared, my son, who's a huge Steeler fan, be careful what you wish for, because you might want it back once it's gone. And we'll see for all three of these teams, is this move the right move for these three teams that have been good teams, made the playoffs, but haven't gotten into the game? And is this coaching move going to help any one of these three teams? And that I'm not sure of. Scooter, what's your thoughts on Tomlin being added to the list?
Well, I think when it comes to these two, if Buffalo, if they get a new coach and it fails, then you can really be like, Buffalo didn't maybe they did the wrong thing. Now Tomlin, I think the time expired. The time is over. And well, officially he still has a contract and they could trade him. And I guess that's the smartest move. I mean, if you're Tomlin, maybe I take a seat for a year, hang out.
Yeah.
Maybe get a good NFL network gig.
I agree. I think he's going to sit out for at least. I think he is going to sit out till the next round of this happens, but we'll see how that all plays out. So, Sarah, what are your thoughts on Tomlin?
It just goes into the different eras I was talking about. You obviously get tired of certain things. It's hard to describe, I would think. I'm sure some teams are trying to call him right now to see if he wants anything, but I could see how nothing is really catching his eye at the moment. I do kind of think maybe some sort of triangle effect is going to happen, because Harbaugh went to New York. I know this is crazy. Obviously, it's not very far from Baltimore. So like I'm thinking like maybe they're all just gonna like trade places with each other. It's gonna be like some sort of juggling off. I don't know. That maybe just because it's all kind of up there in the New England part. Like that's just kind of my theory is like they're just gonna juggle around with those three coaches. But I don't know. It's a crazy theory, but
Yeah, there's a chance we will see that. So that takes us to the other side of this, and we have had some of these openings get filled. The first one, of course, was Harbaugh going to the Giants. I think like we talked about last week a little bit, that once Harbaugh decides where he was going to go, that some of these other spots will start to fill in. I think Harbaugh was going to be the first piece. And look, I get it. You got an exciting quarterback in Dart. You got an exciting receiver in Neighbors. You got Scattaboo. Like there are pieces there for the Giants that would be intriguing for a guy. So I get it. And you're in New York too, so he stays on the East Coast. I think it's a good hire. I think it's a good spot for him, and we'll see how it goes. Scooter, what are your thoughts on Harbaugh to the Giants?
Well, this is great for the Giants because John Harbaugh could deal with the pressure of the New York media. Those guys are relentless. And I mean, a Tom Coughlin can handle that. A Bill Parcells can handle that. You know, these other guys couldn't. Harbaugh can handle that. And that's why he's there. And he'll take care of business. The New York Giants will become good again. You know, as long as he and Schoen, the general manager, can have a good relationship, because it kind of sounds like that's why there is a 5-6 day delay in getting this thing done. Harbaugh wanted more control. He didn't want to be told what to do by Schoen all the time. Yeah, but I get it, because John Harbaugh, he has street cred. It's like if Mike Tomlin goes somewhere, he can go in. He's got street cred. These guys can go in there and make these moves, but it takes a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. Sarah, what are your thoughts on Harbaugh to the Giants?
I mean, I don't hate it. Maybe I hate it a little bit because like we could have had a Las Vegas moment, but I mean, who knows what train we're riding at that point. But I mean, I think it's definitely fitting. New York has some good pieces. I mean, we can't lie. Jackson Dart, I think he is a good quarterback. He just needs better pieces around him. And where did I? Oh, really?
I think that counts. You said
okay.
hey.
I wasn't even fully aware. Okay. But no, so New York has good pieces. I think with a new coach, it can definitely help them figure out how to put those pieces together. But it'll definitely be interesting. I'm definitely intrigued to their next season.
I agree. We'll see how it goes, but I think it is a good hire. Then this one was a little bit more surprising to me. Kevin Stefanski to Atlanta, so he leaves Cleveland for Atlanta. You know, he is an offensive-minded coach, and again, you got some good offensive pieces here with Penix if he's healthy, and then of course Bijan, and then London as the wide receiver, and maybe he can unlock Kyle Pitts, because there's one thing for sure Stefanski has had success with, and that is making tight ends very good in Cleveland. David Njoku, and then the new guy. Why am I drawing a blank on his name? Because I had him on my fantasy team.
London?
And no, the tight end for Cleveland, and I'm drawing.
Oh, yeah, Njoku, and yeah, I know.
And the rookie kid, and I'm drawing a complete blank on him. But anyway, I'm sure he'll pop into my head here one point in time. But you know, I think it's an okay move. Yeah, where is he when we need him? But I'll look it up because he's on my fantasy team, so I'll find him. But you know, this one's an interesting one for sure. So Scooter, what are your thoughts on this one?
Well, I think it's a steal for Atlanta because Kevin Stefanski he's a really good offensive coach, and he's a really good offensive, almost a genius, if you will. And he was stuck on a team called the Cleveland Browns, which is always a problem.
There's the name. Sorry.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And being stuck on the Browns. And he was stuck on the Browns, and they did that horrible deal to get Watson. So they lost all this money they could have used elsewhere. Well, he sat, and when he played, he stunk. And then he doesn't play again because of his Achilles. And he did that twice, I think, to the same one. And but Stefanski won 2 coaches of the year.
He did.
In that slaughterhouse out there. So Matt Ryan probably down in Atlanta says, "This is the guy I want." I mean, look what he did in Cleveland, and that's a S show. So he's going to come down here, and their ownership is well less crazy. I mean, it's getting older, but Arthur Blank, but it's a good move for Atlanta. They're already almost there.
Yeah, I agree with everything that you said there on that one. Sarah, what's your thoughts?
Is it weird to say I don't really care about this one?
No, that's
Like,
fine for you to say.
Not weird at all.
Like, one, the guy's from Cleveland, and then two, Atlanta's in the NFC South, and I'm trying to do my home duties of cheering for the Panthers. So honestly, I wish them the absolute worst. I don't know. I mean, Atlanta already got clowned enough when they picked up. Oh my God! Now why am I dipping out on Kirk Cousins? When they picked up Kirk Cousins and then they drafted another quarterback, that was a very interesting move. Obviously, it doesn't have nothing to really do with their head coach, but Cleveland kind of did the exact same thing with doing whatever they wanted to do with their quarterback extravaganza. So to be honest, maybe it's a good fit. I'm not really sure. But at the same time, I don't really care.
Okay, well there we have
Atlanta's
it.
going to get rid of that GM also, so he's not there any longer. And,
yeah.
So there's and they. I mean, I think Atlanta right now goes to with Stefanski right there and the pieces they have and what Matt Ryan or whoever the general manager is going to be. If they add to it, I mean, they could be one of the sleepers next year. Yeah. No, I mean, Penix, I don't know. They might need to really actually worry about a quarterback again because I don't know. Penix, that's just bad knee stuff going on there.
Yeah.
And Kirk Cousins, I mean, let's not forget that he was drafted a few rounds after RG3.
Although, in fairness to Kirk Cousins, he did win like those 3 games that he played at the end. I mean, he did look decent. And then the correspondent throwing in here that Pitts is a free agent, which I totally forgot that. Yes, he is a free agent, so they'd have to re-sign him, which would be interesting to see where he goes and if that happens or not. So we'll see how that one plays out. And then as Anthony broke for us earlier on the show, Jeff Hafley is to Miami, was the Green Bay defensive coordinator. This was just happened just before the show went live. So I'll be honest, I have not done any real research on the guy to give any real stats, but Miami is off the clock now too, as far as with their coach being hired. So Scooter, you got any thoughts on him?
Yeah, Hafley used to be for several years. He was I mean, he's younger. He was he was the head coach at Boston College. I mean, they were under 500, I think, with him there. But he's really defensively, he's a really good defensive mind. And I think that's good. I mean, Miami has all this offensive talent. I think that they need a guy, who can talk to some of the younger guys.
New quarterback.
But he's going to be tough. And they're going to be more of an emphasis on defense down there, which is smart, I think. Because the offense, you don't know what they're going to do yet. So worry about the defense first.
It's always funny when you have these teams, where they go from they have an offensive minded guy and then it doesn't work, and then they go to a defensive minded guy, and then or you have the teams that do the opposite. They have a defensive minded guy, their offense kind of sucks, so then they go to the offensive minded guy. Like, it's always interesting how you have that ebb and flow of these coaches' decisions. I think that's what this one is here, but we'll see. I mean, I don't, it's a new guy, so it's his first chance as a head coach at the NFL level. And on those ones, given the benefit of the doubt, I did hear Sarah do the quarterback, and I think she's right on the money there. Like, I think Tua clearly is not, but they do have Ewers who played the last few games. Maybe they give him the shot. So Sarah, did you have anything else you wanted to add on this one, or?
No, like I said, I feel like they should still keep going with the offense because I mean, I've already said my piece about the quarterback. But there is still a lot to fix, I fear. But maybe I don't know much about Hafley other than where he's from, but maybe he has a good balance of both. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, I always liked Miami. Like I liked when they were doing good that one year, and then now they died. So I mean, like I like when they do good, but I just don't expect it anymore.
And let's not look at it like the fact that he's a defensive coordinator coming in to be the head coach, and it's going to be just defense. I mean,
yeah, I know.
You look
but
at,
I'm just saying, like what he knows.
Right.
Although Green Bay's defense was
up and down.
Like if you look at Sean McDermott, I mean that Sean McDermott's offenses score like crazy.
Yeah,
and he's a defensive guy.
True.
Like Brian Billick was an offensive guy. He goes to the Ravens, and they have one of the greatest defenses in the history of the league.
Also true. We'll see how that all plays out. So there's the up-to-date coaches. So now let's get into the matchup.
I would like to say one thing about with Buffalo real quick. I'm sorry, is that they got their offense coordinator Brady, who's already interviewed for several people. I wouldn't be surprised if he interviews with Buffalo and gets a hefty raise and becomes their head coach. Not a shock, but it's all.
Yeah, that could be a possibility. Then you get into, okay, well, if you're blaming the head coach, can you really hire one of his assistants? Because that's what I saw with Cleveland, because Cleveland's interviewed their 2 assistant coaches. I'm like, okay, well, if the problem was Stefanski, then how then is the solution one of his assistant coaches? So, but we'll see. I think you could
Brady
be right.
is actually, I mean, he's done really awesome there.
Agreed.
And that's not been a problem as the offense. Has not been a problem. Neither is defense, really.
Yep. So now we get into our conference championship matchups. The first one is at 3:00 on CBS. This one is interesting to me because I honestly still think we had the Bo Nix injury. We've already mentioned, of course, who's going to be playing in this one. It's going to be Garrett Stidham making his 5th start ever, his first since 2003. He's never played in a playoff game. Can Sean Payton get him ready? Or does Denver try to bring somebody in real quick? I don't know who you can bring in and have them start when they don't know the playbook or anything like that. And then you have New England, who, let's be honest, didn't play necessarily great against Houston. They had 3 turnovers themselves. And if they turn over the ball like that against Denver, I think Denver's still going to be in this game. So I'm still going to take Denver at home. I just think for some reason, Sean Payton will have him play good enough. And that's all they need. I think they're going to lean heavily more on Harvey now and run the ball and control the ball and control the clock and keep May off the field and let that defense do what they do best. So I'm still going to take Denver in this one. Scooter, who do you got?
Well, since they lost Nix, I got to go with New England right now, just for me personally. But let's not the Stidham thing. Okay, it's not like he's like this younger kid who's like he hasn't played a lot. But It's not like he's this 24, 20. He'll be 30 in August. He's been around the league for a while. And that's one of those things that you stick around the league, you get your chance. You never know. So you never know. But I don't think that they changed their game plan immensely, except with a little, I think you see a little more RJ Harvey. And then I think you might see a little bit more of him catching balls, too, out of the backfield. But as far as it is, I think New England, they have a chance to plow Denver out of there.
I like that plow snow possibility. Good one there. I don't know if you meant to do that or not, but I like it.
I didn't, but it just goes.
Sarah, who you like?
She didn't like any of them. She wants a tie.
Is she frozen again? It appears that she's frozen because she's
smiling.
Not moved. Yeah, she's at least smiling frozen, so that's good. So, all right, well, we'll see if she comes back to us here in a little bit. So,
wait.
Maybe.
Am I back?
Are you there? Yes, you're back.
Okay.
New England, Denver. Who you got?
I want Denver to win. I'm so terrified with Bo Nix's injury that I just have maybe a little bit more confidence in England's game, especially with Houston. But
Happened again. All right. So it sounds like I think she's going.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
okay.
You came back. Go quick.
Okay. Where was I even at?
You said you want Denver to win, but you think New England, and then you lost it.
Oh, okay. I want to trust that without Bo Nix, they will be fine. I just have a little bit more confidence in New England's game right now, I would fear. I mean, Drake, May. Let's be honest. It's in the name, okay? It's in the name. But it's all over the place. I would say New England as of right now. Of course, I would have to see how this Stidham guy plays to really know, but I wouldn't shy away. Like, I wouldn't push away the fact that Denver could totally come back, because I mean they were very resilient against Buffalo. So I could see being 50-50, but I just trust New England a little bit more since Denver did lose a star player.
There we go. I was like, okay, well, which one you picking? There we go. We finally got it out of you. So you got
Sorry.
the Patriots. All right, then the 6:30 game on Fox. We have the Rams in Seattle. They split the regular season. Both games were extremely close. The Rams went at home 21-19. Then Seattle had that crazy comeback to win 38-37 in overtime. Darnold did throw 4 interceptions in their first matchup. Seattle finally, remember, they have Kenneth Walker, and of course with the unfortunate accident to Zach Charbonnet, that's going to mean they're going to have to lean more and more heavy on Walker. So this one is my toss-up. I think you could make an argument for either team winning this game. I think in the end, I'm going to take Seattle just because they're at home, and that 12th man does matter at times in those crucial moments. But my only caveat to that is I don't know, Sam Darnold could Sam Darnold at any point in time in the playoffs. And if he's Sam Darnold's, then I clearly like the Rams. So he did Sam Darnold in the first team, and they still almost won. And that's my hope for Seattle fans, is that you can still pull it out. So Scooter, who do you got?
Yeah, I mean, Seattle's 6-2 at home. It seems like that 12th man thing is back, and they look pretty good the last week. But I mean, the Rams are a really good team. They're real tough. Is Seattle going to make Matthew Stafford look old? Is that defense going to make him look old, which is the big question? Don't know yet, but I like Seattle against the Rams right now. But that could change, but right now I do.
Bad news for you, the Caps fans. Colorado just makes it 3-1.
It's
Sarah,
not 3-2.
Oh, geez, I must be behind then. So that's a quick goal back. So Showtime, what do you got?
Don't get me wrong. Seattle played an amazing game. Obviously, murdered San Francisco. Of course, they were playing against a very injured San Francisco. And then LA, they were playing against Chicago. There's no way to really describe Chicago. It's just Chicago. I would say that LA is the team to beat. And I don't really know how to explain it that well, other than the fact it's just, I think they did just, Seattle played an easy game, if that makes sense. Seattle had it a little too easy, and I don't think LA is going to give them that kind of battle. LA's obviously going to fight for it, They kept it very close with Chicago. I think a lot of their defensive and offensive parts will kind of keep it a tight game. But I'm thinking, oh my God, what number even was that? A Super Bowl? What year was it? Oh my God. The 2019. I don't remember what year that was, but I'm thinking a 2019 Super Bowl rematch.
Ah, yes, the most boring Super Bowl ever.
Okay, but it's gonna go different.
What was it, like 13-3 or
13-3, 13-3,
yeah,
New England
something
won.
like that. Yeah, that one was so. All right, so there we have our predictions. Anything else on the NFL side before we wrapped up? Yeah, so my feed's got to be 60 minutes behind because there was the I just saw the Frank goal to make it 3-2. So I'm like 60 seconds behind you somehow, Scooter, on my feed, I guess. So
it's okay.
Back and forth we go. All right, so that is the NFL side of it. Then, of course, there is the big game tonight. This game is at 7:30 on ESPN. You have the number 1 seed Indiana against the number 10 seed Miami. Sarah, I'm going to let you start because I think from last week we have the idea that you are picking Indiana in a blowout. Has anything changed from the last episode to this one to change your mind that Miami can make this a game?
Nothing has changed. It's the exact same. Miami is not prepared for this at all. I don't care. We already talked about the battle of, should they even be in there? They should be in there. Don't get me wrong, but talent is talent. We're talent. Oh my God. Am I back? Okay.
Yeah, you're here. You're here.
I think I'm back. I don't even know.
You haven't been off. You're good.
Okay. It scared me for a second. I saw loadings. Miami should be here. Don't get me wrong. But Indiana is different. Indiana is literally built different, I fear. And I could still see it being like a slow to start game. Like Miami is going to be in the game maybe during the first half. Second half, though, Indiana runs away with it. That's just how I feel. I can't really. I'm trying to think. Let me give you a score. We'll make it a little bit. I'm thinking like 42-17.
Okay. Scooter, what do you got?
Well, if I'm right, I've seen Indiana usually takes care of business earlier in games than later. And I mean, it's such a talented, really good, awesomely coached football team. They have everything going for them. Now, if they can get a few turnovers and they score off of those turnovers, like touchdowns as opposed to field goals, they have a chance to stay in the game. But Indiana is just so powerful. But I mean, Indiana, there's a chance it's like 45-15, that kind of thing. And I think it could be early, like 30-3 early, that kind of.
I know Indiana's gotten off to these hot starts early in the first two games, and is it possible they can do that again? Yes, 100%. But I think Miami's defense is going to keep them in this game. Their defense has played. Look, like they Ohio State. Everyone thought that Ohio State was just going to roll all over Miami. That didn't happen, And now, granted, yes, Ole Miss was able to put up points against Miami, but they were able to match them. So I think this game is going to come down to Miami's defensive line against that Indiana offensive line. And if Indiana is able to control that line of scrimmage, then yes, I do think it can be a blowout. But I think Miami's defense is going to have their moments in this game, just because they show. And while yes, I 100% expect there to be a lot of red in the building still tonight, but this still is a game in Miami. Like Miami's going to have a clear home field advantage in this game a little bit. Like I think it's going to be probably 60-40 still. Because
I probably know 15 people who are U fans going to that game tonight.
Right. So I'm sure they got their hands on the tickets, and I'm sure that they are going to be in there, and that's going to help Miami. Like there's just no doubt about it. But Indiana did go into Oregon, a very loud place, and did just fine. But I think that's going to be enough to keep Miami in this game. I do think Indiana gets the win. It's going to be more interesting to me, obviously, is how does Mendoza play in this game, because the last I heard, I think Mark Davis has about a contingent of 6 people that are going to be at this game live watching it, and we all know why. So we'll see how that all plays out. We'll get more into the draft stuff later, obviously, as we get to it. So I'm going to take Indiana as well, but I don't think it's going to be a blowout. I think this has like a 30-24 feel to me. And there we have it. So that's our football stuff. Anything on either the NFL or college before we wrap it up with a bow?
Well, some people don't realize it are the Mendoza brothers. They weren't born down in Miami, but they went to high school in Miami. So it's their people too. So
yep.
It's going to be one of those things. It's like a homecoming.
Yep, it'll be fun to watch for sure. I think it's going to be a good game. So, all right, let's get into a little bit of hockey stuff before we wrap this show up here tonight, because we do have potential contenders coming on later, and they've got the time crunch with the game starting at 7:30. So, a little bit of hockey news. There was a couple trades that we do want to go over. The bigger one was this one here. Rasmus Andersson goes from Calgary, and we talked about this last week, where I think you are going to see these pre-Olympic trades happening, and that's what we're seeing happen. Is a couple of these teams are starting to make these moves beforehand. And this was one of them. Rasmus Andersson gets traded to Vegas from Calgary for Zach Whitecloud, a 2027 first round and 2028 second round. Some of those are conditional, depending on if Vegas wins the Cups or not. And they also trade a prospect in Abram Wybe that's playing for North Dakota right now. Anderson's a skilled D, set to be a UVA after this year, but he can play the power play, which Vegas does need help with. He played with Noah Hannafin before he went to Vegas. I imagine those two are going to match back up together again. White Cloud's a solid D that goes back to Vegas. He's actually been with Vegas since they started in 17-18. So they lose one of those original Vegas connections. But overall, I think this is what Vegas does when they know that they need a spot. They're not afraid to go out and make the deal. And that's what they did here. Scooter, what are your thoughts on the trade?
Yeah, I think it's great for both teams. Vegas gets a little stronger. Calgary, they weren't going to re-sign him anyways. They're probably not going to make the playoffs, most likely. And they get a first and a second round, maybe even a first and a first. It'll be a higher draft pick, but hey, you're getting some good, you're going to get some good talent out of that trade.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm kind of surprised that they got that much for him for a pending UVA, but hey, that's what they set the standard, so to speak, for this one. Sarah, what are your thoughts on this one?
Kudos to White Cloud for escaping Vegas. I'm so sorry for Anderson that he has to go into Vegas. I have
ouch.
Okay, but it goes back because why Carter Hart is injured right now, but like just associating that team, you're talking about, oh yeah, if they want to make a move, they're gonna get it. Yeah, they do, but it sometimes is not exactly the best move because why is this guy on the team? He shouldn't be on a team in general. He should not have a career. But I mean, that's just my fair opinion. Of anybody involved with whatever case is going on. But life isn't like that. So womp womp. It's a good deal. It is. Just putting aside my bias, it is a good deal. Anderson is a phenomenal defenseman. Kind of hasn't maybe played well. I mean, Calgary's still in the picture, I would say, but they're not, I think, where they want to be. So I think trying to go after getting some more like with their picks and getting White Cloud, I think can definitely help them from it. But I can definitely see it being beneficial for sure. Oh my gosh, that was a lot.
There you go. Well, and you somehow did that without saying that you hate Vegas. I was waiting for it, and you never said. But you didn't do it.
I feel like it's pretty solid.
But those are the rules. You gotta say it. So this one happened earlier today. Kiefer Sherwood goes from Vancouver to San Jose for Cole Clayton, which is a throw-in player who is basically never played in the NHL. He's an AHL guy. They get 2 second rounds, 1 in 26 and 1 in 27. So again, a pretty good return for Sherwood, who's a pending UVA, who does have 44 points, should add some help to the Sharks on that third line spot, which they got the young talented core with Cerebrini, but they do lack the depth, and this adds a good solid player to go into that mix. So I do like the deal for San Jose, and hey, they're in a wild card spot right now. So I like that they're showing some, instead of being sellers like they have been the last 2 years, they're actually making a move to try to make this a run this year. And in the West, I think it's wide open to get in after those top 3 demon teams that are up top of it, obviously, with Minnesota and then Dallas and Colorado. So Scooter, what are your thoughts on this one?
Well, I mean, good for Vancouver. They're the worst team in the league. They're going to most likely finish last at the end of the season. And the Sharks may not make – I mean, they're in the playoffs, but there's a chance, a 50-50 chance. There's a 50-50 chance that they don't make the playoffs. So that even helps Vancouver even a little more, the draft pick wise. But I mean, good for the Sharks, I guess. Sherwood's a good player, but yeah, I think Vancouver did better.
Okay, I like that. Showtime, what do you thought on this one?
I didn't really even know who Sherwood was, so there's not much I can say about this.
I named a forest after him.
I don't think. I think he was I'm not sure, but it seems like a good move. I mean, Sharks are obviously doing something, and Vancouver is probably just trying to go in for Gavin McKenna. So I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, that could be.
That's how I see it. It's just Vancouver's just settling for Gavin McKenna. That's what their goal is out of the season, just getting Gavin McKenna.
And Peeve is taking Chester's spot here as being the show cat now. So he's the new office manager, and he's going to be the new cat for the show up here. So he's hired for the spot. So an interesting. We heard Chris Drury, who is the GM of the Rangers, basically say, yeah, it's going to be, you're going to see some guys go. So it seems like the New York Rangers are waving the flag. Which, yes, this season has been a disappointment for them. Shesterkin is out for a bit of time. Jonathan Quick has not been good. They had to bring in Spencer Martin, and he's not relived to his days with the Canes, where he had some solid performances for the Carolina so far. It sounds like Trocheck may be gone, Panarin, but Panarin does have a no trade clause, so he's got to kind of agree to go somewhere. But he's a UVA pending. So, Scooter, do you think is this so? Are the Rangers actually going to be getting rid of some players, and are they trying to suck for McKenna as well?
Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, they're not going to suck as bad, I think, as Vancouver is, because I think they're actually like 12 points better than Vancouver is.
Right.
But they are the worst. The Rangers are the worst team in the conference.
But remember, NHL does do a draft lottery, and
they do a draft lottery, and you never know.
Could
Yep.
the Rangers somehow magically win this, just like Pittsburgh somehow got Sidney Crosby, and like I could see that kind of happening.
And you better get used to that. The Hartford Wolfpack players playing in the Madison Square Garden, because they're going to be the New York Wolfpack for the next rest of the year, and it should be surprising. I think they're going to do pretty bad now, so there's a chance they win like 10 more games this year.
Why do they have to go? Or is there something wrong with the Hartford Arena or something? Or
no, the Hartford Wolfpack is their AHL team.
Oh, I got you now. I thought
it's just going to be a whole bunch of Wolfpack.
I thought the Hartford was having to play in New York for some reason, because there's an issue with wherever the Wolfpack play. So you're making me nervous.
But the Hartford, they already had a roof collapse once.
Yes. Now I'm following you. So there we go. Got a Hartford. Now it's tied at 1. There we go. So.
Yeah. But it makes sense, though. Obviously, yes. Brewery's going to bring up a whole bunch of the Wolfpack players, and they're going to lose a bunch of games. Now, maybe they don't. But he's going to give his young guys a little shot at the the pros.
And then, of course, a game later tonight down in Florida. San Jose goes down to Florida, and one Matthew Tkachuk is back. So, Sarah, what are your thoughts on Matthew Tkachuk being back?
Is this what you want? Is this what we're going for? I don't care. Okay, I hate that guy. Look. Okay, to even talk about this in the spectrum, can we talk about the curse? Can we talk about the curse? Is that too much? The curse that we speculated over sports.
If you want to go for it, you can. Yes, you can talk.
Okay, Scooter. So I'm pretty sure you're aware of this, but after each sports team show their medals or their trophies or their cups to Trump, usually something absolutely terrible happens to them afterwards. The Florida Panthers, obviously just showed their cup to Donald Trump, being like, "Oh, we won," and then Matthew Tkachuk says, "Oh well, meeting you trumped it all. Shut up. No, that's cringe. Whatever." And then they lose 9-1 to the Carolina Hurricanes. You're telling me that is not ironic? You're telling me that there's not some sort of scientific theory that
I can counter that, though. I can counter that.
No, don't counter it.
The Florida Panthers went to the White House last year with the same trophy.
That's true.
I'm just saying. And they wore the same ties that some people don't like. But they won the whole thing. So I'm just saying.
I do want to see. I know where she's going. It was a funny tweet by Sarah Sivian, which, by the way, if you're a hockey fan, you don't follow Sarah Sivian on Twitter. She's a great follow, by the way. But she posted it, and I'm trying to find it, and I can't find it yet. But if I find it, I find it. But I don't want to road tie it. But it was an outline of teams that have done something with for Trump, and then how they've not had good luck after doing that, which it was funny. I found it humorous. So I was trying to
gotta have fun with it. Gotta have fun with it.
Yes, exactly.
Gotta have fun with the politics.
Hold on here. I'm gonna find it. Damn it. Hold on. Okay. Here it is. So he says, U.S. lost the 4 nations after a call with Trump. lost the Ryder Cup after Keegan Bradley did the Trump dance. Team USA welcomed him with open arms, and the Panthers lost 9-1 in their first game after this. Guy might be worse luck than Drake. I mean, that's funny.
That is.
that was her bit. So it was good.
That's good. I like it. I just have a counter. There is one the big counter there, but yeah, I get it.
Right. It's all in good
Okay,
fun.
but that means that he's 1 out of what, 3? That's no. I take these chances, and my chances are that this guy, there's some sort of voodoo shit going on, and it's just ironic. And of course, as a Canes fan, I'm smiling about it because we beat the Panthers 9-1. Now, will we do that in the playoffs? No. But take it how it is, you know.
Kachuk is back. Kachuk. Again, even my brother, that's one of his favorite players is Kachuk. And he always says it sounds like a lieutenant with the Klingons. Lieutenant Kachuk.
Wait, who do they play again?
They play San Jose tonight.
Today is a good day to die.
I have to look who can injure.
All right, so let's start wrapping this bad boy up here. So we will have a show, of course, next week on January 26th. We're going to recap the NFL Championship weekend. I was going to get into this. Originally, we had this scheduled for today, but then with the breaking news with McDermott, I knew that was going to take up some time, and so I knew that this was going to. I want to get into a little bit more detail. The contracts that Kyle Tucker and Bo Bichette signed this week, not as much what it does for 2026, but in case you hadn't heard, Kyle Tucker signs a $60 million deal with the Dodgers. Bo Bichette signs a very hefty deal with the New York Mets. So my point is going to be, what does this mean for 2027? And I don't think it's good news, but I want to take some time and dive into that. So we'll save that for next week's show. Scooter had some news about some changes that NASCAR is making, and same thing with that. I didn't want to just gloss over it. So we'll save that for next week and let Scooter dive into that. It sounds like he thinks that they're good changes. So we'll get more into that next week. And then, of course, our big Olympic hockey preview show is going to be February 2nd. We will break down the women's draw. We'll break down the men's draw. We'll give you our medal predictions. So, this is going to be the best hockey tournament that we've had in a good decade. Now, the only thing that would make it better is if Russia was playing in it. From the purely hockey side of it, I get why Russia isn't playing in this tournament. I'm 100% on board with it. But from the hockey side of it, this would be amazing if Russia was in it, but they're not, and I get it. We'll dive into that a little bit more too when we talk about that. But we are going to do the women's side and the men's side because the women's side is going to be just as exciting. It's going to be great hockey. And as the crowd from the PWHL game showed you in Washington, they drew a record crowd. The women's hockey is soaring attendance-wise with the PWHL. Like, they're doing these games in other cities, and they are just doing amazing. So something to keep an eye on too. And I do at least now have a date for my legalized gambling show. We're going to do that on March 2nd. Breaking it down, I have a date for it because we'll be through all the Olympic stuff by then, and that's kind of just before March Madness really gets going. So I think that's going to be the episode where we can kind of get into that. The NFL will be over with, college football will be over with, so we can dive into that. And it's before really, baseball doesn't even get going yet. So I have a date set for it. So there it is. The March 2nd will finally be the legalized gambling.
I'm going to be in Palm Beach Gardens down there at that time, and I'm going to hopefully try to hit up some games. So hopefully I can hit you guys with some palm trees behind me.
Oh, there you go. That'd be fun. So that is our down the road as far as what we got coming up on the show. Of course, we talked about this at the beginning of the show. You watch us on YouTube and Facebook. And of course, now on YouTube, we're available 24/7, where you can go back and watch any show when you want on demand. But you can also listen to us on Spotify, iHeartRadio, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, Pocket Cast, Podbean, Castbox, and Odyssey. Those are available the next day. So you can actually listen to Drive Time while you're driving, if that's what you would prefer to do. And then, of course, we have all of our shows. So coming up tonight, Pretenders and Contenders will be on at 7. Then tomorrow, we got 2 shows, Unapologetic Sports at 6:30. Yours truly might be joining them for a bit at 7 o'clock on the show tomorrow. So they asked me to come on. I'm looking forward to going on with them because they are fun. It's a great show. If you haven't watched it yet, Unapologetic, they're just that. They don't care. They focus a lot on football, but they give some hot takes, and it's fun. Tuesday Night Flight, of course, then will be after that. KG, Midnight Rider, and the Gentleman Jack usually on there. Sometimes it just depends on who's out on assignment. Then our NBA and college basketball, Nothing But Net, is on Wednesdays at 7:30. Then you got the passenger seat following that at 8 o'clock. The Thursday Night Throwdown with the guys at 7:15. The Gridiron, the greatest fictitious show on 11 a.m. where they break down the league that everyone's in. the WrestleManiacs at 9, and then the Sunday Morning Rise will get you ready for your Sunday football action on the weekend on Sunday. So there you have it, folks. A lot going on. So it's that time where I throw it to you guys. Scooter, anything you want to add as we say bye-bye?
I do. It's important to add that, I'd like to wish a big happy birthday to our good pal, Ben Conchi, the Midnight Rider. He turns 77 today. So happy 77th birthday, Ben. I've only known you for a few years. I mean, you're like 30 years older than me, but keep it up. Love you and thank you.
Speaking of Midnight Rider, if you did not catch the Sunday Morning Rise yesterday, Midnight Rider was solid gold on that one with his references about being second to Jesus and with it being his birthday coming up, like just hysterical. So if you didn't watch it, go back and watch it because it was Sarah and I were cracking up at him when we were watching it, making breakfast yesterday morning. So it was good stuff for sure. So yes, happy birthday, Midnight Rider. I'm sure you will be in full celebration mode with probably some type of mixed drink in your hand when you're on with the coach here in a little bit. So we'll have to see what his drink of choice is tonight. So Sarah, what do you got?
Happy birthday.
Okay, there you go. Well said. So
she's a lady of few words, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's right. It's no, you got to win the game to win the game, but we'll just go with the happy birthday today. So that works for me. So I don't have much to add. Just enjoy the game tonight, everybody. It should be hopefully a good one. Enjoy the football next week. Get ready for some incredible hockey here, just a few weeks away. I think right now with everything else that's going on, we sometimes need sports to be that little getaway moment. And so that's what we try to do here is just have some fun. And so with that being said, make sure that you tell your loved ones that you love them because tomorrow it's not guaranteed. Give them a hug. But if you are here with us, hopefully you'll be here with us again next week. So until then, we say bye-bye, adios, and all that good stuff. The you. I was waiting to see what you're going to do. So boo the you. All right. Take care, everyone. Have a good one.
You can't do an I. I.
Yeah, that's it. I, you.
I'm like, no, it's a T. It's an I. I'm going crazy over here. Turn it off.
No OHIO anymore. That's for sure. All right.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome back to this week's edition of the Pretenders or Contenders Coaches Show. I'm your host, Coach Devon Powell, head football coach, Law High School, assistant basketball coach of your reigning Maryland 4A state champions in basketball. I'm here with my co-host here tonight, and as always, the hardest working man in podcast land, my guy, Midnight Rider. What's going on, brother?
Not much, man. How you feeling today, man?
Hey, man, it's a good day. Got a good show. Hopefully we got a good football game starting up in a little bit, man. And, I'm feeling good. My boys went 2-0 on the West Coast. As you see the logo in the background, lit up for you.
I don't know what you're talking about, Coach. I can't see that part of your screen. I apologize.
Hey, man. So we appreciate everybody for checking in today, man. We got a great show lined up today. We got in the list on the show for today, we got the new head coach at Riverdale Baptist, Coach Damon Powell, formerly of Flowers High School, to come in and talk about the new gig. We also got Coach Stephen Marshall, the new head coach at Bladensburg High School. We'll bring him in to talk about his program and what he got lined up for his new program this year and this season. And then we're going to finish it off tonight with Jabrilla Bangor, defensive end, Law High School senior. He's coming on to talk about his senior season and how's his recruiting process going at this point in the year. So, sit back, relax, and just be entertained for the next hour. Like I said, I'm just a coach, but I got the hardest working man in podcast land on my side. So I'm sure it's going to be an entertaining, great show for you tonight.
Yeah, you can sit back, relax, and let yourself go. Don't sweat what you heard. Yeah, I got you, Coach. I know what it is.
Yeah, I know that. Hey, that's why I got you here, man. You the man. All right. So if you can do me a favor, man. Look, since you're the professional, if you can do me a favor, man, let the folks out here know where they can find the shows at.
Oh, of course. After the show. So when you wake up tomorrow and you wake up and you see the light of day, and you come to being comfortable with where you are in the space that you are in, you will wake up at 9 a.m. and you will see that this audio version of this show will be available to you on Our Heart, Odyssey, all the different platforms. If you can get a podcast, it's going to be there for you, and we're going to be there with you. And then if you don't want to be stuck in the audio version of this, and you want us as a physical version video, you can come to YouTube. Make sure you click like and subscribe, because the visual version of this is always available to you. And you put in Pretenders and Contenders, and you get us, these pretty faces on your screen, wherever you want to use, whether it's your cell phone, whether it's your laptop, whatever it is, you get us live and in living color. So there you go.
Live and in living color. And he was talking about his pretty face, because that ain't me. But hey, let's go ahead and get right into it. I just saw a comment come through midnight. I gotta address this real quick. The boss BJ just checked in, and he got I guess he got a complaint about my Duke light back there, right? So I'm gonna point it out, make sure everybody can see it. Best team in college basketball right now. All right, man. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. I wonder. We had Coach John Kamara on last week from Bladensburg High School basketball coach and part of the Basketball Coaches Association. And since it's winter season now, man, I just want to highlight some of our things that we got going on in the county for basketball, man, and just give everybody an update on the current standings in PG County after another great week of basketball. It was highlighted with a big matchup between Flowers and Wise this past week, Thursday night, which Flowers was actually the winner of that game, that matchup. Two of the top teams in PG County, but right now in our 4A standings, we got Flowers at 12-0, Bowie at 8-5. Bowie is who the Spartans lost to on Thursday night. We had the gentleman Jack from In the Passenger Seat podcast in the house that night, man, and it's a good game, good close game. My Spartans are still trying to find their identity, and we just fell short. Final score was 56-51. So Bowie's sitting at 8-5 right now. Wise is 7-3. Roosevelt is 7-5. Bladensburg High School is at 6-6. Law, my squad, is currently at 5-8. Duval High School is at 4-5. High Point is 3-4. Parkdale is 2-8. Northwestern is 1-8. And Suitland is 1-11 right now. Over to the 1A, 2A, 3A standings. Gwynn Park continues to roll. They're currently at 11-2. Fairmont Heights is at 9-3. So Ratsville is at 8-4 right now. Largo continues to have a strong season as well. They're at 8-4. Potomac is at 8-4. CMIT North is 7-4. Douglas High School is 6-4. Oxon Hill right now is 6-6. CMIT South, after a strong year last year, struggling a little bit this year, but they're at 3-7. Friendly's at 2-8. Crossland's at 2-9. Central's at 2-9. And College Park Academy is at 1-7. So that's your current PG County standings for basketball. 4A and then 1A, 2A, 3A standings.
I don't know, Coach. The coach from Blade may not want to come back on the show because he's like 0-2 since he's been on. So,
yeah, well, they had a tough showing, tough couple of games. They had a tough week, but they got a nice squad over there, so I'm sure they're gonna be fine.
They're gonna bounce back.
Yeah, they're gonna bounce back. So Coach John, don't shy away from the show, brother. You good? Don't do that. All right. So we're gonna go into our 1A, 2A, 3A player of the week, and this week we have Makai Mason from Fairmont Heights High School, and I think Makai plays football as well. I think he plays on the football team as well over there at Fairmont. But Makai had a great week this week. He averaged a triple-double this week. 13 points, 11 rebounds, and 11 assists as they went 3-0 this week. And they defeated Surrattsville, which was a tough team. They also beat Bowie. And I can't remember who else they played this week, but that was a good week for them, man. And the average of triple-double, my man was out there balling. So congrats to Makai Mason, Fairmont Heights. And then we got a back-to-back winner in the 4A. All right, Deion Walker from Wise High School, number 5. He's the player of the week for the second week in a row. Let's see, last week he averaged 29 points and 9 rebounds. And in that huge matchup they had against Flowers, he had 33 points and 13 rebounds in the loss. So congrats to those guys, man, for being an outstanding performance this week on the basketball court. It's not easy to average a triple-double on any level, man. But for Makai to average a triple-double for Fairmont, that's a big accomplishment there.
For sure.
Good job to those players there. And I don't know what's going on, why I can't get that. Okay, there we go. Let's see why I couldn't get that off of there.
All right.
Okay, appreciate it. For my Spartans, like I said, we went 1-1 last week, defeated River Hill last Monday night, as we talked about last week, then lost to Bowie on a close matchup at the 300 on Thursday. This week coming up, we got Parkdale High School tomorrow away. So we're going down there to play them. And then on Thursday, we got Suitland, the Rams, coming into the 300. And so we're looking to go 2-0 this week. But we got to play ball. We got, like I said, we're still trying to find our identity, but hopefully we don't have no hiccups this week as we get closer and closer to playoff time.
So, Coach, real quick, I love what you just said about finding your identity. What do you think your identity is, and what are your guys playing to?
It's very rare that I don't have an answer for you.
I know.
But I don't have an answer for you from this one. We just don't have an identity right now.
You're trying to find yourself.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah,
that's why I asked
trying
the
to
question.
find ourselves, man. When you lose 8 seniors, and then your top returning player, didn't have grades in the second quarter. I mean, after the first quarter, so we'll be without him until third quarter grades come out. That's 9 players that you done lost off of last year's state championship team. So it's a struggle. It's a struggle right now. So we'll find it sooner or later. But I was trying not to put too many explicits out.
No, you good. You handled yourself well in that conversation, bro, Coach.
Got you. All right, man, we're going to go ahead and keep on moving. Like I said, I know we got the big game coming on tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in my guy, Coach Damon Powell, the new head coach at Riverdale High School. What's going on, Coach?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm doing good, man. Doing good. Happy to be here, man. Happy to have the man with the plan joining us tonight.
All right, how you doing, man?
We good, man.
To be here. Yes, sir.
All right, man. So, I sent you a message the other day, man. But, again, congratulations on the new gig.
Appreciate it.
And, you're one of my guys, so I'm rooting for you.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Go ahead and do your thing over there, man. And just, talk to the people, man. Let us know how this came about, man. And what you got going on over there at Riverdale.
Yeah, man, it was just one of those things. Everybody knew everything that happened at Flowers, and that's one of those things where I did not want or wasn't even looking to be moving or leaving, and I felt like we built something very special there, and we did. But I think it was time, after going through everything there and just seeing the writing on the wall of all these things coming into play. From left to right, just happens to come into play for some reason. But I think it was time to move. It was time to make another move. And honestly, I got a call from Riverdale, and I think it was definitely a spot that I really was interested in. And after I get into some information about it and start reading up on it and, asking around, I think, man, it made a lot of sense. And so not only that I'm PG County born and raised, been here for, all my life, and live right here in Bowie, Maryland. So it's still, driving distance, maybe 10 miles maybe. So it was just something that made really good sense, and I get to stay in the county that I love and coach football, thing that I love to do.
So in this move that you made, what was the reason? We'll say it that way. Without you having to get into too much of the dirt, what was the reason or what made the move happen?
Well, one of the reasons was
the PG
version. I was suspended, as everybody know, and I was suspended for not only 1 year but 2 years. Okay. So it was just one of those things where you could just see the writing on the wall. Just something that right. I guess I wasn't welcome here in the county as far as Prince George County football anymore, as far as athletics, and it was just time to move on to something. That where I can spread my wings a little bit more and do what I do. So Riverdale Baptist is a great school, but outside of that, it's independent. So I can kind of do anything that I plan that I want to do in a sense, it's like without all the rules. So it works out, and we get to develop and build a program again, because they didn't do so well as last year. So we can build it up from the bottom up again and make it a powerhouse, just like we've done everywhere else.
Okay. Actually, now that you have moved on to Riverdale, we'll talk more about that coming up. But let's touch back on your years at Flowers, man. You had a nice nine-year run at Flowers, man, and I know the school meant a lot to you. You had a close relationship with the principal there, and the staff and the students, man. So just talk about your time, at Flowers, man, and all the children that I ain't even gonna say you touched their lives, but they touched your life.
Hey, man, absolutely, man. It was I've been there for 9 seasons. When I first came to Flowers, man, it was 4 and 6. It was. They was in and out of head coaches, and I came in and met with Dr. Brown, and we had a conversation, and we, interviewed for the job, and man, it was just on and popping since. And being able to start my first year there, we went 6-4, first time in the playoffs, and then after that, 10-0 regular season, and we just the the program just launched out, and we was able to get a lot of student athletes in the school with scholarships, Division I scholarships, 1AA, D2, and averaging about 18 signees a year, and it was just something special, that we enjoyed doing, giving back to the community. We had everybody rallying behind us and supporting us, and sponsorships, and everything just moving in the right direction. So, when you bring a lot of that, touch the community, bring a lot of the student athletes, putting them in school, and having a 3.3 GPA, team GPA, a lot of great things happen. Of course, with a lot of great things, you have a lot of haters as well. And I think that's how everything just transpired. Is just, wow, what are they doing over there type of deal. So, but man, we have some great teams, some great young men come through here. They are doing excellent. We just had one of our old players just transfer out, went to South Carolina. Now he's at Alabama this year. And so it's just, these guys, they come out of Flowers with a great education. They come out ready, prepared for college football, prepared for life. And that's the biggest thing, is about mentoring our young men, turning them into young men and into men. You know what I mean? So that's just, just thinking back. It was something that I loved. I didn't want to leave. Actually, I got a son that's there in 9th grade right now at Flowers. He's wrestling. So, I mean, it's just, it's my backyard. I stay 5 minutes from the school. It's just something that it was just, a perfect fit. So it's just hard. It was hard for me to leave, but it's only coaching. I'm still working there.
So how do you find the balance of being a dad of a freshman, but being a coach of another team? Like, where's that place, and where's that gravity that you have to find?
I mean, yeah, it is tough, because what you do is you see yourself giving a lot more energy and time than the other kids, and he sees that, and what I'm saying. So you got to find a way to spend more time with your own, and so and a lot of times when you do spend time with your own, they don't want to listen to you; they want to listen to somebody else anyway. So, but it's really. You know what? I enjoy waking up, driving him to school every day. You know what I mean? We having our little time, even if it's a silent drive to school, it makes the world to me. And so, him wrestling. And so I was a wrestling coach too, as well, and wrestled in high school. So I'm able to teach him a little bit of wrestling as well as he goes through goes through wrestling. And he's a 4.0 student, so I don't have to worry about academics or anything with him. He's kind of got his own discipline in the academic field, so it's just great to spend some time with him. But it's very hard, dealing with all the young men that you touch every day, and then less time with him at home.
Gotcha.
Yeah, somebody who I coach my own son from when he was in youth ball all the way up through high school. Man, it's one of those things where, it's a difficult balance that you got to find. And, it can cause some stress and strain on the family. But just got to make sure you're just trying to put all you can into whatever they got going on. Luckily, my son played football as well. So, it's kind of easy for me to be around them more, but it's difficult, man. It's very hard to do. And just like you, I had a good son too, man, that I ain't have to get on him about his homework and all that stuff. I ain't never had to worry about grades. So that made it a lot easy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They are, they're in their own thing. They kind of in cruise control. They know, when and how to do things, and you don't have to worry about the academic part. Just got to make sure they doing, not spending all their time on video games and things of that nature. But outside of that, once they start learning how to train, be disciplined in training and seeing, I just make sure that for my son that, that he gets out there and he trains. He loves to sing. He's a music guy. He sings. If that's your passion, put 110 in that. You know what I mean? Make sure you practicing and giving you all there. And, that's what it's all about for me.
Right. So looking forward now that you're over there at Riverdale, man, and I know it's been pretty much like a week now since you've been in and the head over there. So, what you got planned for the program? Like you said, they're coming off a tough year last year. They lost a lot of coaches last year as well, and some kids had left from there. So, what you got planned for the program going forward?
Dominate, man. I only know one way how to do things, man. So once I get in, I go in, with a mindset where we just gonna be the best in everything we do. So I don't know many people that's on the roster. I did know the coaches, couple coaches from last coaching staff. I had an opportunity to talk to them, but we're going in this thing, pretty much with an open mind and just blank and just start building from the bottom up. I mean, that's just how you do it. I'd rather do it that way. It's the only way I'd rather do it anyway, because we can put everything in place that you want and make sure that you get whoever you want in, and then hopefully, we'll be able to grow from there. So I will have I've interviewed a lot of coaches. I have a great staff coming. Oh man, we about to turn some necks, turn some heads, you know what I mean? Because we're gonna have an experienced staff. And we're gonna have to start recruiting and getting our roster together. So this year, listen, sky's the limit. But once we get our feet wet and learn all the ins and outs, I know in a couple of years, man, we're gonna probably be one of the best schools out there.
So when you're getting your feet wet, but what is the things that you stand on? What are your standards? Like what is your main thing as a coach?
There's a main thing, my main thing. Well, my core values are definitely my brotherhood, man. We really got to come together, be together, have each other's back, learn each other, building relationships. I'm really big on that. I'm big on effort. Just give me everything you got, man. Once we touch down, I need everything that's in that tank. I need everything empty. You know what I mean? Whether we practicing, whether we in the books, whether we hitting, whatever we doing, I need maximum effort. You know what I mean? So that's big for me. Toughness, attitude comes with all that, man. We instill all that stuff in toughness and attitude and just being just having that grit. Listen, if I'm going to lead you into a game, to war, to everything, I'm going to bring it, and then you got to. And so, if I'm leading you in there, you got to bring everything you got with that attitude and your toughness, and just having faith in one another, man. We're a Christian school, having faith in each other, being able to, love and support and be a part of each other, man. Is a big thing. So, a very loyal person. I bring a lot of experience. My ultimate goal is to get our boys, with this portal is just get everybody into school that we can get in school. It's very tough these days with high school student athletes getting into school because of the portal. But we have a plan of action, I'm telling you. And so just giving them their all and never turning my back on these young men is big for me. So coming out, man, when I was in I know everybody laughed, but back in our day, we didn't have all these trainers and people in place and things to help us when we was coming out. We have videotapes and all that. We didn't have social media. There was just a lot of little, and so now, man, it's just a different world. But in the recruiting aspect, for high school is just really getting tough for our high school kids. So now we got to have a different approach to the game, and then that's what Riverdale Baptist is going to bring, a different approach. So we get to have spring ball. Spring ball is going to be huge, getting the spring evaluation in front of coaches, and that's going to be another huge thing that we're going to be able to get done. But just to answer your question, man, with the brotherhood, effort, attitude, toughness, faith, just the standard, and hold these guys accountable. That's what it's all about.
And you brought back a memory when you talked about our highlight tapes back in the day, because I remember these cats, they can put together a highlight tape in 5 minutes,
What?
Man, you had to go put in the VHS and take it out and cut it up and all kinds of stuff, man. It took me like 3 weeks to put together my highlight tape back in '97.
You ain't lying, and it was bad quality.
Yeah, and it was bad quality. Right about that. All right, man. So I know you said you wanted to be out of here for kickoff time, man, to watch the game, man. But before you go, man, I gotta ask you, man, what's your message, man? You want to leave back to your PG County brothers, man, and a word of advice for. We got Coach Stephen Marshall on deck, the new coach at Bladensburg. What's some advice you got for him and some of the other younger cats that's looking to coach in our county?
Man, in the county, especially in PG County, man, first, man, build relationships in the building, okay? Give it all your important stakeholders in your building, build relationships, okay? Recruit your building hard, make sure that you go around and recruit every young man or whoever that you want on your team that wants to play. Recruit them hard, give them an opportunity to showcase their talents, evaluate them, making sure you leave nothing unturned. You make sure you know what you're dealing with. Have a good coaching staff and support staff that supports you. Have everything in order where you can get everything and maximize everything from that building, man. Enjoy football, man. Make sure you can't lie to the student athletes. These kids these days, they know what if you're not telling them the truth. They know if you're not giving them your all. You cannot, sugarcoat these things. So if you're gonna go in it 110%, because what you put in is what you're gonna get out. If you half do it, you're gonna get half results. So just make sure you handle it that way.
All right, coaches.
All right.
Give me 30 seconds, because you said so much of standard being the standard, and that's a Mike Tomlinism. So what is something that is your standard that you stand on in the belief with dealing with your kids?
Well, man, listen, we always stand on beating it, but
yeah,
listen, man, just just giving y'all every day, getting better every day, doing everything right when nobody's looking, like being the best young man that you can be. We just want, especially moving on in life, we want quality, character, good young men. You know what I mean? So, making sure you're doing everything to the best of your ability to be the best person in life, man. That's going to be great. That's going to do you well in football, but also in life. So just making sure you're doing everything. So just standing on everything, holding yourself accountable, being a peer leader. The ones that have teams that have peer-led teams are your best teams. Making sure that you know what I mean. So it's just having those leaders in your room is very important. So just holding yourself accountable with everything that we putting in place, and just giving us your all, man, at every time, because that's big. That's big for me. Just making sure that you emptying that tank and doing everything right and protecting the organization.
Appreciate that, Coach.
No doubt.
All right, just real quick, a couple of comments. Coach Marcus said he got the new gear on already. Coach Jerome said that gold look good. It don't look as good as that 300 gold, though. 300 gold look a little bit better. Coach Mitch checking in. Coach Mitch said, do you think all public schools are treated equally in PG County?
That's a no.
You said that specifically too.
She know what she was doing.
She already knows. She tried to stir the pot up a little bit. No. The answer is no.
Look, she'll be back on next week. We're gonna get her answer to that next week.
For sure.
Coach Marcus said, love the vision.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that.
My wife checking in. She said, congrats, Coach.
Thank you.
All right, man. I'm gonna let you go ahead and get to the game, man.
Okay, all right. I appreciate you having me on, man. It's a great.
Hold on, Coach. Before you go, who you got?
Yeah.
Who you got tonight?
Man, you know what? Growing up, man, I love Miami, man. I love Miami. They have some great players. But I think Indiana's going to win this game tonight. I just think Coach got them going in the right direction.
Okay. Thank you, Coach, for your time.
27 years old. They all 27 years old.
No doubt.
All right, man. We appreciate your time, man. And you're always welcome on the show, brother. So good luck, man. And we'll be talking.
All right, now. Take care.
All right.
All right, that's Coach Damon Powell, former coach at Flowers High School, now the new coach at Riverdale Baptist High School. And we if we wasn't on a time constraint, we could have went a lot more into that conversation, but I'll leave it at that. That'll be a conversation for another day.
For sure.
All right. But we're gonna keep on rolling. We got our next guest on the air. We got Coach Stephen Marshall, the new head football coach at Bladensburg High School. What's going on, Coach?
What's up, guys? How you feeling, man? What's going on? Thank you for having me.
Hey, man, no problem, man. No problem at all, man. And I'm glad you was able to listen in to Coach Powell, man, and hear, some words of advice that he got, man, for you coming into the season, man. Coach Powell.
Taking note.
Coach Powell's my guy, man, and I'm rooting for him over there at Riverdale, man. And like I said, we still got a better gold over here at the 300. But what's going on, Coach? How you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. I do want to open up with saying, Coach Powell, congratulations on picking that up. We talked on Instagram as well, but wanted to say that over the air, man. Great work on getting that job, and I know he'll turn it around. But feeling great, man. Just glad to get things rolling. Came out of the holiday break, hitting the ground running at the stable, and we're gonna make it happen, man.
Yeah, man. So let's give us a little background, man. A little background on your coaching experience, man, your coaching journey, man, and what led you to Bladensburg High School.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Been coaching for a little while, man. Probably not as experienced as a lot of the other coaches in the market, but I've been doing it for 17 years. I started at the little league level. I was at the Boys and Girls Club over there in 6th District, the Raiders. Man, we was there for about 5 or 6 years, and man, what an amazing experience! And the thing about that experience was that it allowed me to understand the underworkings and the inner workings of the football business, dealing with Pop Warner and the charter moving and all the different changes, and dealing with the under provisioned and in a poverty situation when it comes to that 6th District area in Southeast. We dealt with a lot of different things that had to help them kids navigate life in a different way. And then taking that experience on with Coach Bevel at McNamara High School for a couple years. That was an amazing experience too, because it was the other side of the spectrum, right? So now you go from a space where you had kids that didn't have, now you're going into a space where you have kids that have maybe more than they should, right? And and you're dealing with a different mentality, right? These kids, some of them didn't have to play football to get out of their situation. It was more of a luxury rather than a need. So we were, the coaching style had to be different than just learning the high school game. Then I took a sabbatical and then came back to Beacon House and had some good times over there with my guys, and then landed a job over at Douglas with Monty and Coach P, man, and had a great time learning from Coach Bill and Coach Sonny. Man, so much information of those Hall of Famers, just taking notes all day. And then I just was like, you know what, I think it's about that time. So we ended up applying, and here we are, man. We standing right here wearing that maroon and gold.
Yeah, Coach, first and foremost, I'd like to apologize to you for the fact that you had the slum at the time, Bishop McNamara. It's not a good school. I understand that you may not understand the great things that are. Like if you had like a little green and gold in your life, if you went to the girl and you understood what 333 means to people, like.
So I'm DC born and raised, man. So I spent some time over there off North Capitol and all. I know I know it really well. I
Hey,
know it really well. And my man Malcolm Battle over there got them rolling with
yes,
Coach O and all of them. So I
yes.
know what's happening. Don't I know what's happening?
Hey,
I know what's happening.
Coach Marshall. Look, he talked about that green and gold, but you see what his logo in the background got, right? So
Hey,
he done been
you got
he done been then pulled over to the dark side. He's now with the 300 now. So don't even listen to him when he talk that curl. Man.
he just got it got to be where his feet at, right, Coach?
Right, right.
So seriously, Coach. You talked a lot about your journey. So in your journey, like, what was the moment that like made you feel like this was the right thing for you to do? Like, this was your purpose. This is your being. This is your why.
I as a man of faith and having a heavy spirit when it comes to listening to what God is telling me to do and the direction that He's pulling me in. My pillars. I heard you talking to Coach Powell about his pillars. My pillars is God, family, education, and football. And when I look at my pillars, where I pray consistently and I meditate on that word consistently. And when you get into a situation and you start to notice the good fruit of the labor that you're
Mm,
putting out, you start to realize that you're actually called to do something greater than what you thought you were called to do. I done done many of things, man. I've been in sales. I had a long sales career, 25 years sales career. I was in the music industry for a while, and everything that I was doing, I was impacting people's lives, but it was for self gain. And I realized that once I made that switch and that light turned on, it was that time. It was ready to go. I was like, God, let's do this. And that's how we ended up at Bladensburg, because I just prayed on it, man. I just said, Lord, if this is what I'm supposed to be doing, the doors, the windows, the gates, and everything will open for it to happen. And we sitting in this seat, brother. So I'm blessed.
amen.
All right, man. Look, and I'm anybody to tell you, man, I'm a straight shooter. But I want to see the entire county do good, man. I'm PG County,
Yeah.
born and raised, man, and um, I graduated from law back in '97, man. So I want to see the whole county win, except for when we line up in between those lines. I'm trying to come out with the victory, but man, when you take a job that's up here on the north side of the county, it's a struggle, and we have our own challenges up here. It's a different demographic up here on the north side, so you have to deal with that. And I'm talking about schools such as Bladensburg, Duval, Law, Northwestern, High Point, Parkdale. It's a challenge, man. So you stepping into a job where you're gonna have to put your blinkers on, and you're gonna have to dive in, man, because it's gonna be a challenge, man. And you said one thing about praying on this and allowing God and allowing faith to drive the decision, guide you and lead you where you're going to be at, man. And I'm just giving you a word of advice, man. Stay in that mode, stay in that mode, letting God lead you, man, and just drown out all the outside stuff, man. For me, when I took on the job at law, it was a little up and down. When I was a JV coach, a little up and down, a couple of winning seasons, but nothing real significant. But for me, it was different because I was born and raised there. So it was like, okay, no doubt I want to go in and coach a school. But, from an outsider looking in, like, why would you want to go coach law? Like, you don't have the facilities at that time. We didn't have the facilities, they're struggling on the football field. So, I'm just giving you word of advice right now before I ask my question. Just stay in that lane of letting God guide you, man, and don't let the outside noise distract you from anything. Because you're in a tough situation. But if you stay focused on your goal, you're gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right.
Thank you for that,
So
Coach. I appreciate that.
no problem, no problem. Now my question is, Bladensburg is coming off a couple, tough seasons, man.
Yeah.
Tough season. And like I said, up here in the north, we have challenges with numbers, getting kids out there, man. So, what's your plan? I know you've been out there talking to the alumni, and they're excited. From what I've seen, the alumni are excited. We have one in our network, Jack.
Jack.
Who's, that's our guy. So, I know he's excited for you. I talked to him the other day about you, in person. But what are your plans, man? What is your goal, and how are you going to attack the challenges that you got in that building there?
Yeah, shout out to Jack. I talked to him for probably about a good hour and a half today, man. So was able to touch base with him and just enjoy the fruits of what he had to say as well. And the alumni group, thank you guys for just taking me in and just listening to me. When we look at what we are up against, obviously the demographics are completely different than what we're used to on the south side, right? But it's not perfect on the south side of the county either, right? You're going to run into your your struggles. You're going to have your struggles. One of the things that I am extremely excited about is the way that our school is set up from an educational and a scholar standpoint, with us having the CTE programs, with us having the ability to turn them into adults that can be impactful in the community right away if college is not the way that they want to go. That's huge. I'm a graduate of Suitland High School, '04 state champion, so I understand how it feels to be a part of a winning program, but have players with you that can't do the same things with their education that some of the other kids can. They're not going to college. They're not going to maybe even a trade school. Whatever they left high school with is what they're going to create their life to be. And to see a multitude of team members and a multitude of students that I graduated with from Suitland High School still be in a space where they're using their certifications from the school at that time to create a career and to create a family and buy houses and invest and do so many different things. That's going to be the key and pivotal point for us at Bladensburg High School, is how do we make our scholar part of the scholar athlete tag more important than just the athlete tag. And then we get into what Coach Powell talked about. I think he eloquently spoke about it, but he was a straight shooter on it as well. You recruit what's in your building. It's hard to be a part of something when there's no vision. It's really hard. And when people don't see a why, it's tough to attach yourself to something that doesn't have a definition. So what we had to do, and what we're going to have to continue to do, is define what this logo means, define what our programs are about. Mind you, I said programs, not just football. We're talking about from soccer. They've been winning the race here at Bladensburg. So how do we pair with the soccer team to create that relationship? Because they're doing something that works, regardless of the demographic. Because they dealing with kids with 1.4s, 1.7s, 2.0s as well. So how do we see what they're doing with study hall and their academics to get their kids to the level to get it done? How do we piggyback off my man John? How do we piggyback off what he's doing with the basketball team and turning that around and creating those partnerships? So inside the building is key. Principal FJ, my amazing AD Clark, just sitting down over and over again every day. They'll tell you I'm up to school all the time, but just sitting down with them, just going through different ideas and showing them that we are present, that we care, and that we love them. That's the first part, coach. So that's what we're diving into right now, when you look at marketing, it's the marketability of the people that you're going to entrust your future with. Can you trust and believe in them and move forward with them?
That's a great answer. I don't know if you're familiar with this artist, but his name is PJ Morton, and he has a song that says "Let go and let God." And what you've said in these moments, as you've given your response, is ideal for that song. Like when things get tough, when things get hard, when you're suffering, you got to let go and let God make His way and make His vision seen to you and known to you. And as a coach, I love listening to you guys because I've coached before. But when I love listening to or hearing you guys talk about is your purpose, your meaning, and I always ask about. And Coach will tell you, I always ask somebody about their purpose, their meaning, and their mentors. So for you coming into this space at Blade, Like, what's going to be your purpose? What's going to be your meaning? And what's going to be the thing that you walk away from, or hope to walk away from, gaining experience and hoping?
Purpose. Having a purpose. I read this book called The Purpose Driven Life, and it's an amazing book. If you haven't read it, it's man, it's life changing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your purpose is tied to first and foremost your calling, and I have wrestled with that in my life. Just to be transparent, right? We all wrestle with those.
Right.
And we wrestle with our calling is, and when you look at the purpose that we have here at Bladensburg and that I'm bringing into Bladensburg, we can concentrate our effort just to Bladensburg, right? When we look at the purpose, my number one purpose for being there is to give those young men and women a blueprint on how, when life is its toughest, how do you persevere and make it through?
Mm-hmm.
If we can get our young men and women to understand that this life is all about trials and tribulations. We're going to go through the fire, but the way that you get back up and the way that you persevere through it is what's going to make you who you are. Coach, you talked about it, and I got the stats here, and I do my research, right. So before I went in there, I went into my stats. Outside of the stat that I never lost the laurel, we'll get back to that. But when we're looking at the stats, we're talking about in the last 7 years, we've won 10 games.
Mm.
And that right there doesn't make the county look good, but it doesn't make the kids feel good either. So if we're not winning games, are we at least getting graduation rates up? Are we getting GPAs? Are we getting kids and to leave there with certifications? If none of that is happening, then from a purpose perspective, we've lost that. So as a new coach there with Coach John and AD Clark, and like I said, the faculty and staff, we're aligning together with what the overall purpose is for the school. And then we talk about what do I plan to leave, what I plan to get from when I leave from this experience, or what I plan to leave behind through this experience. I think the number one thing is impact. Impact is huge. We have to impact them. And looking back at my time at youth ball, that's when you really can see whether you impacted people. And the youth ball will test every last morsel of coach that you are, because you're more than just a coach. You're a babysitter at times, you're a stepfather at times, you are sometimes with the parents, you're mediating between the two parents to try to figure out who's going to pick the kid up from practice and all of that. So you wear so many different hats, and I don't think that this is any different. And that's why I'm cut from a cloth that allow me to be in this building to be able to make these things happen. But I want to leave behind a trail of impact, positivity, and God fearing drive that's just going to take our kids to the next level and turn them into young men and women that's going to turn around and be back on this podcast talking about the same thing or doing something greater.
Okay.
Yep, good answer there. Good answer there. Let you know I've never lost to Bladensburg either. So
well, it looks like we got something. We got
throw
some
that
work to
out
do
there.
there.
So yeah.
Whatever week you want it, coach. We could go, we could do that offline.
Hey.
No, I love it. I love it.
Hey man, look, we'll see y'all. Y'all got to come to the 300 this year. So
hey, that's fine. That's fine. We're gonna gallop right in.
Yep, come on, gallop right here, and we got them spears ready for you. So, a couple comments before we get you out of here.
Yeah.
Coach Marcus, this is my JV head coach. He said, "Stay the course. You know your path."
What's up, Coach?
Coach Jack checking in.
There we go, Jack.
Coach Marshall. We got here. We got my guy Mike over at Dog Culture.
My God, we doing some amazing work with him too, man. Mike has been instrumental with the start of what we're doing. So y'all will see. Y'all will see. We might stomp into the 300 with a little bit of dog on us.
Hey, don't worry about it because I was talking to Mike the other day. Mike, I got your text this morning, so we'll be talking. So don't worry,
Hey,
I
we
got
might
your
have
text.
another battle of the dogs. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Who we got here? Daryl Hamilton. Congratulations, coach. 1979 graduate and football player. Let's change the colors back to scarlet hue and white. All right. Thanks, Daryl, for checking in. So, Coach, before we let you go, man, I got one more guest to get in here, man. Anything you want to say before you jump out of here?
The biggest thing is I thank God for the opportunity to be able to be in front of the young men and women of the high school of Bladensburg, and honestly to represent the county, not now as a head coach, but to represent the county, to represent Douglas High School. Learned so much with those coaches, and the things that I've taken, it works. So I'm still in it all. So, I told I told Coach Sutton already, like, hey, I'm taking it all. I told P the same thing, told Bill the same thing. I'm still in everything and we taking it over. And we're gonna add a little twist to it. But just so gracious for them allowing me the opportunity to get back into high school football over there at Douglas High School. Man, love those guys. I'll be rooting for them as well. But man, just Bladensburg, you got something coming. And our phrase this year is we coming. So to all the teams in the county that is looking for some bump, we ready to bump. For all those teams in the county that think that we were the laughing stock, that is over. For all the teams in the state of Maryland that think that we just gonna be at the bottom of the rankings, no matter what list you looking at, that's done. So I'm telling you right now, we coming, and y'all better come strong too, because it's gonna be a hard football game when you step on the field here in Bladensburg. So I appreciate the opportunity to be on here, guys. Thank y'all so much. And coach, I see you week 4, week 5. We can make that happen. Let's see what goes down.
See, Coach, you got to be on top of your schedule, man. We week 7, man. We week 7.
All right, we can keep it week 7 and flip it.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
coming
what
out.
it is. Schedule already set, man. Schedule already set.
I haven't seen the schedule since I know they was talking about making some changes to it. So I saw it, but I wasn't sure if it was going to stay the same or not. So.
Yeah, we in the second year. They do a 2-year cycle.
The flip-flop, right?
This is the second year. So just look at your schedule last year and just flop locations.
That's all.
That'll be your schedule. So yeah, we week 7. Y'all come to us week 7. That's our last home game because our last 2 games on the road. So that'll be our senior night.
Okay.
So y'all coming in on senior night, and Coach, I root for everybody except when we playing each other.
Same.
So I'm gonna wish you luck. But I'm one of the biggest shit talkers there is out there. So good luck on your season. But when you come to the 300, we coming after you. So
hey, just know we coming too. So I suggest all your seniors make sure their mamas have some tissues.
Let's go.
It ain't gonna end well. Because it ain't gonna end well. And if you're giving them jerseys, give them the ripped ones that they're gonna leave the field with. All right, Coach.
Hey, look. Our mamas don't give out tissues; they fight too. So they battle.
That's all
too.
good.
So
that's all good. Let's do it then. Well, we gonna be there. We'll see what goal come on top. We'll see what happens.
It's only one goal. All right, Coach. Have a good evening, man. Hey,
thank y'all. I appreciate you, fellas.
Yeah, we gonna be in touch.
Yes, sir. Talk soon, guys. Thank you.
All right, have a good one. All right, that's Coach Stephen Marshall, the new head coach at Bladensburg High School. He coming in strong. Midnight Rod, he talking trash. Midnight Rod.
Hey, he ready for you, Coach. He ready.
Hey, man, that's what I like, man. Bring it on in there. Bring that energy, man. And we wish him nothing but the best over there, Blade, man. Like I said, he got a tough job ahead of him, man. But he seemed like he ready for the battle, man. So I wish him all the luck over there. All right, man. We're gonna keep on going. We're gonna add in Mr. Jabrilla Bangor.
Low. How y'all guys doing today?
2026 senior defensive end at Law High School. What's going on, man?
Going good. How you doing today?
Good, man. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. Just watching the game. Game just started, so we're gonna see who's gonna win. I got Miami though.
You got Miami.
Yeah.
Oh man, it'd be nice. Be nice for them to get back to those days, man. When Miami's good, it's better for college football. But I just can't trust. I don't trust Carson back, man. I just don't. I don't trust him. But
you gonna pull it through. You gonna pull it through.
What's going on, man? Appreciate you joining tonight, man. And you know, one of the things since I started this show, Midnight Rider, man, you know, one of the things that I haven't done is had a lot of my guys on. So, you know, coming in this year, man, I said, you know what, I'm gonna start bringing in my guys, starting with my seniors, man, and you know, let them get some shine, man, because these my boys, man, and you know, I'm excited for their next step, man. So, you know, Jabrilla, man, just come on in, man, and just tell us about, you know, your football career, man, and your senior season at Law.
My senior season, I feel like I had a great senior season. Even though like I missed out on one game, I feel like I kind of left it all out there, helped out the team for sure, vocally, because I feel like in the start of the season, we didn't really had enough leadership or like someone that could really step up and be there vocally. But I felt like I took that under my shoulders. I think it was one game where I unleashed and like everyone was just we were all finally on the same page because like before we was just not together as a team, not really disciplined. But I felt like it was just one game that took for everyone to just be close together and actually understand the assignment. But I feel like my senior season was pretty good. I know there's could have been a lot more things that I could have done different, but you know, it's just one step at a time. So I'm just thankful for the opportunity and just getting ready for college.
So you rock the deuce, right? You 22, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you my guy, dog. I rock with you, man. Nah, I tell you, I'm gonna tell you this every time I see you, bruh. There are kids that I appreciate, and you was all effort, all energy. So I'm gonna ask you this question: what makes you love football?
The thing that makes me love football is just, I mean, I just say my grandma. You know, my grandma, she's just someone that's been there for me, and then I feel like I want to just do this for her. And I feel like, cause she at first like she wanted me to be a soccer boy, but then she kind of fell in love with football, and I feel like just leaving it all out there for my grandma is just gonna be means a lot to me. So I feel like that's why I have a chip on my shoulder. Just want to be successful for my grandma for sure.
Okay. So who's like your player, the football player that you like try to emulate or try to be like?
I'll definitely say like uh like a Miles Garrett. You know, he's very versatile. I mean, you see how he was this year. You know, he went a little crazy, but definitely a Miles Garrett for sure. So
Okay.
for sure.
Coach, what you got, Coach?
You know, give you a little background on my guy Jabrilla, man. You know, and he came out, you know, JV years, ninth grade year, man. He was he was one of those tweener guys. You know, we had him on the O line. He really didn't like it, but you know, he played it. But you know, he's one of those guys, man. He's not the tallest, man. He's not the biggest, but he's one of those guys that's gonna come show up to practice every day. He's gonna show up to games every day. He's coachable. You know, I had to cuss him out a couple of times, but you know, that's what I do. But he has one of those motives, man, that you know, he's just gonna go. And he worked hard in the off season, man. He was like, you know, his junior year, you know, he was a little tweener, man. You know, we tried him to move him at linebacker early in the season. But he's like, man, that's not my fit. He went down to the DN, man, and he just loved it, man. And he took a hold of it this year, man. How many sacks you finished with last season, your junior season?
Junior season, I think I had like 7, 6.
Yeah, like 6 or 7. And he just kept working, man. He just kept working and getting better, man. And he had a great season this year, man. And he you know, he made the senior all-star game this year.
All right.
For us, man, as a DN, man. And you know, what else you do? Whatever accolades you get this season.
I got defensive MVP for week 1. It really meant a lot to me for sure. Showed like I really worked very hard.
Right. So you're in the process now, man, of you know, going through the recruiting process. And as it's been stated on this show many a times, and it was stated earlier, high school recruiting has changed due to the portal. There's not many opportunities out there for kids, and they're coming out their senior year, so it's a struggle. So how has the recruiting process been for you so far?
I say the recruiting process, it's just been very slow because, a lot of schools, they're really looking for more portal guys. But, there's some schools that definitely reached out to me, and I definitely reached out to them as well. But it's just been very slow. But now it's starting to pick up a little bit more. And, like, more schools are just being more, like, me and the schools are just talking back even more now.
So what kind of schools are you getting conversations with? Are you getting, like, D4s or, schools in the Power Four? Are you getting like the Western Kentucky's lower level schools? Where's your interest coming from?
I'll say most of my interest coming from is in the Pennsylvania area. It's mainly like D3 schools. So right now I have like a couple of D3s and like 2 D2s right now that are just looking at me for right now.
Okay.
Yep, he just went on a visit this weekend to Shenandoah,
Okay.
University up there, and he received an offer from them. So that makes I don't even remember how many you got right now. There's at least 3 or 4 right now.
Yeah,
and he had a couple of coaches that reached out recently. He's in communications with Bowie State right now. Gettysburg College just reached out about him, so it's starting to pick up, man. The portal just ended last week, so now schools are starting to come back to the class of 26 in high school. So things are going to be picking up in these next 2-3 weeks, especially with signing day opening up on February 1st.
So what are you looking for from a school?
I'm just looking for somewhere like it feels like home, where I feel more comfortable. Like I want to go to a school that gives me the most love. I mean, a lot of schools are obviously going to give you the most love, but I want to feel comfortable at the school. Like it's not a lot of pressure to me. Like I wanted to feel like it's something close to home, so where like I can just enjoy and like, be myself instead of having restrictions.
Thank you, man.
Yep. So going back to your high school career, man, just tell me what you enjoyed most about playing at Law High School for the 300.
I'll definitely say the most fun that I had being at the 300 was definitely I'll say the practices because like I feel like it's a lot of times where we always goof off. I mean, you see us goof off all the time, but I feel like that's when we're like all close as a team. But I feel like it's more different from game day. But I feel like practice, you can see everyone working at their hardest. You see everyone being motivating, and like you see everyone working really hard. So I feel like the practice is something that I'm really gonna miss for sure.
You got another one, Midnight?
Just over the course of the season, what's the game that you felt like you had the biggest impact?
The game that I feel like I had to make the most impact. That's a great question.
Hey, I do dope shit.
I say, I mean, I would say I have 2 games. I say Northwestern is one of them. I feel like Northwestern game was just a great game. I feel like I was just all over the floor. Like I was going out there doing anything. Like coach told me to pull me to the side, tell me do this, when exactly did it. And it was just like I felt like I had no restrictions. Like I was just out there playing ball and like I had a flow state. And then another game I say is definitely the Wise game for sure.
Yep.
Even though we didn't win that Wise game, I felt like I was open up for anything. Like coach pulled me to the side. He said, "We might need you to play online." I said, "For sure, like no questions." I mean, I just want to play football. Just want to go out there, play my best, and just saying one day get recruited. Be able to just look coachable because I don't want to just say no to anything because I'm open up for anything and just want to get the job done. So I feel like that Wise game. I had a couple good plays, a couple deflections, and it's just like, so I just left it all out there.
All right, so on this show, Midnight Riders come to a few of our games throughout the season, right? And he thinks that I have a bad attitude as a coach.
I
Tell
know.
tell this guy here how nice of a person and a coach that I am.
Nah, cause I'll be honest. You are a nice guy. You're a nice guy, but sometimes you can be a little bit too much at some times. But it's all love at the end of the day. It's all love. It's all love. So you're just trying to get us better. It's not like you're trying to like cuss us out. You're just trying to get us better and get into that same zone as just like you.
So you supposed to help me out a little bit more on that one. But
Nah,
I still
I
can
can't.
make you run hills. Don't worry about that. You ain't left the
I'm
building
fine.
yet. Oh, a couple comments here real quick. Coach Craig checking in, saying Jabrilla loved coaching this young man, willing to play where he was needed most.
Yep.
Yeah.
Coach Mark checking in. Jib. Who's that right there?
That's Taven.
Yeah, Taven checking in. Yep, 822. Coach Rick's checking in, saying, my man. Hold on, my phone. Coach Imani checking in. She right upstairs. I don't know why she just don't come sit next to me, but she checking in. She said, hey, Jib.
Hey, Coach Imani.
Now she want to talk shit. She talking about me throwing iPads, hats, and clipboards.
Now, what game was that?
Everyone.
Scaring the poor cheerleaders on the sideline. See, she's supposed to be on my side, but it'd be your own people. Be your own
Potomac game. That Potomac game.
Yes,
He was a
sir.
little scary.
Yes,
That
sir.
Potomac game. He was a little scary. He was
at like the 50-yard line, dog.
Yeah, he was a little scared that Potomac game.
I don't know what y'all talking about. Coach Marcus got a question. Do you wish Coach Powell let you run the rock?
Of course. I feel like if we were like 3 yards from the end zone or like 2, should have just gave me the rock. Felt like it. Or at least let me get a 2-point conversion. I was always standing by Coach Stacy every time.
See, that's the problem. You were standing by Coach Stacy.
And I was calling you. I was calling your name, but you looked back at me and you waved me off.
Man, look. Y'all know Coach Devon be in the zone during game days, so hey man, I don't know what y'all be asking me sometimes. Coach Mark got another question. Last question: if you could talk to freshmen, what would you say?
No, I think the question is, if you could talk to freshman you, what would you say to you?
Oh yeah, okay. If you
freshman me?
You can talk to you, Jabrilla, as a freshman. What would you say?
I'll say just stay in that zone. Like, don't always look down on yourself. I feel like because sophomore year was my toughest year. Being on varsity for the first time, like I didn't really know much. And at one point in time, I wanted to quit and I wanted to play JV, but I felt like if I talk to myself my freshman year, just keep working. Don't look back. Always keep working. Always be able to understand or just be coachable. Don't talk back. Just be able to listen and then. Because you never know who's looking in the stands, And I feel like if I worked a little bit more harder, I'll be like, even though I'm successful right now, I would be even way more successful, like in the future. But I feel like if I talk to myself my freshman year, I'll just say, just keep working hard. Don't look back. Just keep looking forward. For sure.
Yeah, your sophomore year, I had this conversation with you. And Midnight, you've been around me long enough now to know that I'm a straight shooter.
Yep.
And when his sophomore year, I was still the head JV coach, and he had got pulled up on varsity, which I thought was a stupid decision at that point, only because of where I envisioned him playing at on the varsity level, and what he needed to work on as far as his development. And the coach at the time brought him up on varsity and then didn't play him really. When he did get to play, he played offensive guard. And, I think, honestly, that was a setback to him because of, where I seen him transition into. So I told him during that season, I was like, man, look, I know you're excited to be up on varsity or whatever because, everybody's goal is to make varsity. But you need to be back down here on JV Didn't I tell you that?
Yeah, he did. He did.
Yeah. And I think that and like it wasn't a big setback, but it was a small setback that, you know, I think you needed that JV year just to help you with your transition from being a lineman, because you weren't going to be a lineman in varsity.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you're strong enough to do it, but physically, you know, you're not a lineman. So I felt like that was something that shouldn't have happened with you, but you know, it is what it is. You persevered, you toughed it out that season. Like I said, you opened up and you was willing to do whatever you needed to do to get on the field, man. And that's just the type of kid you are. You one of those kids that no matter what, you know, you're gonna voice your opinion, but at the end of the day, you're gonna do what you need to do to help out the masses and not just yourself. So I always appreciate that about you.
Appreciate it, Coach.
Let's see who else.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Midnight. I can get to them in a sec. Go ahead.
No. One of the things as an observer, I think if you remember at the PG County Smack game, I came up to you and I told you, like, you was one of my dudes, dog. I love me some deuce, because you played with heart and you left it on the field, and you gave them whatever you needed to give them. And I want to say that to you, just in this conversation, like, dog, I rock with you. Like, Coach, to tell you, I'm at, if y'all got a home game, I'm probably there 9 times out of 10, and I rock with you, and I thought you were my favorite player. Well, you are my favorite player because of the way you represent yourself. So that's not even a question. That's just me acknowledging you, bro.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. He's one of those hardworking guys. You know, out of all my guys, you know, everybody gets cussed out equally, but you know, he's one of the ones that I didn't have to so much.
Right. Yeah, no, I see it, dog. It's a beautiful thing, man. And I'd see him on the sideline banging his head because he's upset or he's frustrated, but I knew where it was coming from. Like, it was always a place of, I want to do more and I want to be better. So, like, when I see kids like that, I gravitate to them because that's the kind of athlete you want in your building.
Yeah. I think it was one game this year he wanted to fight me though.
Oh, it's probably 2.
Yeah, there was one game. Me and him went back and forth pretty hard at halftime, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that was last year. That was the Northwestern homecoming.
Was it last year?
Yeah, it was last year Northwestern game. Yeah, we went back at it. We went back and forth, but it was all love right after that.
Yeah, he realized what I was trying to say to him at the end of the day. So, Coach Wicks checking in again. He said, "Proud of you, young man."
Thank you.
Coach Wicks also said, "Your first year playing varsity, I told you on the sideline that you were too big to be sitting on this bench." That's one of Coach Wicks' sayings. He tell people in a heartbeat, "You're too big to be over here sitting on the sideline."
Yeah.
Coach Jaden checking in, pal, yelling at us not to break the headset as he throws the headset. See, Jaden ready to get fired too. Coach Rowe checking in. Coach Rowe said, "Yeah, Jib."
Coach Rowe, how you doing, man?
Yeah. So, well, man, what's one thing? And I'm gonna let you get out of here soon, so we all can go watch this game, man. But you know, tell the college coaches out there right now, you know, that's recruiting you right now, that wants you to be in their program. What are they getting out of Jabrilla Bangor, defensive end from Law High School?
I'm gonna say, like, y'all are getting a dog for sure. I mean, I'm ready to work. You know, I'm ready to learn. Even though if things are gonna be tough, I'm always gonna push myself forward. I'm not just gonna give up. Even though I might be at my lowest, I'm still gonna fight through it and still be successful and be that person that I want to be. Because at the end of the day, I want to be successful, and I just want to get wins. You know, for sure. So you're just gonna get a dog out of me for sure.
I like
you got
that.
anything to close out with them, Midnight?
Nah. He answered that question the best way you can, so I'm good.
Hey, man. Well, you know you my guy, Jabrilla. And you know, it don't stop just because the season's over with, man, and you about to graduate.
Yeah.
You know me, I'm always a phone call away. And you know, we got some more work to do these next couple of weeks. You know, me personally, I already think you found your home, but I'll keep that to myself. Um, but you know, good luck with the rest of the recruiting process, man. And you know, it's senior year, man, but don't chill on the grades. Keep focusing on that, man, and doing everything to make your mom and your grandmother and them proud, man. And looking forward to see you make your decision. And just wishing you the best, brother.
All right, Coach. Appreciate you guys a lot.
All right.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
Like I told you before, man, and I'll say it to you every time I see you. You were definitely one of my favorite players this year. So, yeah, nothing but love, bro.
Thank you.
All right, man. You have a good one, brother, and I'll talk to you shortly.
All right, Coach.
All right, that's Jabrilla Bangor, senior defensive end at Law High School. Checking in with us, man. And you know, I love all my guys, Midnight Rider. You know, I'm hard on them, but I'm realistic with them, man. And I want to see them all succeed. You know, I'm hard on them because it's coming from a place of love. You know, and I always tell people, you know, if I'm not yelling at you, if I'm not wasting my time cussing you out, then that means I ain't got no love for you. So just
Dude,
take the delivery.
It's so funny you said that because I used to tell my kids that when I was coaching basketball all the time. I said, if one of our coaches ain't yelling at you or arguing with you, then we gave up on you. So I love that statement.
Right. If I go quiet, that mean I done lost interest. I ain't wasting my time on you. So
yes,
you know, I tell them, you know, take the message, man. Don't take the delivery. The message comes from love, man, and you know, and as a coach, I want to win. I'm a sore loser. I can tell you that right now. I'm a sore loser, but everything I do pushing these kids is for them, you know, to make them succeed. Because if they're succeeding as a player, a person, you know, then I succeed. I look good as a coach. So, you know, that's why I said, you know, this year, man, I got to start spotlighting some of my seniors, man, because this is a class, man, where we had 21 seniors, man, and I think we're going to get 7 of them signed this year. So that'll be a big improvement from what we've had in the past with the Law football program, man. And I'm excited for these guys, man. So I'm gonna start spotlighting them a little bit more because got nothing but love for them.
Hey, man, there's a great saying from the movie Gladiator. It says, "What we do in life echoes in eternity." That's it.
Yep.
Plain and simple.
Yep. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. That's a great quote to get out of here on too, Midnight Ride.
Hey, man, I keep telling you, you dope shit.
Yeah, hey, hardest working man in podcast land, man. But you know, before we go, let's go ahead and give the people, like we do every week, give the people where they can find the hardest working man in podcast land this week.
I'll give you the network schedule. So tomorrow, what's tomorrow? Tuesday? We got Unapologetic Sports at 6:30. We have the Tuesday night flight at 7:45. Wednesday, we have Nothing But Net starring myself and C. Perry, where we give you a old school view of the new school basketball that is played right now. Wednesday night at 8, we got Jack Carr in the passenger seat. And then Thursday, I think we're going at 7:15. We have a special show called the Commander's Couch. And on the Commander's Couch, you get to lay down, give your grievances. It's like Festivus. You get 2 minutes to air your grievances with the season that happened just now with the Commanders. You can cuss,
more than 2 minutes.
you can cry. It don't matter. Just be available, and we got it. We're gonna make it happen. And we'll give you more time, Coach, because you want to, you know, you on the list. So you can air out everything you got to air out, Coach. It's all good.
Gotcha. Oh, you ain't finished yet. We still got
sorry. Saturday we got the Gridiron airing at 11:30, which is the greatest fictitious college football show in the world, Craig. Saturday night we got the WrestleManiacs at 9 p.m. And then Sunday morning, as Coach Mark loves to say, there's no better way to start your week off than with the Sunday Rise. So we got the Sunday Rise at 11 a.m. on Sunday morning. There you go.
All right. And coming up next week on the Pretenders and Contenders Coaches Show, we got another great show lined up. I will have another one of my seniors come on and spotlight them next week. Coach Mitch is going to join us next week as well. She took a little days off. You know, she went to the movies today, Midnight Rider. She ain't invite us to the movies with her, but she went to the movies today. So, you know, I'm gonna have to give her some shit about that one. And she'll be back on next week with us. We also got Coach Ed Allen, the head coach at Frederick Douglass High School Wrestling. He's coming on to talk about his program and what they got going on this season. And then we also got my guy and your guy from the highly opinionated podcast land. We got Josh jumping in with us.
Oh, okay.
Josh gonna come in and spend a little time with us, you know, and talk some sports. With my guy Josh. So, yep. So looking forward to that, man. Next week's show, and we'll keep it rolling.
Yes, sir. For sure, man.
All right.
Happen.
All right, well, we're gonna go ahead and end it now, so we can go check out this game, man, and see how this gonna shake out, man. And y'all stay safe out there, man. It's gonna be some weather this week, so you know, make sure y'all ain't doing nothing crazy. Keep your family safe and warm, and we'll catch y'all next week. Appreciate it.
We out.
Tonight, the bell rings and the stories begin. Welcome to the ride.
Man, I tell you, that gets me every single time. It's like got to be one of the greatest podcast entrants of all time. Close second is airplay mode. Just want to let y'all know that. But either way, got me jacked up. I'm pumped. I'm not blown up, but I'm pumped. Welcome to Saturday Night Junkies, Sideline Junkies, Saturday Night Wrestling. They got me on discombobulated. I love that theme song. Sideline Junkies, Saturday Night WrestleManiacs, Saturday number 2, 2026. Big guy KG somewhere. I think he's out there fixing his microwave. From what he said, he may be back, but the microwave is having some issues. So he has to go in there and do something to the protons and neutrons to make sure that his hot pockets come out hot. You got the Nubian Sumo smoking up, lighting up for the second Saturday in 2026, representing his Bullet Club t-shirt. And I am the People's Choice, Don Rodriguez. Perfectly sober, I guess, but you may argue that by the time we get to the end of the show. But either way, welcome everybody once again to what we do best, trying to figure out what that is. But in the meantime, we're going to talk about some wrestling, and sports entertainment. Sumo, what's up?
Nothing too much. Just waiting for the snow over here in Sumo Land.
Is it going to be a lot? I don't think
it's just about. They talking about
Dustin, right?
They talking about about no more than an inch, but still,
I say for y'all, that's just like whatever. And by y'all, we talking about up there in that DMV area, DC, Maryland, Virginia, a little bit of North Kakalaki up in there. Down to Asheville is slated. Even a nice little place called Greenville, South Carolina. They trying to hype it up like it's going to be something, but either way, it's the 17th of January. I think we're about due for a little wintry mix, and then it can go ahead and move on because I'm tired of it. Speaking of January, Sumo, you are the perfect person to talk to us about some good news, some interesting news, and a historical first. What? I'm trying to segue it. Now you want a spot? Hey, you make it. See, that's why I'm glad you muted. You over there making a dig on the Ravens not getting the playoffs because of the daggone field goal. That's messed up. I just want to let you know. That's messed up, bro.
Damn. I'm just here, man.
Well, yeah, but you over there doing that. We know he ain't make the daggone field goal. God damn, it's fucked up.
What happened?
He missed the field goal, cuz.
Who missed what?
Well, it wasn't Justin Tucker. I can tell you that much. We'd have been in the playoffs at this point. God dang, 0 win.
I've been binge watching a show on Prime on Amazon Prime all day, so I haven't been watching any football.
What'd you watch?
It's a show called Goliath.
What's that? I haven't heard of it.
Billy Bob Thornton.
We're not getting paid for it, but Billy Bob was in.
Billy Bob Thornton is a lawyer who used to be with this big firm, but now he's out on his own doing his thing, and kind of like the Lincoln Law, like the precursor to the Lincoln Lawyer. If you know what that is on Netflix, so kind of on that same vein. But this was made back in 2016.
Okay. Well, if you're watching some good Prime stuff, I'll go ahead and put a plug out for my favorite Prime show, which is Upload. I don't know if you've seen that yet. I think it's up to 4 seasons. I haven't watched the last season because I'm not ready to see the ending. But it stars Andy Allo and Josh Amell, Stephen Amell's brother, the Green Arrow. Great show, great story. So watch that. And then if you want to jump on Netflix, just because Netflix screwed this over, and we do deserve a 3rd season. If you have not watched Altered Carbon on Netflix, you need to go back and watch that. If you like some sci-fi stuff, man, those 2 seasons, one of them stars Anthony Mackie. Phenomenal shows that folks may not realize existed out there in TV land.
And to bring it back to wrestling, if y'all are interested in Star Trek, the new Star Trek Academy has started. Its premiere episode is on Paramount Plus, and Becky Lynch is a part of that show as part of the command team on that show. So
her Saturday night main event outfit during John Cena's retirement match was dedicated to her role in that show. So
which actually it did. I mean, she was wearing a yellow uniform with that stripe going down the side. I mean, it was pretty much the same uniform.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of good things to watch. We'll say this: you're welcome. A lot of those shows that we mentioned, you can go ahead and watch with your significant other. So as we get closer and closer to Valentine's Day, then you could go ahead and, scoop up your hose and, y'all can snuggle up and,
And
still
remember, ladies, a month after Valentine's Day is March 14th.
Don't you be smiling, KG. Don't you be smiling.
I ain't gonna say what it's called, but I'll let you look it up.
We know what that is.
we know what that is.
But I say, you saw the look on KG face. He lit up real quick. But KG, you had something that you wanted to comment on after your, disrespectful hand thing.
No. I was just making sure I was in frame, man. I was just saying hello. I don't have anything to comment on. I'm happy to be here, yo.
Are we happy to have you? You know what?
I've been hanging out in Baltimore for the last 2 weeks.
Say it again. Time for the percolate. We got that clip? I bet you was out there going ham.
No, I was at if you're not familiar with high school football in Baltimore, the annual game is City versus Poly.
Oh, you was there? You went to that game?
No, I wasn't at the game. I'm actually working at Baltimore City College School. I'm actually working at the school. So that's been pretty fun. I was out there the last 2 weeks hanging out and getting some work done and
trying to figure out what they talking about. All the T's and D's.
No, see, the thing is about that area right there, I tell anybody, this may be a wrestling show, but this is a sports network. And I'll tell you this. If you're a fan of football history, you know what's on what used to be on East 33rd Street in Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
And from 1953 to 1984 was the largest outdoor insane asylum, which was Memorial Stadium.
Yes, indeed.
The Ravens played there, I think, the first 3 years of existence before they moved into M&T in 98, 99, something like that. And they actually revitalized that area where the stadium was, and now it's a field, a community center, and I believe senior homes. So
still tragic though. I remember that night watching on WJZ Channel 13, watching the trucks of them. Actually, I'm gonna say what I thought about back then, the bitch ass Baltimore Colts. All right, rolling out of Baltimore that night in the middle of the night, just like what the heck is happening? And then 33rd Street was, the Memorial Stadium was just empty. Like, man, that was just a place to go. Field of Dreams. Everybody during that era played there. I mean, it was, man, outstanding.
You talk about something to watch. If you are a football fan, you love football history the way that I do, and you also have the ESPN app, the band that wouldn't die is the ESPN 30 for 30. Now, as a Redskin football team Commander fan, I get a little misty-eyed watching that because I don't know what it's like to have a team that I was born into, grew up and loved, to be snatched away from me like that. So I don't know what that feels like, but I felt Baltimore's pain. And growing up, I had to learn, as well as Redskin history, I had to learn Baltimore Colt history as well. That was something that was instilled in me by my older cousins, that you had to learn about this because this was a great franchise once upon a time. So,
yep. And welcome to the show, Anthony. He had a couple things. He was just sent a message in the chat. Feel free to interact. We love to see your messages, but he was bringing up mention that AAA is debuting on Fox Sports right now. So that's another, we can call it WWE subsidiary at this point, airing on a major network. And then when it comes down to Memorial Stadium, he said, are you guys surprised they didn't just revitalize Memorial Stadium and use it for the state championships for high school football in Maryland? I can tell you, it stayed dormant for a while. And when I say dormant, it was just there and deteriorating. Then they turned it around and decided, okay, we're just going to demolish it. They left the front up, which is the most important part, that actually had the the Memorial Stadium, wording and everything else there. And then that just stood for years. So, it's just like a continued reminder that they dipped out. Then the Browns, coming in. Then we get the Ravens. And then, they swapping back and forth on who the heck is going where. So it's just a crazy thing. But anybody on the east side of Baltimore, they know that was some bitch assness on what the original Colts did. Now the Cleveland Browns. And then, just some garbage. But out of that, we got, Camden Yards came out of that. Also out of that, we got M&T Bank Stadium, which is across the street basically from Camden Yards. Out of that, we also finally got a casino, which they've been advocating for, thanks to the new stadium and the Ravens and all that stuff. So yeah, there's things on the other side that came out positive, but that was still, if you grew up in the 80s into early 90s, that was just, just a stain on the area. You just drive by it. Kids today don't really care. They don't get it. But, it's nothing like, man, saw Eddie Murray there. We talk about some OG Orioles, you know what I'm saying? The way they chanted for Eddie Guerrero is the way we're talking, 16,000 black people chanted for Eddie Murray. If you do your research, I'm not even going to grace your ears with the glory that was Eddie Murray to Baltimore. But the chants of Eddie, like, man, you would have thought he was at a WrestleMania when he got up to the plate. No disrespect, because, Cal Ripken was right there getting his props, Billy Ripken. I mean, the whole Ripken family, technically. I mean, it was a sight to behold, to be at. But, from a African-American perspective, when Eddie Murray got up there to the plate, Hall of Famer, man, something special for us. He was my Jackie Robinson, I guess, if you think about it that way. Just to see that was epic. But good times. Glad you were in Baltimore, by the way. Good to know that we're rubbing off on you, that you want to come down and hang out with the cool kids. Also, shout out to Got That Going St. Francis Academy and the Panthers. Just when we talking about Poly and State, nobody care about them. It's all about the Panthers. Great basketball program that's come up. Remember, one of the best products that's come in recent time was Angel Reese, graduate of St. Francis. Their football team is putting in that work. The school went from, not having a field to we got a basketball gym and a football field. I'm like, God dang, they're trying to, really get some money for everything else. But, shout out to St. Francis and the Oblate Sisters of Providence. A lot of love for that school. And, Sister Gabriel and Shift F7 for whacking my behind and my hand when I couldn't put my fingers on the keyboard properly. Never forget that. Oh, and we talking about Baltimore. Can't forget about the other side of basketball. And, Muggsy Bogues, also a great product of Be More. And surprisingly, and if you the school he went to, like, man, how did he come out of that? And Lynn Bias, because I know you always put out Lynn Bias out there. So there's a lot.
See, I'm gonna tell you something. When it comes to ballers out of Maryland, and I'm not talking DC, I'm talking about Maryland. Everybody says Kevin Durant, and Anthony, to answer your question, Kevin Durant played at Montrose Christian up in Montgomery County. Everybody talks about great ballers that came out of Maryland, not DC. I'm talking just Maryland. Let's take DC off the table. They say Kevin Durant's the best baller to come out of DC. No, he is not. Because you had the Dunbar Poets that had 2 seasons where they lost 2 games and were national champs in 2 years. And their starting 5 all went to the NBA. That was Muggsy Bogues, Reggie Lewis, David Wingate, Reggie Williams, and I'm missing somebody off that team, but they had 5 guys that went to the NBA. And you got guys like Walt Williams, of course, Len Bias, who went to Northwestern. Walt Williams went to Crossland. Thurl Bailey went to Bladensburg. So did it's another cat that went to Bladensburg. I can't think of his name, but he played with the Suns. It's not Dumas, not Richard Dumas, but what? You never heard of David Wingate? What?
Hey, I put it. You know what you may need to do? This is kind of, even though it's a wrestling show, folks, bear with us. Pull our coat and follow along. But this may be something as a series. Great professional athletes to come out of the DMV, and then other major cities. That's something that maybe the network will want to tackle and have some special shows throughout the year just dedicated to some of the great athletes. And I think Coach Devon would definitely like to sink his teeth into that for pretenders and contenders. That'd be a great subtopic for his show, maybe. So keep your eyes tuned. You'd be surprised what you may discover as you learn from us. And then, hey, Sumo, don't want to forget about you. You got some, North Carolina that you want to talk about. Definitely, we
y'all
could do
brought
something.
Y'all brought up Muggsy Bogues. Muggsy Bogues was a Hornet.
I know.
So, he was a Charlotte Hornet. So, yeah.
I guess you could call him the best little man in professional sports, along with Rey Mysterio.
Nah, between him and what was the guy that
he was
a
Space
other
Jam
one that played for the Hawks? Spud Webb.
Yep.
Yeah. Between them two, yeah.
Anthony say he 35, so he don't know the players I'm talking about. Let me see, 35. I got you by 9 years.
Got that going, Anthony. You're a young whippersnapper in this game.
I got you by 9 years. But see, now this is
boy still got Similac on his breath.
I'm 44. And
this is a good question right here.
My uncle told me stories of how good those guys were from Dunbar, because he balled with them in the early 80s, late 70s, early 80s. He balled with them. He balled with Len Bias. So he balled with all these guys. So he was like, yeah, this guy was great. This guy was great. And then, if you grew up in D.C. around a certain time, people say, if you take and say, who's the best player to come out of the DMV? That's D.C., Maryland, Virginia. Okay. Again, everybody says it's Kevin Durant. It is not. It's a guy that goes by one name. And if you walked in any barbershop in DC and say, you know what? I think Rabbit was the greatest player to come out of DC. So many people are going to jump up and be like, you know what? You're right. You might even get your hair cut. You may be 7 down in the barbershop. You may be first after saying something like that. You next. And if you don't know who Rabbit is, that is the one, the only Elgin Baylor, who went to Spingarn. Probably the greatest basketball player to ever come out of DC, one of the greatest basketball players to ever play in the NBA. And it's like,
you got Brian Sweeney. Brian, we were just talking about some shows, and maybe a great idea to do some features on different the best players from different towns. So hey, hint hint, wink wink. You and Mr. Ice over there may want to go ahead and feature that as well if you like to on your show. So
wait, you're not gonna cut me out of this one now. You're not gonna cut me out of this one.
What? I'm just saying, I'm just spreading the world, for the whole network. Everybody can get in where they fit in. Just as long as they understand that the idea came from the flagship show. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I'm just out here. But Sumo, we'll let you jump into this one. Who would you say is the best pro wrestler to come from Baltimore or the DMV?
Well, I don't know of anybody that has come from per se. Now, I can only go by where they say they come from. In the introductions, from whatever, And let me see. Just off the top of my head, I'd have to say Batista, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I mean, because he claimed DC. He claimed DC, so
he does. He's from there. He's legit.
Who else? You got Nyla Rose claiming DC.
Yeah. Probably one of the most consistent in the area, Mickey James, especially from
wait a minute, Mickey James claiming Virginia.
Well, DMV.
She's from Richmond.
Virginia.
Richmond's not DMV.
That's close enough.
No, it's not.
Much,
it's not.
As much as she may be from Richmond, but as much as time as she spent
KG back. KG.
As much time as she spent in the DMV.
Yeah, I'm sorry. She wouldn't be. Do you really consider Richmond the DMV?
Not so
a
much.
Lot, everybody that I've talked to in this conversation doesn't consider Richmond.
I'm considering her
Richmond
DMV
is too low to
because
be DMC.
of how much time she spent in it.
No,
Richmond itself is not DMV. I'm not saying that.
No,
but she's been so close to the DMV area.
No, he's saying Mickey. You're not
going to give her a credit pass.
No, because okay.
I'm not talking about where she was born. I'm talking about where she is.
No. You can't give people pass because if you give one person a pass, you got to give everybody a pass. Batista is from Batista say I'm from DC. What part of DC you from? I'm from Southeast. That's where Batista grew up at. He grew up in Southeast. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, Batista grew up around Central Gardens.
And Batista was adopted, but yes, he's still DMV.
But he grew up around Central Gardens, so he has DMV all over him. People like Mickey James can't say.
Yeah, Mickey James always claimed Richmond, Virginia.
You can't say, "Oh, I'm from DC." Well, what part of DC you from? Oh, I'm from Richmond, Virginia. Richmond, Virginia is 135 miles south of DC. It takes 3 hours to get to Richmond with traffic.
I'm trying to give her a hall pass because she may have been from Richmond, but god dang, she was in the DMV a lot.
Hold on.
A lot.
The rules go, and I know if BJ hears this, he's probably rolling his eyes so hard they're gonna fall out his head. But the rule is, in order to be considered from the DMV, WMATA, Washington Metro Transit Authority. If you know what WMATA is, you know what a Metro bus is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what Metro Rail is. You know about paper fare cards, not smart trips, but paper fare cards that either had the zoo on it or the Capitol and the monument on it that was red, white, and blue. If you know about that and you grew up in that, you know what the DMV is. If WMATA touched your doorstep, if you walked out the door and had to go to work and you got on a bus in Maryland that was a T18, a T15, T17, a A12, a P12, a D12, a D14. In DC, you caught the X bus. If you know about the 70, which went up down Georgia Avenue, they made a play about it.
She's out.
If WMATA
lived in the area for a while.
Okay, so let's talk about the ones that can claim. The ones that can claim. Well, I was going to say your boy. Okay, so he said DMV. I was about to mess up and say your boy Rich Homie Swan, but he from Baltimore. So he
said Baltimore too. He said Baltimore and DMV.
No, he said DMV. Well, no, he did say Baltimore. So
yeah, he said Baltimore, but Baltimore's not part of DMV. Baltimore's part of Baltimore.
For the record, who just mentioned Rich Homie Swan? I told you eventually Sula will come around.
We talking about Maryland wrestlers, so he's a Maryland wrestler.
The name you come up with. You are the Bama
and I will follow that by saying that his fruity ass was on TV tonight wrestling JJ Francis looking like a damn Dallas Cowboys cheerleader with the tassels coming down his arm and shit.
Well, wait a minute. So now tassels coming down the arm is like Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders? Because I can think of a certain man named Macho that did the same thing.
For him it was tonight because he was looking real fruity.
Oh my God! Hey, Rich Swan, it takes a little bit. I mean, he's claiming Athena right now. It took us a couple years before he actually started claiming her, but this is how it began. He gave her some credit for something.
I thought he changed his
Next thing you know, Rich Homie Swan is going to be your boy. Hey, Anthony, you ain't got to bring up the dream like that, man. You ain't got to do that. You ain't got
Wait,
to know that.
Velveteen Dream is from Baltimore. I thought he was from
I was going
DC
to bring
too.
up Velveteen Dream next, actually.
Yeah, he's DMV.
I thought he
And
was
he's
from
still
DC.
wrestling. And he's wrestling for MCW
Baltimore
right now.
DMV.
So why not mention him? He's wrestling
Well, I
for
mean,
MCW
if you're bringing
right
up
now,
Rich
so
Homie
why not
Swan,
mention him?
I'm surprised that he's on the Indies using his theme song. I'm like, how's that happening? But I guess since he was never found guilty, they gave him a concession, maybe, because normally that's not something that's allowed. He's not coming out as well. Some places he's built to the dream, some places he's not.
Who wrote that song? Was that
I thought
Def
it was
Rebel?
possibly, or the CFOs, maybe. I think it may have been the CFOs at that point.
Because maybe the contract ended and he got the rights to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what part of Virginia Chris Harris is from, but he is from Virginia. Steve Blackman. Was Steve Blackman from Virginia?
I don't know. I haven't heard.
I thought
he ain't been
Steve
out there in the
Blackman was
community.
from, I thought he was from Pennsylvania. But
I don't think he didn't claim
Yeah,
Virginia.
he's from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, he a little too far. We don't care about him. He in that Steelers country. Nobody like the Steelers in Baltimore. We ain't got time for that.
And who else? Who else is
And the
claiming
big question is, Scott Daggone Tomlin going to the Ravens. Didn't I tell you about that? Was that Charles? Did I tell you about that? That was a conversation that Tomlin may go, if they lose. I told somebody that. We'll see. That's the best place you need to go. But then, side note, Cam Newton did make a good point. He would do pretty daggone good in Atlanta.
Yeah, he would.
I wouldn't want that.
Thank you for not going there. Appreciate you. Stay out of my division.
That's right. Hey, again,
unless you come to Carolina, I mean, we welcome you with open arms in Charlotte.
There you go. Again,
So,
shout out to Charlotte. Great job this year. Just want to put that out there. I was trying to root for you. I really was. But
Cam Newton signed a one-day deal to retire. So now he's a Panther for life.
That's right. And then, well, we'll go ahead and report it. Thanks to Jesse mentioning that Denver QB Bo Nix is out for the rest of the season with a broken ankle. Oh, man. Yeah, that's true. Lash LaRue. That's old.
Well, he claimed New Orleans, but was he actually from Maryland?
Yeah. The gimmick was from New Orleans.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. His gimmick was from New Orleans.
Yeah, and I think that's more that we haven't, thought of. But
that's something we could probably Google something like that.
Yeah, we could dig into a lot of things.
We can dig into that if we wanted to.
Wrestling part, but you brought it up multiple times that Ring of Honor had a home and some roots in the DMV. So from the promotion,
Ring of Honor started in Baltimore.
Yeah. So from a promotion standpoint, we also carry a promotion as well. But we'll dig into from our perspective, the promotions and the wrestlers that come from different areas. We may do some shows like that as well, and spotlight some old, some new, and some current to keep that going. But where I was going before KG went off on a DMV tangent was sumo. I would like you to just tell us what your thoughts are for an historic event that happened this week earlier, and that was the debut of the AMC era of Total Nonstop Action, or TNA, airing on AMC this past Thursday, right? Wasn't it Thursday?
It was this past Thursday. Their show airs at 8:00 on AMC. They started out the show with AJ Styles coming to the ring. He opened the show, welcoming everybody to the AMC era and saying how everything was going to be bigger, faster, and better, and everything, and saying that the best was yet to come for everybody, and and things could be happening over the course of the night. Kind of giving, as to what was going on. So you had your first match after that, which was Order 4. And it was in an 8-man tag team match with the Hardys, in a 6-man tag team match, I should say. Mustafa Ali and the Good Hands against the Hardys and Elijah. The Hardys and Elijah came out winning that. Then after the match was over, the Righteous came out, and after all the head games and whatnot they've been trying to play on the Hardys, finally jumped them, finally put hands on them, and made the announcement that they would be challenging for the tag team championships tonight at the Genesis pay-per-view that's going on right now. That started at 8:00. Well, they had the pre-show start at 7. So that's been going on since 7 o'clock. And there's a lot of matches that have happened already, and it's still going. Then you had Santino Marella come out saying, how much he is going to enjoy the new era, and how all of the new things that are going to be happening and all the new people that are going to be coming in. And he also went into how emotional he is and how things have gotten to his head with his daughter, Ariana Grace, turning her back on him for her boyfriend, Stax Lorenzo. And he says that the executives have given him help, to help him run TNA. And that help is coming from Daria Ray. Daria Ray being the former Sonya Deville, who has general manager experience. And so she comes out and she says, "Yes, I'm Daria Ray, and I am the Suit. And when the Suit talks, shut up, I'm talking. Shut up when I'm talking." SUIT, Suit. Yeah.
We get it. Well, let me ask you this, because they had a lot of stuff. Because I don't want to take up and give away too much. But I have seen some opinions about that show from some industry pundits. One of them of note was Eric Bischoff, who really, I guess, out of character is a weird way to put it, because normally he's objective, in his commentary or his depiction or his thoughts when it comes down to WWE, when it comes down to AEW and other stuff. But to me, I felt like he went in on the production value and some of the production decisions that happened on that first show. So I was curious, do you agree, or what's your vibe?
Well, let's go back to the very first match, because when I was watching the very first match with Order 4 and the Hardys and Elijah, I didn't see. I saw Order 4 come out. They got about halfway down the ramp, and then it went straight to the finish. There was no in between. There was no match. They showed none of the match. Now it could have been. I can't say that for everybody else. I can only speak for myself. But there was no middle of the match. It went from the entrance of Order 4 to the finish of the match, and then it skipped again because there was some celebration in there, and there was something that went on in between, and then they saw the Righteous already in the ring when some of the reels say they walked down the aisle and went into the ring. Right. So yeah, I mean it's it's been some issues. There's some issues already. It was some issues on here on this show where it skipped like that during one of the matches. So on the Genesis show. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with their production right now, but there's some issues going on.
Do you feel as though the WWE folks have kind of pulled away? Because I think to me it seemed like when WWE started infusing in, you also got some production folks that were fused in as well to make sure that WWE folks came out looking good. Because you kind of tell the difference in the way some of the camera angles were done. And then now that, hey, you got it, we got you there. Now they're off on their own and they're trying to figure it out.
I don't know. That could be. I mean, the deal is supposed to go for at least 2028, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, and they have pulled some people from TNA over to WWE. So I don't know. There are a lot of folk. There are a lot of TNA wrestlers going over to AEW as well. So because it just got announced on Wednesday night that the Rascals were going to be premiering at some point on AEW television. So I don't know. I mean, that could be the case that they pulled some people. There's some things that I'm going to be talking about here in a second. As far as the card is concerned, that WWE wound up benefiting from.
Like what? And then
I'll get to it in a second. The next matchup was the Inspiration defending their Knockouts tag team titles against M and Heather by Elegance, and this was one of the things I was going to complain about because this went too long. And I'm not talking about the match. I'm talking about before the match, because before the match happened, they were in the ring and they were introducing the newest member of the Elegance brand, being Mr. Elegance. They had this tryout and this interview thing where they were looking for a guy who was going to be Mr. Elegance. And they found this guy. I mean, he could be, how can I describe him? Imagine rookie Bo Dallas, but with what's his name? Kid, the guy Kid, what's his name? Kid,
Tyson Kidd?
The guy would do a Pretty Deadly.
Kip
The one that's wrestling now by himself. The other one's hurt.
Yeah,
him. His rookie Bo Dallas's head on Kid's body.
Bo Lee.
Okay?
Bo Lee.
So I mean, he's cut up. I mean, he looks kind of funny. He looks like he could be short because he's not tall. He's not much taller than most of the Elegance brand members, except for the tallest one, M by Elegance. She's taller than everybody, but you know, he's right there he's right there with and then they had Perez Hilton there. Who's heard of Perez Hilton since the 90s?
Well, believe it or not, Perez is still, hot and heavy. But that's mostly on, you have to be following Perez for that. Because I thought the same thing as I just happened to go through social media feed. He popped up like, what the heck? You still around?
It was a kind of a waste. It was something that should have been done on another show, maybe the next Thursday. This show should have been the catch up to anybody that was new coming into TNA.
Right.
This should have been a catch up show. But it wasn't. They just tried to go along with what they'd already been doing. Inspiration wound up losing the belt, so you got a new tag team Knockouts Tag Team Champions in the Elegance brand. Then you had Lei Ying Lee, who is the Knockouts Singles Champion, come out with Zaya Brookside, and they made the announcement that her challenger for the title, Danny, what is it? Danny Luna. Danny Luna was going through. They call it. She hadn't been medically cleared, but it actually came out that she's got visa issues.
Right.
So they're saying that because of her issue, because she has not been medically cleared, she's not going to be able to challenge for the Knockout Championship. So they agreed to an open challenge. So whoever wanted to come out and get the title shot could get it. And who comes out but Zarya and Saul Ruka from NXT. And they come out and was like, yeah, we're both, you know, in the running for this, but and you call yourself a warrior, but we have a warrior over here too. So I think Zarya would be the best person to take this challenge.
Mm-hmm.
So Zarya signs the contract, and now she's going to be wrestling tonight for the Knockouts Championship. Then you have the System, who comes out, and they're talking about the match that they had tonight, Eddie Edwards versus Johnny Curtis for Johnny Curtis's retirement match. And, you know, he's saying, Johnny's like, if you don't pull the trigger, Eddie, I will. You know, so they're going back, it's friendly, they're going back and forth or whatever, because they're on the same faction. They're friends for 20 years. And so, you know, they're not really going at each other, but, you know, he's just saying, you know, if you don't take me out, I will take you out. So,
right.
So that went all right. And then, okay, this is what pissed me off about this whole show. Okay, Frankie Kazarian, champion.
I thought you was going somewhere else, but okay.
Frankie Kazarian, the champion, versus Mike Santana for the World Championship. Now, earlier in the show, Frankie Kazarian was doing a promo in the back, and AJ Styles walks up to him, and Frankie's like, "What? We friends all this time, and you're just gonna walk up on me? You want me to hug it out, or you know, shake your hand? Or you want me to give you a wet kiss or something? What you want? What do you want? What you want me to tell you? You know?" And so AJ just walks up on him, looks at him, looks at the belt, looks back at him, and says, "Okay, one day," and walks off. So now you got this match this main event, and it was an okay match. It's pretty much the same match that they've been running the past 3 times that they've wrestled already. Nothing really new. Like you said, some production issues that were going on that kind of messed up the flow of this match. And then Santana wins the match, which I knew that was going to happen because I mean, he shouldn't have lost the belt in the first place, but they set it up so that they can have this night and have him win the match on television. So then he's in the ring, he's celebrating. They cut to black. The show is over. Then it comes out that Santina Marella and Daria Ray comes out, and they announce that it was in the contract that regardless of who won, the loser would get an automatic rematch at Genesis, which is cool.
Do you know where her milk cup is? No.
Then Daria's like, "Well, we're gonna change this up. We're gonna change this up. So we're gonna have Nick Nemeth, who is the holder of the Call Your Shot Gauntlet trophy, their version of Money in the Bank, as special guest referee." Okay, I get that. But why have that after the show goes off?
Exactly.
Why do you do that before the show goes off? That makes no sense to do that. You're not even selling the fact that they're gonna do it on here. They didn't even mention that the winner was gonna get a title shot at Genesis during the match.
To sell the show.
To sell the show. So I mean, it's ridiculous what they did. I mean, there was so many mistakes made in this show.
Well, let me ask you this.
And then you got folks that are part of the show, that are part of this company, who are going like, well, those that aren't in the know shouldn't speak on it. It's my opinion. My money. I'm paying to get AMC on my cable. I'm paying to watch Genesis. Why shouldn't I have an opinion? Regardless of whether I'm in the business or not.
Welcome to social media.
You know what I'm saying? So,
Well,
I mean, for them to say that, I mean, for you to say something like that makes you seem guilty to me. But that's just me.
Well, I know you didn't mention it, but, you know, they did have Dixie Carter and Bully Ray come out.
Yeah, I mean, she got booed out the building.
But here's my first question to you, and then the other one is a gripe, a bigger gripe that I have. The first question: should they have had Jeff Jarrett come out?
Yeah, they could have. I don't think so.
Why are you saying no, KG?
It wouldn't really made a difference.
I think from a fan perspective, I'm cool with Dixie coming out, but without Jeff, obviously, we wouldn't be where we are.
The only reason they brought out Dixie was because they were in Texas.
Yeah, but you know, still, if you're gonna bring out somebody,
they were just trying to find people that they could get access to that had some link to the past.
Jeff Jarrett would have been there.
Yeah, but Jeff Jarrett is still
they
signed to
AEW. They're not
AEW.
calling me. They did not calling me. It don't matter. He's not really AEW.
He's signed to AEW.
He's not at that. He's not contractually at that level to AEW.
How do you know?
He's not at the Sting level.
No, wait.
He said that. He said that if the call would have come, he could have had a conversation and been able to go to a WWE event or other events that have happened in the past. Sting is locked down. Like Tony's like, well, Sting didn't ask me, for permission. But Jeff Jarrett, he can pretty much go where he wants to go.
Wait.
I don't know. I mean,
why would you want?
That was on his podcast, so that's where I heard that.
I mean, yeah, it sounds good, but he can't say that and not actually get it and actually not have done it.
Well,
if he'd have done it,
that's what he said on his
say
podcast because he was griping that nobody was calling him. It was because it was a Conrad. It was like, hey Jeff, how do you feel about not being on the show? I forgot what show it was, but it was one of those tribute shows and stuff like that. As somebody that paved the way in the industry, it's like they didn't call me. I'd have been there, but they didn't call me. And then they went to that whole soliloquy on that. But KG, go ahead.
Why in the world would you want Dixie Carter and Jeff Jarrett in the same place at the same time? Because
controversy creates cash for TV.
Oh, I get that, but that's something. That's like saying you want. That's like saying you want
Bischoff and Russo in the same place today, or Jeff
or
Russo.
I'll give you that because Russo got a long list of people. That's like Jim Cornette and Russo being in the same place at the same time and sitting down with Vince McMahon for dinner for three. Why?
If the check is right, you think Cornette wouldn't be there? He would love the opportunity to eviscerate Russo.
Hey, they had dinner for three had Cornette and Bischoff.
But hold on. Let's take a trip down memory lane. Back down memory lane. Dixie Carter, her parents bought TNA. Okay.
Right. Panda. Right.
So
And
her parents bought TNA. She wound up running it, and while she wound up running it, what was it? Jeff Jarrett's ex-wife and Kurt Angle were in a relationship. She sent Jeff Jarrett home. Jerry Jarrett started TNA. Jeff Jarrett was running it, and absolutely wonderful. Call a spade a spade. Dixie Carter luck ran out, and she couldn't run TNA the way it was being ran. She ran it into the ground.
Well,
Why
she
would
was
I want
messing
to be in
around
the
with some of the
same
wrestlers
room?
too, so that didn't help.
You say what?
She was messing around with some of the wrestlers too, but that didn't help.
I guess we throwing allegedly in there. Throw that allegedly.
Not
in there.
really allegedly.
They know allegedly.
It,
They
has
know
been,
allegedly.
I never
it's been
heard that.
validated. Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
So
It's been at least 3 names that she messed around with. That's out there.
Okay, so her and Jeff Jarrett in the same room after you took the company that my father built and was running like a fine old machine. You decided to come in, change everything, start messing with the boys in the back, is what you guys are telling me. But on the business side, you brung in Hulk Hogan to run and gave him creative control, and it injected poison into that business, and it went down. Why do I want to be in the same room with her?
But
that's real
on
heat.
the back end, what came out of that? They turned right around and went back to the archetype that Jeff Jarrett had started with the 6-sided ring came back.
Yeah.
Ultimate X came back. So everything that was embedded Impact or TNA Impact, and then Total Nonstop Action, and then TNA, that is still the lifeblood of what Jarrett had infused in. He should have been there.
That right there,
the crowd would have popped.
Is? That's legitimate.
18 times.
That's not kayfabe. That's legitimate heat. I don't know how he feels about it personally. I don't know.
No,
but that right there, that's an assault charge waiting to happen.
No,
she sent this man home from his own company without pay.
The assault charge should be on Kurt Angle.
So what you telling me?
But then again, keep it to it. Edge and Christian, should Edge be not? I'm sorry, Matt and Jeff Hardy. Should Matt have not beat the hell out of Jeff?
Yeah.
Every day?
Yeah.
Because Jeff, you sitting there watching Edge with Lita. You can't say you don't know and didn't tell your brother.
But okay, so what you're telling me is this is what you're telling me. Dixie Carter's parents are going to buy the Sideline Junkies podcast network. Dixie Carter's going to run the network now, and she's going to send you home. No. She's going to send you home.
One of y'all getting some. I'm passing on that.
She's going to send you home for whatever reason without pay. She's going to put you out of the company that you had a hand in starting. And then she's going to tell Sumo, if you don't do what I say, you can go home with him. So Sumo, being the great guy that he is, like, fuck it, I'm going to go home. I'll go start my own shit. And then 20 years later down the line, she going to say, they're going to say, well, we're going to do a reunion and we're going to have you, Sumo, and Dixie Carter in a room together. Are you going to be in a room with her after she did that to you? After she did that to you and Sumo? Are you going to be in a room
later, with her? Am I in a room for her or am I in a room for the people that are there because of me?
Hold on.
One thing Jeff Jarrett is a consummate professional. If he needs to be there, and he's been in rooms with people he don't like.
Plenty of times. But this is different.
But he came in, he did the job. He ain't got to hang around. He ain't got to shuck and jive. He ain't got to hug like Bully Ray. You know, you have Dixie, you have Bully, and then Jeff Jarrett music hits. He comes out, he gets the pop. Bam. There you go. He can say a couple words, and then he's done. He can leave. But the crowd, in my opinion, for getting on network television at this level, you have to acknowledge Jeff Jarrett. That was my first issue. The second issue is you got to this level, and we didn't show any flashback or retros of the past.
They did.
It wasn't
they
like
did.
no. Like WWE,
they showed montages of different parts of. They showed a montage of the X Division. They showed a montage for the knockouts. They showed a montage for the world champions. They didn't go into like Ultimate X or any, like the matches or whatever. But they went. They did the divisions.
Did you see Elix Skipper? I didn't.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I didn't see Elix Skipper.
You know what I'm saying?
But I did see. But there were some. Let's put it this way: there were some in those montages. There were people that WWE probably didn't. They probably had to get permission from WWE to put in those montages.
Well, why wouldn't?
And I'm talking about people that did not, people that have never worked for WWE or people that are currently working for AEW.
Oh, no, that, yeah, I can see that, yeah. But Elix Skipper ain't. Him running across the Ultimate X cage to do the Hurricane Rana, that is still arguably one of the best moments in TNA history. Period.
Wrestling history. What you talking about?
Yeah, wrestling history.
Yeah.
Wrestling history, period.
Now, I'm going to say this. If you had to choose, it's so many names that you can choose to come. If you want to talk about the past of TNA, so many names you can choose. If Gail Kim wasn't there, it's unofficial. If ODB wasn't there, it's unofficial.
Yep.
Awesome Kong, Raka Khan.
Why did we
they even said by name, they even mentioned AJ Styles, Christopher Daniels, and Samoa Joe.
You had no choice on that.
In a match by name, they mentioned them.
But Joe owns his name.
Those are two AEW guys right there for you.
But Joe owns his name. Christopher Daniels owns his name. And then AJ Styles WWE. AJ Styles is the house. Because
was Jay Lethal there?
They pre-booked that. Nope, no Jay Lethal.
It's not official.
No Black Machismo. That's what I'm saying. If I was going,
wait a minute. When it comes to Jay Lethal is more Ring of Honor than he is TNA.
But
he is, okay. And I agree with that. I agree because KG, his the stuff he did.
His legacy comes more from Ring of Honor than it does from.
That's what I said. I got no argument. TNA. I got no argument. You're right.
His TNA is. Truthfully, and I'm not happy with saying it, but it's the truth, is one segment. His legacy is that Ric Flair segment.
That's where you're wrong.
No, I mean, no, he's done a lot. But when you say Jay Lethal, the first thing somebody's going to say 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10 is going to be, man, remember when he was over there promo with Flair?
And you know what? If they say that,
it's more Black Machismo. It's probably Black Machismo before Flair.
Do a poll and ask people who's Black Machismo and see if they can say Jay Lethal. But hey, who does the best Ric Flair impersonation? Man, that was that.
It's always Jay Lethal. But you got to realize before that moment, he was already a star with Black Machismo, number one, because
I agree.
Singles competition. As well as tag team competition, Lethal Consequence, him and Consequences Creed. That's what I know Jay Lethal for.
That's why I said it's unfortunate that the thing that he's going to be most recognized for from that company is that segment. Because in social media, it is. But in social media, you see that more than anything else he's ever done. And that's a fact. I've crossed that so many times. I finally said, you know what? I keep laughing at it because I stop and watch it, which means I'm giving people a lot of views. Let me just go ahead and pin it so that way I could just watch it from this particular thing over and over just because. Literally, it just pops up. Watching wrestling shorts, there it is again. It's fortunate, it's unfortunate. He's going to live in perpetuity as arguably the best Ric Flair impersonation, especially since he did it in front of Flair and got Flair to pop.
That would be part of it, but he will always be the longest reigning Ring of Honor world champion, the only one to hold the television champion and the world title at the same time in Ring of Honor. One of the few Grand Slam champions in Ring of Honor.
Yep.
So he's back in Ring of Honor, and he has a faction. He has his own faction. He's gotten like in a managerial position in his own faction in Ring of Honor.
I gotta ask you gentlemen a question. Because we talk about Jay Lethal, we talking about that Ric Flair spot. What happened between them two earlier this week?
Who?
Jay Lethal and Ric Flair. Because Ric Flair was like, he was very disappointed in Jay Lethal.
Oh, I don't know.
And I was like, is this kayfabe or what? Because I thought Jay Lethal was training him to come back.
They've got Flair's got other issues. He's giving refunds for cameos. Don't know what
he did give that guy a refund?
Yeah.
He should have. I didn't think he was going to do it, but he should have.
Too much negative publicity. And at this point, I love Nate. Need to stop drinking. It's time. Tap that out, dog.
I already said he need to go somewhere, sit down somewhere.
Get some more.
It's not drinking. He has an inner ear problem.
And drinking ain't helping.
Yeah, he need to tap that out, dog. Like, I need you to get a new vice. Otherwise, I'd tell you to go ahead and, get some Fort Mose, but you just stop. You just need to stop. I need you to get high on Jesus at this point. But Anthony, as we start winding things down here on the show, asked, who do we think had the most impact in TNA, Triple X or America's Most Wanted?
Are we choosing out of those two?
I'm assuming out of those two, yeah.
Okay.
It would have to be America's Most Wanted.
That's what I was thinking too.
Because you got a world champion out of America's Most Wanted. You got some titles coming out of Triple X, but the Triple X, but the original Triple X was great. When it started moving around and it got to Kevin Nash and it started going, it kind of lost its luster. But America's Most Wanted couldn't be touched.
Mm-mm.
They were Teflon at one time. So, yeah, I'd have to give that to America's Most Wanted.
Do have to give a honorable mention to Beer Money. We've talked about them many times in the past, but, great tag team.
Well, I mean, America's Most Wanted and Beer Money got something in common.
Yep.
I'm gonna tell you something.
James Storm. We in both of them.
This is and yeah, Anthony, John Forte died like 3 days ago. Yeah, and if you're not familiar with the Fugees, most people just glossed over it. But yeah, very, very sad news. I will say that. But when it comes to tag teams and TNA, I always said the tag teams and TNA, if WWE took that blueprint and not just throw people together, but you got Robert Roode and James Storm that made Beer Money, then you got both of them in WWE and you never put Beer Money back together. The Motor City Machine Guns came. Like then you had factions like Aces and Eights.
They never really signed James Storm though.
I thought he came over.
They were going to.
He had a couple test matches and stuff like that.
They had some test matches with him, and they were trying to bring him in, but they never could get the contract together. Because remember what I told you, AJ Styles' music was supposed to be for James Storm.
Mm-hmm. And also at that time, Robert Roode was injured. So when they was testing Storm out, he was coming in as an individual instead of the tag, which was sad because he just got injured during his glorious run. And when they were trying to bring him in, because Roode was trying for a while to get him in, but, he got him, in, quote unquote. It's just, But that's also WWE because, the Lucha Brothers, should be together by now. But then they turned it around and got Penta teaming with, what's his name? Dragon Lee. Like, what the hell is this? Or Rey Mysterio, which was even worse. Like, that's the wrong Rey.
Felix was supposed to get together at the last AAA show,
right?
But Penta was hurt.
So
So
then
they wound up bringing in Rey Mysterio for that match.
Yeah, and then Ray and Penta tagged, and then like that's the wrong Ray. Still great, straight great action, but that's the wrong brother. What are you gonna say, KG? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying you got a chance, and I'll say it again. TNA had the best women's division at one point in time, and I mean this is not like 3, 6, 9 month period. No, I'm talking about they had the best women's division from like 08 to like 2011, 2012. They had the best women's division. They had tag division during that same time. Like it used to be. I worked nights at the time, and I would spend Saturdays, no DVR. I wouldn't DVR anything. I would catch the replays on Saturday nights. Like get up Saturday morning, watch TNA on replay on Saturday morning, and then watch Raw and SmackDown on replay in Spanish, and then watch Ring of Honor late at night while I'm cleaning the house.
You could have got a TiVo, right?
New Japan in there.
You could have just got you a TiVo. That would have saved you some time.
I had a DVR, but I refused to use the DVR. I was
messing
like,
with you. We've been mentioning old stuff, and when's the last time you heard somebody say TiVo?
when Granddad Freeman was like, if you the book's not out yet, but if you have the TiVo, you can go ahead and rewind it on the TiVo and remember to buy this book. But I lied to you not. I consumed wrestling like I had to have it in my veins, man. And it was so good because everything was good at the time. You had WWE was doing that thing. Ring of Honor, I think this is when I first I think Samoa Joe had just came over to TNA because he was the Nation of Violence at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, what's going to happen with Ring of Honor? And I knew about CM Punk from years before. So I'm like, all right. I was in the Jay Lethal and everything. And New Japan and TNA had a thing going on where the Dudleys was able to bring the tag championships to TNA. It was like so much that was good. And I'm like, okay, WWE is crushing everybody. Won't you take the blueprint when everybody else is on top and you were trying to keep up? Take the blueprint of what they use, how they built the tag division, how they built the women's division, and use it to your advantage. And I'm a big WWE guy. I'm not going to lie. I'm a big WWE guy, but I'm not biased and I'm not stupid. When WWE had the best women's division and the women were carrying, we talked about it right here on this very show, the flagship of the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network, the Saturday Night WrestleManiacs. We talked about it. The women were closing out not only Raws and SmackDowns, they were main eventing those, they were main eventing the pay-per-views, and they were some of the highest rated pay-per-views of the last 10 years. You had lightning in a bottle, and you took the cap off and let it go. You could have did that with the tag division, but instead, you just start throwing people together trying to make tag teams instead of letting it happen, develop naturally. I'm just saying. Matter of fact, we talking a year ago. We had a whole conversation of how it was going to work when Jade came to WWE. You had Jade, Bianca, and Naomi. What is that? Black Girl Magic. That's your faction right there to run roughshod over everybody. Because guess what? You got to put a faction together. You got a couple of factions you can put together organically. This can happen. You can actually put the Ride Squad back together if you want to. But this can happen. Let's do this. What do? They pissed the bed again.
Well, back in the day, Vince didn't want to give credit to something that was good. We saw that with the cruiserweights coming from WCW. Did not want to put that over, even though you had Rey Mysterio, Chris Benoit, Perry Saturn, Kidman. She basically had the cruiserweight division in the WWE, but he didn't want to do. How long did it take before 205 Live hit? And at that point, most of them weren't there anymore. So do you think he would want to, go ahead and give them credit for the turn from the Divas division to the women's division? And he definitely, with the exception of maybe 5 women, could not take anybody over to TNA. And I love Trish to death, Gail Kim would eat her alive. Got that going. We know Awesome Kong would just eat her alive. You know what I'm saying? If you brought ODB over, they wouldn't know how to man. They couldn't merchandise ODB, and they wouldn't put her over because she doesn't look like the cookie cutter. So he couldn't give them credit
Awesome
to
Kong.
do that.
They had Awesome Kong, and then she turned around and got pregnant.
Yeah,
and never came back.
Yeah,
but that was her decision.
You said, "Oh, she got pregnant, but she don't come back." I was like, "She ain't coming back."
She had some complications. She had complications, medical, that prevented her from coming back. She still potentially could come back somewhere. You know, she said the itch is, starting to get at her again. Her kid's older. So, that could be something she thinks about. But, it was medical issues after the delivery that prevented her from coming back right away. And then she just made that decision. Hey, let me just go ahead and focus. It wasn't by choice. She never got a swan song or anything like that, unfortunately. It was by force. Otherwise, she'd have been back. That was from what she said.
Pull my coat and follow me on this one.
Yeah.
If you took Prime China, I'm talking Intercontinental winning China, I'm talking women's champion China, I'm talking China that competed for the WWF title China, and put her in TNA.
Oh, man, they'd be on TV back then.
With ODB, with Gail Kim, with Awesome Kong.
With Madison Rain, I mean, all of them.
And Velvet Sky. Like, do you realize what could have happened? What could have been?
They would have outshined the men. That division would have outshined everything that was going on other than Ultimate X. Because that was the spectacle.
I don't think none of the boys in the back would even have a problem with that, because you know what that means? That means you're putting butts in the seat. That means that gate is surpassing the numbers that it's supposed to pass, and everybody's going to eat. I don't think nobody would have a problem with that.
You would think that, but one thing we know about professional wrestling as we wrap up is there's some sexism, some racism, some ageism, some body shaming, and some bitch assness, nepotism, and all that other stuff. So it all exists. Back then, it was a lot more intense because, truthfully, if we take Vince out of it, I'd say there was maybe 7 to 10 performers that were running a business in positions to make decisions. That was running a business. And WCW, TNA, WWE, the big three. ECW is separate because that was Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman just gave him a dream, a wing and a prayer, and a promise, and they was putting their life on the line. So you can't count that. They was running through brick walls and everything else for, the belief of what they were doing. But the big three, it's about maybe 10 people that you could give or take a name and be like, yep, they were booking it and saying this, and yep, this person went over, this person didn't go over, they protecting their spot, they holding people down and lifting people up, whatever. If you take Vince out of it. Now, it's less people, but that don't mean the decisions are, still the most intelligent. Tony Khan is still self-booking for the most part with a little bit of input, but, he's got to advise and do what Vince did to stay alive. WWE is under question because it's basically TKO and Endeavor dictating, really where the money is going and how they're getting it. And then they're kind of still beholden to Netflix on what they got to do. And then, on the SmackDown side, they still got to, navigate that. So they're kind of beholden to the network. TNA is just emerging on the major scale. ROH is Tony Khan still. And then everybody else is just walking through.
Well,
but it's still a better place.
If you put it like that, if Vince would have kept his nose out of NXT during COVID, imagine what we could have had.
NXT would have been the brand and WWE would have fell off. He couldn't have that.
just what we could have had. I mean, he ruined the call up. Probably one of the best takeovers was the night that Keith Lee won both. He had both championships, and he was gonna come up. That was a Sunday night. So Monday he was gonna show up on Raw. He was gonna vacate the title, show up on Raw. He shows up on Raw. The beard's gone, and he's no longer himself. Music's changed. Like who is this? Like this cat's white hot.
We on the clock for Obafemi. We still praying for this one because man, he had a good exit. Probably one of the best exits they've done in a long time.
Vince ain't here to mess it up.
That don't mean it won't be. That don't mean it won't be.
No. Think about this. And Sumo, you tell me if I'm wrong.
That don't mean it
you
won't
bring
be.
up Keith Lee, and Vince ruins his whole entire aura, his whole entire character, his whole entire build. And he tosses this man back at least 25 years. Tell me I'm wrong.
Oh, no. He jacked him up real good.
So bad that he went over to AEW.
I mean,
and was
you
freaking white hair.
You put him in the ring before he even goes over. Before he even gets on WWE, is going to on the main roster. He goes to WWE and beats Randy Orton clean. Then he goes into the Royal Rumble. And he's one-on-one in the Royal Rumble in the middle of the ring with Brock Lesnar. And Lesnar is selling for him.
And the place is exploding. But I will say this.
And there was a video that I watched earlier today. Says the dude, I don't know who the dude was, but it just popped up on my YouTube algorithm. Whatever happened to Keith Lee? He did 30 minutes on everything we just talked about. The whole thing from him leaving Ring of Honor, going into NXT, doing this thing in NXT, going into the main roster, and just disappearing.
Oh, he really disappeared. I don't even see him on Mia Yim's posts anymore.
That's his wife.
I know. I see Big E on Mia Yim's, Chris Yim's posts more than I've seen Keith Lee. She be out at dinner.
And imagine that tag team. Big E and Keith Lee. Oh my God! See,
hey, look, you ain't got
what a lot of people don't. What a lot of people don't remember. What a lot of people probably don't remember is back before he got to NXT, he was in Ring of Honor, and he had a tag team with Shane Taylor called Limitless. And those boys was the fat boy version of of Doom and shit. All they was missing was the mask. They were handling motherfuckers up all over the independents, them two together.
But we do have hope.
I hate it when they broke up, man. I was like, man, this is the tag team right here.
I hear that. We do have hope. And the hope comes from Trick Williams. Because I was wondering, and I was scared. But Trick's entrance and his persona have carried over pretty doggone good for his call-up.
All I know is
without Booker T.
He need to do something with them lemon pepper steppers.
Well, no, I'm cool with that.
He rated Prince's Closet for them.
I'm glad they changed.
He came out with the white 3-inch heels, boy. I was like, wait a minute now. Hold on there, Sweet Willie.
I think he checked somebody because that debut on SmackDown when they gave him the mic and he started talking, I'm like, who wrote this? This is some bullshit. This person has no flavor. But then I think they fixed that because the last couple promos and stuff that he's done, okay, that sounds better. But yeah, that first promo, I'm like, oh, damn. Take the mic away from him. Please take the mic away.
See,
but now we're better. We're better now.
When you got something good, especially in NXT, when you get called up to the main roster, we said it before, I've said it. Don has said it. Sumo has said it. Don't change what made them hot. If they're already over, don't change it, continue it. But instead, what do? You switch everything around. Now, Obafemi, I guarantee you this. When Obafemi comes to the main roster, he's not going to do the bop no more. He's going to come out and
don't you put that on him, Ricky Bobby.
I'm telling you, he's going to come out in a whole unitard with shorts. No. And he's going to look like the Big Show.
Well, yep, I was about to say it.
With no accent. He's going to switch up like Kofi. He'll switch up like Kofi Kingston.
Nah.
He going to have his finishing move now is going to be the final cut.
Oh, no.
But actually, I'm not concerned with Obafemi as much as I am with Powerhouse Hobbs. Because now that Powerhouse Hobbs has left AEW, and they're talking about he's coming over to WWE, and he's going to be on the main roster.
I think we're good on that, Sumo. Because what I can't say, as much as I like Will Hobbs, the character I never saw. Powerhouse
there was
Hobbs
really no character. It was just him.
With the exception of one part where he tried to reinvent himself and he was doing a religious thing, the Book of Hobbs.
Yeah.
That was starting to get over, and I'm like, okay, I can see a character out of this. But outside of the entrance, that was pretty damn good. When he came out, I did not see Powerhouse Hobbs. I saw a big-ass black dude that could pretty much beat everybody, but I didn't see who Powerhouse Hobbs is. So if Will Hobbs goes to the machine and comes out with an opportunity to, have a character that can sell T-shirts, that people can understand, like, okay, I get it. So I think this may be good for him on his development, but he needs to go to Raw.
I'm going to go ahead and burst your bubble.
Send that man to SmackDown.
No, I'm going to burst the bubble.
You give him a mic and he goes up against Jacob Fatu, it's a wrap. He's done. He'll get buried.
I'm going to burst your bubble. You talk about people that can sell shirts and merchandise. And I love bringing up, see, when you do this, all you're doing is throwing me alley-oops. Remember Elias? Hello, I'm Elias. And he did the whole thing. That whole thing, Walk with Elias. That whole thing sold merchandise. What did they do? Screw the pooch and shit the bed, baby.
Well, he's doing the same thing in TNA. Exact same gimmick. He's doing the TNA, but now he's just Elijah.
And the bad part about it, when they had him cut the beard off and he became Ezekiel. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about bad booking. And it's a track record of bad booking. Every time somebody's hot, and they can be hot and they can be white hot. Bad booking every time. It can't always be bad booking the reason why somebody doesn't get over. It's not a black thing. It's not a white thing. It's not a luchador thing. It's a thing. But it can't be the same thing. You can't say that you're the best in the business and you're the best company and you screw up this much, this many times, and it's every time. Somebody, they're screwing up. They're screwing over somebody. They're fucking it up. You can't do that. It can't be that every time. I'm sorry.
Obviously, KG has some feelings about this.
I do, because I'm sitting here, and the more you talk, the more I remember somebody else that they messed up. And we got all these people coming in. And once I say this, I'm getting off the soapbox because I'm done, because I'm looking at the time. I got a post that I was scrolling through, and they was like, oh, Jade Cargill need to get more training because she hurt Mia Yim and B-Fab on the holiday tour. She gave B-Fab a concussion and she hurt Mia Yim's shoulder. She don't need to be wrestling. Y'all was so pressed for Jade Cargill to come over. Now, this is fans, mind you. You were so pressed for her to come over. You were so pressed for her to go to the main roster. You were so pressed for her to dominate and do this. But now all of a sudden she's not safe. The same thing you said about Nia Jax 2-3 years ago about her not working safe. But all the ladies in the back said Nia Jax is probably one of the safest workers you could work with. Does she have mishaps? We all have mishaps. But hers are more hers are more exemplified.
Shoot, they should be praying for a daggone Nia Jax mishap. Like, can you break my nose?
Without Nia Jax, again, and I had a whole argument years ago with some guy on Instagram, and I was like, you know nothing about wrestling. Oh, Nia Jax, I said, if it wasn't for Nia Jax breaking Becky's nose, there would be no man. There would be no big time Bex. There would be no run. Because they used it to an advantage. And they ran with it. That was great marketing. She invented the man. Oh, no, she didn't do that. That was going to happen regardless. And I just told him point blank. With all due respect.
It wouldn't have went over like it did.
All due respect. Shut the fuck up because you don't know what you're talking.
It would not have gone over the same way without her breaking her nose like that. It would not.
Thank you.
I'm glad you brought that up, KG. I'm glad you brought that up because you just said two prophetic things. You talked about how people were saying Jade Cargill is this, and that. And you talked about how Becky and Nia, that combination of that situation made the man. AEW, Jade Cargill, 800-time day champion, whatever the heck she was, and all this blah, 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 blah. If she would have had the injury and cut her eye there, and AEW, she wouldn't have known what the heck to do. If that eye injury that she had on SmackDown would have happened in AEW, it would have been a panic, and they would have stopped the match, and that would have been it, and that would have been it. How she has grown was exemplified in that moment because when she got cut, the blood is gushing. What did she do? She took over with her character and sold it and made it believable to the point that this past week, she was in an interview session with two of Hollywood elite, Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, and they asked her about that moment. And how was she able to continue, talk about how tough wrestlers are and sports entertainers, etc. Because when you have situations like that, you are moving and still in character to A-list actors, Oscar winners. How she was able to stay in character and become more believable. Now she's champion and she's walking around playing the proper role that she should have been taught in AEW. She's wrestling as a big person. She's doing really what Omos, we're trying to get him to that point, to where you're just dominating in size and your body without having to do so many moves. You're playing a big man role. You're doing things intentionally. You're taking your time with the crowd. You're milking the situation, and then you do your finish, and then you're showboating at the end. But then you walk out with the swagger up to somebody else and say, hey, I know you here and you're supposed to be this big thing, Jordan Grace. I'm that bitch. And I'm out. Can't tell me that Jade Cargill doesn't know what she's doing now. Thanks to WWE.
Well, let me ask you this. Jade Cargill has been champion.
I saw that too.
78 days now.
And has only had
no
3 defenses?
3? As we said, she had 3?
3, yeah.
And she had any?
Yeah, she's had 3.
Who?
She was at the run back with Zack Ryder's wife.
Chelsea Green?
Chelsea Green, Mia Yim, and one other person I can't remember. She's had 3. I can't think of the third, but she's had 3.
Well, hold on. Now I put it in Google. It says, this is what Google says. As of January 2026, Jade Cargill has 0 official title defenses for her
That's what
new
I'm saying.
WWE Women's Championship reign, despite holding the belt for over 75 days since defeating Tiffany Stratton in November, leading to criticism and speculation about creative plans and the roster's depth.
Those are not title defenses.
Mia Yim was challenging for the championship.
That was to get to a title shot.
Was that they did that qualifier?
That was a challenge. That was a challenge match for a title shot.
I thought that was for BFAB was the qualifier.
First
now,
one,
Mia Yim was the championship match. BFAB was the qualifier.
They say she hasn't defended it on TV. Now, has she defended it at a house show? Was it defended on a holiday tour?
It
could have been defended in house shows, but she has not defended it on television.
That's still a title defense.
But remember,
I know.
They don't claim title defenses on television.
They claim it when they want to.
When they want to, right? But they're saying it's out there.
Time out.
You know that's true, KG, because Ric Flair is way more than a 16-time champion.
I know. I need a full time out.
That's
here.
not WWE.
It don't matter. But some of it we talk about TV, not TV.
That was my question. Like, when do we start not counting title changes or title matches and house shows, not titles? Title defenses. Like, I thought that was always a thing.
That's always been a thing where it's subjective to when they want to do it or not.
Yes, but right now the WWE is saying she hasn't defended that title yet.
But yet she's defended the title.
She breaking the rules because you got to defend it once every 30 days.
Which was gonna bring me to KG.
Mr. Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, exactly.
What was that? I think it was
Brock Lesnar ain't defending the belt. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Don't act like Brock was the only one that got the smoke. Hogan got the smoke too.
That was a different era.
Gave Hogan the smoke too.
That was different era.
Well, that was a different era right there. Back then, the title was defended mainly at big shows.
Yeah, but what I always tell you guys, since we've been doing this, I always told you, I said one of the biggest things growing up, everybody was a big Hogan fan. You loved Hogan. But when you watch WWF Superstars, Hogan never came out. You might get Hogan on an interview here and there, but Hogan didn't come out to defend the title.
That's the way it was back
we had
then.
to pay. Yeah. Not knowing that as a kid, I get that. But we had to pay $39.99 to see him defend the title.
You didn't see Flair defending that title in Florence at a TV studio taping?
Bullshit.
Not often.
I saw
very rarely.
I saw Flair defend the title more often against Sting and everybody else than I seen as a kid.
In WCW,
I saw Flair defend the title more against Sting.
In WCW, yes.
I saw Hogan defend it against anybody.
In the NWA, that didn't happen that often. I'm telling you. You're talking about WCW where it had to be on television so they could make money. I'm talking about in the NWA. I'm talking about NWA 605s on Saturday night. You didn't see that.
That's what really. I'm talking. That's why I became a Sting fan, because I saw him and Ric Flair at least. Now this is when wrestling came on every night, so I'm watching reruns. But I saw him and Sting duke it out every night, and then on the weekends when you get the new show.
It wasn't always for the title, though.
Not always for the title, but it was more. I saw it more often. I'm not saying it was always for the title, but I saw it more often with the title or for the title than I did with Hogan and anybody.
They were touching each other every week. Yeah, they were talking junk, going back and forth every week.
Like,
so, yeah.
I mean, I learned how to do the Stinger Splash and the Scorpion Deathlock before I knew my times table, baby. Like, man.
Here's how we're going to button up the rest of this show, fellas. And then we're going to jump out of here. If we remove the OG time constraints in reference to the